What is up, one and all, and a happy Monday. Hopefully, you're off to a good start in the week, and hopefully we can improve it just a biggity on bit, because we are back, of course, for more of the midweek madness. And by that, I mean we're going to go for a recap. That's right, today we're going to be checking back in on the events that happened yesterday when we had the grand finals of the EGC Masters Summers. So I thought it'd be cool to actually, recap this, go over it, watch it fresh. I haven't actually watched it at all because I was super busy yesterday, so I thought it'd be a cool way to actually check in on the outcome. Do so in an environment where, like, maybe there's a bunch of you guys that also have not seen what happened. I'm just double checking. I don't think my camera is too bright. I thought it was for a second, but I think we're good. Is audio coming? Okay, one sec. Audio feed's not giving it all she's got, Captain. It should be, but it's not. Testing. So mic works, but audio is not picking up at all, which is weird. One second. I know what's happened. So basically, do I need to put it through? Well, then you guys hear it, but I don't. Should be... Yeah, okay, now you guys have it. Basically, I had this on the broadcast yesterday, because yesterday I was working a Mecha Blom show, and on that show, like, basically what happened was I was talking, and they're like, your mic sounds really sucky today. And what happened is I'd plugged in my PlayStation 5 controller, and my PlayStation 5 controller had basically overridden everything, right? Like, it decided that it was going to be the go-to microphone for my setup. It readjusted, like, all different things, so, like, Discord, etc. That's all just like, yep. God, that makes me feel old. Yeah, I think we fixed it now, so you should be able to hear the game. We'll get into it. But we've got a fun one, folks. Going to be checking in. We're going to be catching up on a blast from the past. I even rejigged a scene for this, you know? I realized, like, oh, man, because we keep using this scene, but this scene hasn't got the incredible laptop over here from PC Specialist, which is a crime. So we have to make sure we include that bad boy. Did my camera move again? It feels like it's further away today, and I don't know why. Oh, actually, I did move the laptop further back, because I was like, I liked having the keyboard wider when I'm playing games, as I'm a super sweat. But, yeah. So, idea today will be to cover Marine Lord versus Louis MT. Grand final showdown between two of the game's very best. This happened yesterday, but I know there'll be a lot of people that maybe just didn't catch it live, or it was going on too long or too deep in the evening, so they couldn't actually stay up. And there's just a bunch of people that were just busy on the weekend. You know, a lot of us have got families, etc., that demand our attention. How dare they? So I thought it'd be really cool to actually just do a recap and see if there's a tasting of this type of content, you know? Outside that, though, we will be doing a sponsor stream. It's already yapping about it there. The Match Masters. We're going to be checking out Match Masters later on. Stream Elements came through with an offer to check out this game called Matchmaster. I had a little glimpse at it, but I basically wanted to, like, do a start from scratch type thing, so I don't really have much experience with the game. So I thought it'd be something fun for us to explore together. I'm just going to dial this down a tad. Is that better? Dude, I swear, it's because I keep the door open, and at this point the sun shines on the white door, and then that reflects into the room. It's very, very weird. Didn't catch most games, so I wanted to watch it through the EGC YouTube. I guess I'll do it. Well, there you go. We've got you sorted. I mean, who knows? You can, like, do it here and then do it there later, and you get two different forms of commentary, I guess. But let me go ahead and we're going to load up game number 1. Interesting drafting, by the way. Knights Templar making it through. You have to remember there's barely any maps being banned in this format. And, well, I do see Scandinavia. I do see Dry River. So I see plenty of potential for Knights Templar in this draft. Lancaster being split the other way is always a powerful all-rounder pick. And Marine Lord, of course, did get the HRE ban, which was split and divided. Blue MT prioritizing the Mongol ban is a little bit curious here. I imagine this has got something to do with maybe something attuned to Relic River. Relic River can be pretty good for Mongols. And also, it's just a nice variant pick to block out some of the more powerful ones that come out in predictable locations. So, we'll get ready for G1. G1, we're going to be opening up with Dry Arabia. And this is going to be an Ottomans Malian showdown. Ooh. Okay, so I wasn't told, like I said, I avoided anything and everything I could. I was at least told that this opening game is pure fireworks. So let's get ready to hop on in. Just making sure I got everything set up. Have we pushed to all platforms? I believe we did, so we're looking good. I'm just going to do a double check on that because I don't trust myself because it's the beginning of the week, so opportunities to screw up. By the way, guys, plans for this week will be this stream, then we've got tomorrow's stream, and then I am out of the country until Monday. I might be able to then... Oh my god. I might then be able to stream Monday. I'm not sure yet because, like, my flight is insanely early. Like, I'm telling you, they put me on a 7:30 flight out and a 7:30 flight back. It's like they're torturing me. How did the game end, the video you took down the other day? Because, yeah, so, I don't know what we're going to do about that. I can't remember. Can you remember which players it was? It's in the VODs. This is probably not the most helpful answer, Bonkers. You can find it in the VODs on YouTube. But, like, I can't remember the exact day. So we were a little bit embarrassed by this. When we uploaded it, as in, like, my editor, I sent across to him, and he uploaded it. It was the full video, right? And he tried 4 times to upload it again to, like, fix the problem and just get it live again on YouTube. But every time, YouTube just cut it off. So I don't have a golden solution. I'm really sorry about that. Like, it's pretty embarrassing because it was an epic game. I feel it's like 44 minutes in, YouTube just cut the rest of the video. And, like, we don't know why. Like, when we uploaded it, it was fine, right? Like, local file I think you had for a while. He might delete it now just because I sent him a lot of games and, like, the file sizes are pretty big. But yeah, apologies on that. It's like, it was egg on my face. I was like, oh no, wait, what happened? Because, like, we both checked beforehand. Like, I checked the one I sent him and he checked the one he uploaded. And we're like, yep, this should work. But YouTube had other ideas. Okay. But anyway, without further ado, should we hop into game number 1? Let me start the game and we'll give the intro. One and all, it is grand finals time, a $30,000 tournament, and it kicks off with absolute stars here. I was promised that this first game delivered and set the expectations for the entire series. So let's hop in and bathe in its glory. That's right, we're going to be watching Marine Lord go up against Louis MT here in a best of 9 showdown to find out who is the damn finest player in Age of Empires 4 currently. Well, it's looking pretty interesting so far, the trajectory this year, right? We opened the year with Beastie being able to get that win in the first EGC tournament. Then we follow up with Marine Lord reclaiming his crown. But now we have Louis MT, who slayed Beastie in the offline LAN finals in Germany earlier this year, now looking to slay the other king of Age of Empires 4. Malians and Ottomans is definitely an awesome matchup, actually. Like, historically, you know, these two civs, they got added at the same time, and when it first came about, I think, if I remember correctly, it was Malians were a little bit lean away from that they scale into the Imperial Age and beyond. Now, it's not to say that Malians will have no tools, right? Their own gunners are pretty formidable. The archers will be a great counter to Jannies. I just think when you look at these two civs, Malians are, on paper, and in-game, actually, quite often a quantity of quality civ. So they want to play the game fast and furious. Ottomans have recently found ways of playing very aggressively, but it's off of quality still, right? Usually it's this mass Sipahi that you have to be very careful not to lose or the game is over. Now, opening is going to be aggressive for Ottomans. This is to be expected because of the vulnerability of the pit mine placement for the Malians. But Marine Lord didn't over-invest in this. No, he went for a military school, so we didn't get a Rax rush into an outpost drop. I wonder if he regrets it, actually. Like, the gold spawn was really bad for Louis MT. He got one, the track on the left you'd expect, but the one on the right is rough. And yo, is that my boy Lizzie? Bringing the Dota 2 people over? What is up, Admir? Thank you for the raid, mate. I hope you had a good stream. Me and him need to catch up. I feel like we end up catching up, and then we're like, oh man, we should really catch up more. We're going to the 2x speed just the early game. For those coming across from Dota 2, this is, of course, the latest and greatest of Age of Empires. And this right here is two of the absolute best in the game right now. You've got Marine Lord, who is a legacy player, one who's established himself across many years, right, as a dominant force in Age of Empires 4, and before that, a top-level StarCraft 2 player. But Louis MT has just been this meteoric success story. It's even eclipsing that of the Canadians at this stage. Canadians, which started with this game in their pro scene. Same with Louis MT. I mean, this kid, I think he baffled everyone. I think the point where it really just rocketed out of control was in the LAN that happened earlier this year. The German LAN, the small German LAN, where he just, why would he even come? The prize pool wasn't that big. The cost to go, was it worth it? For Team Elephant, yes, because it was finally an opportunity for China to just say, yo, we are a serious region. We are going to dominate this game in the next 2 years, and despite the risks associated with it. These are expensive units. They are still technically squishy units because Spearmen counter them pretty hard and fast. But if you are typically top micro, you can get in and out with little to no risk. And what on earth am I looking at here? It's a 2TC Ottoman build. Okay, this is crafty as well, because Marine Lord, he went out on the stone. That probably got scouted by Louis MT, but he thought nothing of it at the time. Because if he scouted early, it would have just looked like military school scaling, which maybe is a little bit odd. In the current meta, most people don't want to open military school massing. It's not that good. The military schools that passively produce units, of course. But in this situation, it kind of masked the play. So Marine Lord going in for a second town center scale his economy. Some villages are going to get sniped out, but Louis MT is not going to stop here. I mean, he's already a little bit unhinged with this. Archers opening from Malians is a rarity. They typically go javelins just because it's overall a better unit to scale in the feudal age. And does counter out archer massing on the other side. The good thing about this for Louis is it means he's put less resources into his range composition. Archers cost 66% of what javelins do, which gives him more economy to work with to go elsewhere, whether it's blobbing more troops or going into rams, whatever you choose, really. Oh, wait, is there a window overlapping? Oh, thank you. You are right. That was me checking on the YouTube. Did he go for a mill? Well, he got the mill for the Madrissa, right? So yeah, nicely played. That's another nice thing. Because the Madrissa is a mill, that allows you to get survival techniques without having to waste 50 wood. You love cow booms? What? The only people who love cow booms are Malian players. So like, I've noticed some discussions going on amongst pros currently about like the state of things like pro scouts. And I think like one fair take I really liked is that like the problem with pro scouts is for a lot of civs, it's, you know, too viable or not at all. Not many civs have the flexibility of Malian economy to make them feel balanced, if that makes sense, right? So, like, for example, if you think of all the civs that were doing pro scouts before, the only one that actually kept it as a variable was Malians. Because Malians still had cows in alternative. It's very interesting when you think of, like, the design of Malians, because in some ways, like, in certain metas, it feels very refreshing, balanced, and fits well. But in other metas, it is just oppressively boring to watch people build cow again and again and again and again. Talk about the new meta, etc. after the casted games today. I mean, we've kind of constantly been talking about the meta because we've constantly been casting it, right? But we can talk about like the evolution. Like you can see Pro Scouts is just kind of falling off, right? Like Malians didn't go for it here. Marine Lord even went 2TC, which if you guys remember, just 2 seasons ago was the quickest way to lose a game you could imagine. Even the best TCing civs in the game could not do that. Fulani's going to be coming through for Louis, so tech up, rushed. And that means you can get to quality. One tricky thing here, though, is you're probably not thinking about Sofa. Sofa's awkward because if your opponent does now kind of semi-mirror, like follow you up a minute and a half later, he's going to have access to Janissaries, and Janis are designed to count Sofa. Now, if he feels like his archer count is big enough, he could just lean into that regardless, right? Like, if you have enough archers, the Janissary count can't scale. But my concern there is, like, you can't afford to really overblob archers currently with 10 idea. But if they do that, it should be a temporary solution. Like, they should just add new food types and then return Pro Scouts to Feudal afterwards. But anyway, we'll save that for a game when it comes out. It's interesting we talked about it because, like, Malians is definitely the correct civ to talk about it with due to them having more variants than any other previous Pro Scouting civ. Marine Lord for now is just looking to pressure in. So he's punishing Louis MT for this tech up, which makes sense. Takes out the pit mine and housing. Really frustrating for Louis. Not able to contest that because the archer count is already too high. Marine Lord is going to get ready for the tech up behind. We should be looking at Mehmed Imperial Armory. No matter what happens in the meta, apparently no one is on board with the idea of learning more skills. So it's always the free siege. And it will be no different here for the Frenchmen. Scouts don't auto bring deer. Okay, so Scouts not auto bringing deer wasn't the problem, really. Like people just kind of forgot that it was good. It's convenient and easier, but like pros would still use it, right? Like all you do is you alienate the casuals. This goes back to the idea like there was a debate a long time ago about whether auto queue should be added to AoE 4, and there's a lot of riot, mainly from like the very very high level players, because of expression of skills, etc., etc. But like, you know, when you're weighing up these type of design choices, quality of life, you've got to decide, okay, like, is it tedious to have to do these things? If the tedium outweighs the skill expression, then it's not worth keeping. I'm trying to think of examples we had that with these two civs in the past, right? Like, haha, Ottoman late game. Is it not tedious to try and headbutt Sipahi Janissary? Yes, the answer is always yes. There's no offense. Well, at least it's not Janissary yet. The interesting thing is like Marine Lord, yeah, he's going to switch to it now, but it's definitely worth upgrading the archers because these archers from Malians will counterplay Jannies. Remember, they get bonus double damage, in fact, against gunpowder units. I think the goal for Marine Lord now, win condition, is just to suck up all the relics. He's already on his way to 2. A very good time here. And then just hunker down for the tech up. The crazy thing here, by the way, is his counteroffensive, where he was in feudal attacking to Louis' base, bought enough time that he could go for these relics to generate additional gold. It's really smartly played by him. Louis now going to start moving in to knock out the TC. It is a 4 town center. You run this risk with your placement, but like overall, Louis MT, his army's not really big enough to stand here long enough. And you're already seeing the disadvantage he has here. Yeah, it's the attack speed. Not just that. It's the tech. He's behind on damage and will be remaining that way. Marine Lord maintains the +1 lead. Has to be respectful of the sofa. He's got a few Janissaries, but they haven't really shown up. There's only one gunpowder boy in there right now. And he is going to be sacrificed pretty quickly. Yeah, get sniped straight away by the archers. Good micro by Louis. But still, we've once again reached this town center. It's not being garrisoned currently. Choke point defense would be interesting here. Sipahi are super effective due to their double overlap, where the second wave can attack as well. And the Janissaries, a little bit too exposed and obvious there, will get sniped immediately. So the anti-cav threat is removed. There's still a handful of cavalry here for the sofa count, so Louis MT with just 5 remaining. But that's going to be good enough to thin the herd, and Marine Lord will be forced off of his second town center. Great dive in here. Wallalow to just at least slow things down, but no doubt about it, Louis MT has found the strike point he needs. He just needs to get more torches out now to punish this town center. Alternatively, he could look towards the siege works, just go into the rams. But crazy enough, he just backs up. Yeah, so Louis not feeling like he actually had a big enough lead off that fight, which is crazy. It looked like his numbers had scaled to a point where he could do damage. And there's the explanation. Okay. Now, this is interesting. I think you should be going extensive fortifications here, right? Because the crossbow emplacements matter a lot against the sofa. He has got a vizier point. He just hasn't spent it yet. No, he went for the healing. He went for the sheep. He done the standard. Healing's going to be nice spread out here as long as you're not losing your units too quickly. And the Sipahi would survive long enough, but the Donzos are still alive. Mango, not really doing enough damage, is going to go down. But compared to last time, Louis' advantage is smaller. Yeah, him backing off may have been the big error of this so far. You could argue maybe he didn't have enough to push through, but coming back so soon after that type of push, I mean, it's the urgency, isn't it? Because he's against 2 town centers, he has to keep pressing. But it gave Marine, and until we see a meta where people go for the Istanbul Imperial Palace, the one that gives you extra vizier points, it's very unlikely to change. Because on the west side, did at least get found out. Louis MT, understand that Marine Lord's comp actually does demand quite a lot of gold. Remember, he does not have the Advanced Academy, so these Janissaries, he's paying for them directly out of pocket. 100 gold each. Does mean he's at least more food lean. which he needs to be. Remember, Ottomans, Malians, like both of these civs actually can't eat the boars, so that's an irrelevant factor. Means the food supplies are a lot more limited than civs such as Rus, for example. The supply count is actually concerning. Louis going to want to be a little bit careful. Luckily for him, Marine Lord actually hasn't switched over to Springolds. Springolds rocks pretty hard here, folks, against Maston Zone. He's a little bit risky against the archers, but if you think about this combo, you've got big horsemen, and a Springald is just a big archer. It is the perfect comp to try and hold. The only weakness, and I think maybe is why Marine Lord is reluctant to go towards it, is that you're very immobile. He's getting mango, so you could argue he's already immobile. I think maybe for Marine Lord, the bigger goal is like a scale point, but even if you're thinking about mangoes as a scaling unit, it doesn't really get much value there either. Remember, with the mango play, like, when you go into Imperial, you're not going to build mangoes. You're going to build great bombards. They're just the better all-rounder, right? So the only thing I can think here is that Marine Lord's paranoia is the archer count is obviously so high he has to answer it, but even more on top of that, if he goes Springolds, those archers are just going to kill him straight away. So that's why we're not seeing what feels like the obvious siege weapon for the Ottomans. He'll get flooded. It's a great game sense just to not take the bait. I mean, when walls go up like this and you don't see where the villagers are, they could come in behind you and wall you in. More villagers could be pulled as well, and then you're just stuck without flexibility to how you escape. A little bit of cheeky micro there. Marine Lord actually jumps on in with the fortitude, so would take more damage if struck back, but understands that the sofas will not do so. Still, LMT's done a damn good job here. Just getting the one-up on the age up. Right, like not really something you'd expect here. Out of these two, you definitely think that you'd be looking at the Ottomans trying to escape to the Fort Phage first. But like this is the trade-off. Louis understood, you know, I'm up against 2 TC. If I do just try to play the long castle now, like the last 2 dives didn't come out how I was assuming. So I had to play for the later phase. And he's buying the necessary time here. He's backing up. He's waiting for those elite decks. Marine Lord is struggling with a dive here. It's just tricky to get in, and he knows that there's going to be cannon placements coming through soon. He needs to be fast about whatever he's going to do. Janissary count is also starting to look more healthy. Marine Lord did go in for the Advanced Academy, of course. Yeah, so he's getting the passive production of Janissaries, no longer just burning for his gold. Even though he's got plenty to work with the 4 relics that he garrisoned. Not to mention the fact that he could look to stake a claim on the central gold vein in the coming minutes. Digging out those veins. Marine Lord is going to kindly invite himself into the house. Maybe stay for dinner. Mangoes. Whoa! They want to be first to be seated. Be first to be out on their ass. One of them gets sniped straight away. Louis MT does have the upgrades necessary to try and brute force this fight, but the thing that's got me hesitant, of course, is going to be those mangoes. Not to mention those Sipahi. I mean, even though you've got these elite Donzos, you have to remember that, you know, double the Sipahi count can attack compared to the Donzo. Yes, you've got the hybrid attack, but you're talking about very chunky, light cav, right? 185 health doesn't really make them sound quite light. I hate to fat shame them, but this sounds like the horse that's been eating all of the seed. Marine Lord continues to push. He's actually not far off of the Fulani, which at this stage is pretty much all of Louis MT's income. He has this plus 1 villager working on deer. Yeah, oh, he forgot to ungarrison, so less food than he actually should have at this stage. Yeah, he's just fully focused on this dive. Marine Lord, quite relentless. You'd think he'd go for a tech buy now, but something we've been seeing more and more in recent times has been this elongated age behind, right? Like, if you're behind on age, you need to find value. You need to punish your opponent for teching up. It starts to look like a sunken cost fallacy the longer you watch someone do this, but I've watched players refuse to tech up for 10 minutes straight, and it win them games because of it. It's actually surprising just how much value you get out of that just added pressure wave instead of just following suit. After all, we are talking about a pretty lofty sum, right? 3,600 resources. You know, that would be, well, about 15 knights, for example. Imagine what you could do with 15 knights. With my micro, eat spears. Maybe I'm selling myself short. Oh, God, I should time you out for that, but that was brilliant. Hell of a battle of furniture, sofa versus Ottomans. All right, take a seat, mate. I'm going to let you stay. Well, that joke wasn't just bad. That was great bombard levels of bad. So we do have the Vizier point. Interesting that he opted for it, and it just shows you how kind of womp some of these other options are. Like the Kinji not coming out over a 1-free bombard doesn't set himself up for trade bags though, which is a little bit surprising. You know, you're in a game against Louis MT. You know this player loves late game. You are in the late game. Gold is going to be a finite resource. You're on a Civ that needs a lot of it because of the Great Bombard and the Janissary spam. It's very rare we see trade bags, but would have definitely been nice to have just had that as an ace up your sleeve potentially. I don't know, like I'm never really sold by this one Great Bombard. I think from Marinolo's position, he was that freaked out that he was just going to get rolled over. So he wanted all hands on deck. It's gold desperation. LuMT's just trying to starve him out. Marine Lord, he's got the 3.2k gold on the back, but remember, he just went into Imperial. He needs a lot of gold. He's got the elites queued up right now, but after that, you're going to want to consider university techs, which are not cheap. Chases on into the second TC. Farm count is looking good now for Marine. He's up to 52. Yeah, and once again, look at the kind of genius of where he's placed them, right? It's all been front side, bar 1 or 2 scourings, just because he needs to be in this one central area. What Marine done is he adjusted his build placement to the game state. The game state sacred site locked in. Castle's going to start getting sieged. We do have the army tactics on the way, but LuMT still needs some time. Not sure if he wants to fight just yet. They're both at 200 pop, which means this is better for Marine Lord if he can start scaling into like a little bit more quality, because LuMT isn't really feeling quality. So if Marine Lord can get like more Sipahi, you know, more Janissary, feels a little bit better. But for the time being, LuMT definitely an edge. Another important thing is because they're 200, it means that LuMT is starting to build reserves, even with less economy. Mango Smush is going to get rid of a lot of it, though. What just happened to this army? Oh, my God. Flop's about 40 dead like that. Louis had, like, what, a 30 military lead? Not anymore, he doesn't. Let the push continue. Banker repairs is not going to be your saving grace on that castle at this rate. The Quadra, 5 mangoes, and 5 mangoes just chilling here. Are going to have to back up courtesy of the castle. But that wallop, man, that was ridiculous. And keep in mind, this is without adjustable crossbars, right? That is just raw scaling of mangoes. Great Bombard's going to keep sieging in. Very hard for the castle to kill here. You just see how many shots it's going to take. But the assistance is going to come through. But the villager, it's not going to be good enough. The Bombard, wait, the Bombard? He cancelled the shot. Oh my God, he pulled away. Fractional difference there. Would have lost the Great Bombard otherwise. So we'll be able to repair it up, can keep the pressure up. Important as well, considering that Marine Lord has not toggled the Imperial Armory over at all. It's still building additional mangoes. Is he actually made ridiculous? Looks like a good fight here, as long as he dodges the mango shots. Triple Bombard should be enough to threaten. Yep, there is no siege works. Louis MT has got it on his way, but Marine Lord still lacks it due to a raw lack of gold. Yeah, this is brutal. He gets caught in the flank as well, so Pahi will at least shut that down, but the idle time is felt here. You can see it in his reserves. Marine Lord just kind of stuck on food and wood units. More out of a necessity than a choice at this stage. Louis, well, he saw those mango smushes, and he said, you know, these look pretty good. I'm going to mirror it myself. So we do have adjustable crossbars now locked in for Louis MT. That's going to buff up his mangoes in the Imperial, remember. Allow him to just burst down any target. And what's up, ZB0T? I see you the sub, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Osman can get a Vizier point that allowed to build one more landmark from same age. What are you on about? No? Oh, you think they should introduce one that lets you basically be pseudo-China? That... I don't like that. The problem with that idea is, like, Ottomans are still fine in late game. Ottomans are still really good in late game. And what you're suggesting is just a buff to late game. Louis? He's in a little bit of trouble here. Marine Lord, he snuck in with a Sipahi. He's murdering the cows as well. Being optimal about it. He's still at the Fortitude, chose not to activate it. Doesn't want to just melt to the Donzos. Great strike in here. Shuts down half the cattle value. Maybe thinks about hanging around for more. Instead, just going to keep riding by. And that means all of a sudden... Wait, what? I was about to say, all of a sudden, Louis MT's unprotected on the front side, but we've got classic Louis MT shenanigans. Yeah, this is a familiar sight, and I don't know if it's a good thing that it is. He's up to his old treatments here, the walls. Honestly, I don't think anyone in Age of Empires 4 walls quite like Louis MT. This man is a breed all onto his own. I mean, it is a marvel and a spectacle to witness, that's for sure. And remember, the goal with this, like, you just keep walling as you go. You create, like, entrenchments upon entrenchments. Marine Lord, smart to start moving up now. You don't want this to scale. You want to shut it down before it can. It's going to be a little poke at the backside, but I believe... Wait, there's a gap there. I mean, in fairness, it's a tiny gap, and you waste so long running around that you just die to do so. And Marine Lord, did he really just aggro this? Oh my god, I can't believe that. He full-on just tried to send it. Big regrets now as he just basically gets wiped on the archers. Louis MT now able to start just moving forward. The town center's already been taken out, remember, so he's already started to affect the farming area here. Unbelievable. I mean, Louis still has an economy issue. That's the big concern I have here is, like, despite the good trades in the fights, Marine Lord has a lot more food to fling at this. It's not just a 400-ish food difference, guys. It's much more than that, because remember, these military schools, they're pumping out Sipahi. It's full breeding season in the horse farm. Every 1 minute, he's getting an extra 120 food. And then times that by, what, 4? 5 at this stage? It should be 5. Yeah, so all of a sudden, you're getting extra 500 food there. When you think about what Fulani provides, it's actually not a bad competitor to it in the hyper late game, once you have got the Istanbul Observatory. Well, now with 2 great bombards. Louis MT, he's got 3 mangonels. He just needs to address the Sipahi more so now. Has got some gunners laid in here. Villagers are also just going to be like cannon fodder to absorb some shots here, even though that's not ideal. At least it means your military stays alive. The great bombards are fully fixated on that castle, trying to bring it down. Are going to have to pull away due to the snipes from the enemy bombards. And this wall just needs to go, man. Like, just kill it. Right now, it's kind of griefing you. He does get the freebie, though. Louis, he chased onto the great bombards looking for that coup de grace, and it costs him dearly as all of them go down. Marine Lord, he's playing him like a fiddle. Man, that was so well played. Louis MT, this wall, it looked like it was going to grief Marine Lord throughout, but somewhere in there, Louis was just caught not looking. Even that, we just truly believed he'd be able to get in and out without losing all that siege. He was dead wrong. Marine Lord is forced on the retreat again, though. No more flank raise, just kind of straight down the center from both. Sofa are going to try to jump in, but the great bombards are quite tanky. Don't get the name great without surviving quite a few hits, but apparently too many hits on that one. Second one to be targeted down, and great snipe there. Louis MT resets the siege. Gives Marine Lord a taste of his own medicine. Even gets an opportunity to keep pushing here. Can he crack this egg? Remember, for Marine Lord, he kind of wants to be in this situation where he's around 180 pop on average. You're playing a Civ that just replicates its losses for free. But the military schools that give you those units for free cannot do so unless you have pop space. So it's important that you're always losing something. Kind of sounds depressing to be a military member of the Ottomans, but yeah, actually it is. Welcome to the sad, sad life of your existence when conscripted. Trip Mango. Might actually beat out the Great Bombard. Does back it off just in time. And the front line is kind of lacking here. Louis MT, I think one of the big errors we're seeing is he's still producing from all the way back home. And you're producing into the enemy population line now, right? So, like, it just gives inherent defenders advantage, which is why we're going to see a forced retreat. Still more presence, more progress earned than before. So it definitely feels like Louis is leaning in the right direction. I think really all he needs now is just to get some forward production. You know, get some Raxes up here, for example. Just get like 5 Spearmen producing Raxes just to get that trash wave that keeps Sipahi back and keeps brute forcing. Because the other thing he's doing I really like, he's got the Musafadi Gunners coming, which is going to be your optimal late game comp. You want to be up to like 30 of these. 30 to 40 is really good. Cool thing is, like, you know, you think about civs, the hyper late game best comp for a long time, for years, was 40 hand cannoneers. You know, if you guys remember in the old days, like, whoever won the race to 40 hand cannoneers won the game. With Malians, I don't think you want to go above 40. 40 is good enough. But the cool thing is, because you have things like the Fulani, you have extra military pot to put elsewhere. So, makes it a lot harder, actually, if you're gunner wave to get. Louis MT, just trying to get the lay of the lands and also draw attention. Marine Lord's not going to take the bait too heavily. Just sends a group of Sipahi, pulls the rest of the troops to the east side. He has locked in more gold. Reminder that Marine Lord has been struggling with gold. That's right, he's been stuck in silver. No, so if it wasn't for the relics, I think Marine Lord would probably have died by now. The 4 relics have gone a really long way in this game when you remember he's had them for like, what, 25 minutes at this stage? You know, let's be generous in a like reserved way and say it's 20 minutes. You have 4 relics for 20 minutes. It's 160 resources per minute. That's 3,200 gold across that span of time. So that's a small gold vein. Well, not even small, sorry, standard size gold vein in that time extra that he's had. Sipahi are taking a long time to kill these Sofa, by the way. But this is the issue. You know, unless you have walls, Janissaries aren't going to be able to get there in time. Now, we do have walls, but they are the pitiful ones. Marine Lord hasn't tried to set up for the hyper late. Yeah, stone walls just feels very hard to justify, especially on maps like Dry Arabia in the current meta. You know, once you're in Imperial Age, you know, you're just inviting your stone to be crumbled by a cannon. And this matchup, like as we've seen for both sides, it is about who can get more cannons. Question is, guys, what's the highest count of cannons we're going to have in this game? Because so far, I believe it was 3 bombards? 2 great bombards, right? I don't think we've had more. It's a bit of a weird one as well for Louis, because actually, like, in some ways, it's better to just scale additional mangoes and try and get in range of the great bombard, as it does have a very slow redeploy. And, well, I asked for stone walls, and apparently, it's being obliged here. Yeah, just on the east side for the time being. And we are deep into the game, though. 38 minutes, approaching 40. You're seeing the desperation for wood. Like, this is a very interesting spawn for a game where they've been trying to play long. If you look at the map, you can see what's happened here is, like, all the wood has been kind of pushed into the center. I love this. This is fantastic, right? Because, like, if this was a more defensive spawn where you get the tree lines in the corner, you're like, oh, yeah, this will be an hour-and-a-half game. It's very hard to imagine we crack past an hour in this type of game, even with like a stalemate late, just because of lack of wood is going to become the biggest problem. Mangoes. I'm going to have to retreat because this is not a reliable hold for Louis MT right now, and he knows it. Let's pull the villagers across. He's going to try to provide support fire now. Rightly should be. That's a little bit overkill for 3-4 archers there. Maybe just spread out this archer counter a little bit. Instead, he just keeps A-clicking his mangoes onto individual targets. Very unusual for Louis. Kind of a bit of a weak micro play for a player who's renowned for actually being on point with his micro. Marine Lord. Oof. How is Louis doing so abysmally on food? Wait, did he? Okay, no, he did fill the gaps. He's only got 9 farms, though. 22 food workers in total. I mean, this is fine, right? Like, you're spending a lot of gold instead of food by going gunners. And you're going siege as well. So, like, he doesn't realistically need that much food income. The gold's probably going to be the more concerning thing as the game goes on. As to whether he can just afford to keep remaxing on gunner plus siege. As when you like compare these two sides, it's very clear who's burning through more gold faster. Also, successfully burning through more structures and villages. Louis, now with the villager lead, by the way. This is a crazy turn of events when you consider where we were at, half a game ago. Was it not like, I want to say 70 eco to like 110? Marine Lord, with the relics, with the passive gen, doesn't really need as much villager count in reserve. Even more so if he's not planned to play into heavy Sipahi. When you go full spam Sipahi, that's where you just see your food evaporate. So you need just so many workers. But here, he's leaning full infantry. I'm just not sure if I'd say that's a good thing. This feels more desperation than good. Castle is going to get dropped. Bombards, they can try to snipe out the Great Bombard. Going to take 2 rounds of shots here. Great Bombard. Oh my, the siege stack. Pulls it back before a second shot can come out. Same goes the other way though. Flash, definitely favoring Marine Lord. Overwhelming defense here. This count looking so good. And Louis may be at risk of having too much siege here. 27 military pop into siege, which means, with the current scale of things, that's over a quarter of his possible population for military going into something that's got a lot of firepower, but not a lot of defense. Still got these little raids on the back from Louis. Marine Lord, it's not really doing enough damage for him to go super paranoid about it. Louis almost tapped the gold on the front side dry. But still, once again, like the way that Marine Lord has played this, he's just not... He's not draining his own resources that fast when you think about it. No, you wouldn't really believe... Like, if I said we're in a 45-minute game with an Omen player, you wouldn't believe me if I said that he's had 2.5 gold veins. He had the starting gold vein right and the one to the west, I believe. I think that was it. And when you consider the amount of Janissaries and Great Bombards he's been pumping, but this just shows you the power, really, of the passive generation of units. Because the Janissaries, like, I wonder what the count has been at the end of this game, how many have been built. But in terms of how many have been built for free, I'd put it at like 80%, 85%. So let's say, in that case, he built 100 Janissaries. Let's keep it simple. 100 Janissaries. That means 85 of those Janissaries didn't cost him any gold. That saves him 8,500 gold. That's freaking ludicrous. Now that, ladies and gents, is almonds. Louis still just trying to play for the siege war to win, but Marine Lord is now leaning more into it. We saw active production of Great Bombards. He's now up to 5. Not just that, this is where the Janissary comp starts to make more sense. Yes, you've now got counter archer play coming your way, but the cool thing about the Janissaries is they are a repair crew for the Great Bombards. At this stage, kind of pulling villages feels like a no-no. You need to keep them gathering to reproduce the army losses. So allowing the military to just do it for you gives you a lot more push power, whereas Louis MT always needs to kind of be fighting around where a resource is, so he has villages to repair all that siege. Great Bombards are starting to be pressured a bit. Does bait the Donzos forward. Actually kind of perfect here. On the Great Bombards is about to get sniped down though. Looks like Marine Lord isn't pulling it away. He just goes for the trade out. Louis, he's too clustered. It's a traffic jam. Oh no, a disastrous traffic jam. That tree line griefed him fully. Marine Lord pulled back to force them to just hug each other on the edge. I guess a remarkably good trade there. I think like what Louis had was it almost double the military pop into siege. A few Great Bombards have been lost at least, but Marine Lord able to now start pushing into the gold again. The gold vein is just going to be gone entirely. A bloody good hold by Marine Lord. A reminder to Louis MC that he needs to be paying attention to where these siege weapons deploy. Great Bombards. In on it again. The castle almost dead already. At this point, though, Louis is like, it's kind of a shrug. It's no resource gain in this area, but The negative now is, like, it's proof that Marine Lord can start pushing out. Before now, Marine Lord has always been stuck here. Never really been able to go beyond it. An army this big, this healthy. I think it's time for the full divide push. Does have the attack speed buffer as well. Just a lot more DPS coming out from his army in general. Louis going pretty heavy-handed now to the Mangoes. Soon up to 8. And villagers, they're going to be in trouble. They get found on the tree line. Not just them, but look at the extra workers in the area here. Louis, this is a third of his economy. Pulls the second wave of them away, but you just look at the body count. Neck and neck on villagers now. Military lead still remains from Marine Lord, though. Gotta be careful with the staggered formation as it is allowing the Sofas to just run in onto the Great Bombards. Marine Lord, I think he was looking for a rotation onto the Mangoes, but with the Spearman there, no movement speed, so it does get forced back. This game just feels so back and forth. The tug-of-war never ending, really, between the two. And Marine Lord... Maybe starting to regret that Great Bombard point. We talked about the idea of trade bags down the line. Well, we are down the line, okay? And to have to go trade now and to have missed out on a 40% buffer is absurd and painful. They're going to be kicking himself a little bit about that. Louis, however, has not gone for trade. He has a big edge now. If he can win a siege trade out in the next fight, Marine Lord will be in the middle of a trade transition. While Louis MT will still have over 4,000 gold in reserve to work with. A reminder, even though Marine Lord has got 4 relics, Louis MT has got all the passive gen from pit mines. Man, he's been putting to good work. He's already back up to 10 siege weapons. Still, the hilarious part to me is, like, after that type of fight that we saw here previously, Louis MT's instinct is to still push into that exact same location where he lost all that siege. Because, you know, like, lightning doesn't strike twice, right? You know, if I stick my hand in a toaster and it burns, and I take it out, if I stick my hand in a toaster again, does it burn? If I lick an iron that's on and it burns my tongue, and then I wait 5 seconds, I lick it again, does it burn? Yeah, it burns. Guys, the only reason it wouldn't burn still is if you've lost all nerve endings in your hand and tongue. Please stop sticking your hands in toasters and your tongues on irons that are heated. In fact, just don't stick your tongue on irons ever. Thank you. Look at this siege line. He's genuinely just committing to this tree line again. I mean, in some ways, it's advantageous. Your opponent can't see the initial shots. But very dangerous as well. Who knows? At this rate, this tree line might not be here very long. Louis MT is hungry for the wood. Chinese woodpecker, if you will. And he's still got a decent amount of wood. And nah, I guess not. It's like half tree line, straggler trees. So he does have to play into this area. By the way, like, I get a bit concerned if this is going to be the norm, because we're almost an hour in to game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Grand Finals are best of 9s. This could be a 9-hour series. Oh, God. I mean, that sounds like music to Louis MT's ears. And neither player would get weaker. Like, they actually kind of play on the same... Actually, not the same time zones. It's just Louis MT has got the energy of a child pumped up on 5 cans of Red Bull a day. He will start playing around like Dumu time and even come into practice around Marine Lord time. And Marine Lord time, for those that are wondering, is midnight for Europeans. Yeah, guy just sits down for a power nap for an hour or 2 and comes back at it. Spy Flood is real though. Marine Lord, where did this come from? 45? Donzo Khan is not really looking impressive against this. The Mangoes are going to take ages to kill him as well. He's breaking him. Oh my god, Marine Lord. What a timing here. Siege is starting to move in. Great Bombards to siege onto the castle. He's going to retreat with the spy line for now. He's already got another 15 in queue though. Louis, he's going to try to return to Sofa. But your opponent already has Janissaries. And you see the hesitation now for Louis. Like, this Horseman comp is big enough to run through and just disintegrate all siege. You have to be very careful about where you take the next fight. Once you have some great bombards, it's usually over. You need to make a huge mistake. Yeah, just build ciphers. Nice strike here. Oh my. Look at Louis' worker count. Guys, he's not going into more workers. He's going into more army. It's in some ways, yes. But like, here's the problem, guys. The quality of the army. For Louis, it's just the siege. Really just the siege. If he fails to hold the right position and loses that siege ball, his army is not worth the loss of workers. Marine Lord, on the other hand, great bombards, the Janissaries, the Sipahi, these all sound like things that are worth their own weight in the late game. I wonder if Marine Lord just says to hell with it and goes looking for the economy. Because LUMT is backed up quite a lot. Apparently, he says to hell with it, and A clicks into the army. Sipahi dive in. Great bombards are going to have to retreat. Marine Lord, I think he just realized how little economy LUMT must have. Like, this army is huge. Does touch snipe out the mangoes. Sipahi are flooding through. He's got a secondary contingent on the way. Because the cavalry, they should arrive quick enough here. The great bombards are just going to completely forfeit the fight. So it gets them out of the chaos. But the bombards... No, Louis, not again! Not again! It's happening again! The siege pulls forward, chasing the great bombards, and the Sipahi are breaking him! Mango's overextended. LUMT needs to get out of here fast, but it's not going to be quick enough at this rate. He's resorted to warrior scouts, feudal warrior scouts, to try and have something in the way. It's not working. More siege fallen. It's just crumbling before his very eyes. LUMT loses it all. I mean, he's still got 6,000 gold in reserve, but the wood may be a little bit more challenging for a guy who's been spamming Donzos on a map that is fast running out of wood options. It's not going to be gold that kills the Malians. It'll be the lack of anything to throw through that wood chipper. And indeed, we are looking to cast through the entire series here. Especially if it's going to deliver epic games like G1. Oh my goodness. LUMT now just rescaling into the gunners, which makes sense. We said he has gold, not wood. Gunners going to be food and gold. So if you can rebalance to just leverage your 5,000 gold reserve, makes a lot of sense. He has been gathering stone here and did just see the markets, but no. No. These are Sipahi. Only a few is all it's going to take to run these people all the way to the afterlife. Does get bogged down on the backwards ones, though, so maybe LUMT gets away with this. Kind of crazy as well, actually. Like, Marine Lord, I think if he gets in front of those workers, more than half of what remains is dead. Let's be real, what remains is not much. Louis is now down to 58 workers. His military count is abysmal. He couldn't afford the losses he took in that last engagement. Remember what we said about Louis' strategy here? He built up reserves. He was 200 pop. He can afford some losses and keep scaling, but he can't afford an army wipe. Losing the siege was essentially an army wipe. Even if the rest of the bio had gotten away. It's enough to burn your economy, and you're already seeing it. LUMT is looking flaky. And I don't know how he's meant to hold on much longer. Great bombards, just trading out. Bombards not able to actually kill them fast enough, so the Ottoman cannons just don't care. At this stage, Marine Lord is just kind of in an A-click motion with a lot of his army. He's going to temporarily retreat with the Great Bombards again, but the Sipahi are into the base. Not going to find any workers on the gold, but they can find the back farms easy enough. And at this stage, LUMT is overextended. This is it. You can feel it. Marine Lord just has momentum on his side. But what an effort it took. LUMT desperately trying to contest the ridiculous Ottoman powerhouse in the late game, unable to do so, and takes an early lead in this best of 9. The question now is whether Louis can get it on track and pull it back. Good Lord. What an exhausting game number 1. So Ottomans versus Malians. Be a right side win. Mr. M Lord. Let's see. So game number 2, we're going to be heading into Relic River for Japanese versus Order of the Dragon. A sub is 10 USD in Switzerland. Yeah, but like everything is over double the price in Switzerland, right? So it's like, are we really surprised? Are we like really, really surprised? YouTube Premium is $22. The price of hosting is... What do you mean this hosting is the same? Huh? Rogan? Alright, anyway, let's get ready to roll with game number 2. Are you unspoilers? I feel that must be close to impossible in your position. I've tried to avoid spoilers as much as possible. So, like, I haven't looked at the individual games at all. Sorry, I just got a meeting with someone later today. They're just confirming. All right, so let's get ready to go. I'm starting to feel like this could end up being the greatest grand finals we'll ever see. We'll just have to see if they can get it back on track and deliver that. Seriously, though, these two equally matched after what I just saw in game number 1. This truly could promise to be the best grand finals we've had in Age of Empires 4 so far. Let's see if the boys can continue to deliver as we hop into just game number 2, and I'm already saying this. Marine Lord with the early lead. Order of the Dragon onto Relic River. Louis MT will respond with Japanese. An incredibly comfortable pick for a player of this caliber. I mean, Louis is a bit of an unorthodox one, right? Like, he's the type of player who really likes to play into things such as the Japanese, Ottomans. They've really been his kind of lead civs, his signature ones for a while now. Marine Lord a little bit more orderly, which like why I guess we have the Order of the Dragon. Not your usual pick, mind you. Curious as to what the thought process is. Maybe it's just because he's got an early lead in the draft. He wants to kind of take something that isn't too painful to lose with, right? It kind of like thins out your opponent's civ pool a little bit while still having a sturdy pick. Louis MT, he's going to go for that opening onto the pawn. We'll use the 2x speed just for the early game. In fact, even 4x, just to setting up fishing. And why wasn't I casting yesterday? So originally I was invited to do Saturday, but my partner was gonna, like, I basically got her a present that was going to happen on Saturday, so I couldn't cast Saturday. So yeah, and then on Sunday, like, I wasn't invited for that one, so I done some Mechabellum casting instead. And then it led into this, which is quite nice. Just a nice recap for a lot of people who probably didn't catch this series live. So we'll switch off the 4x around 5 or 6 minutes. It's going to be Mindwork build come from Marine Lord. So I'm wondering if we're looking at like maybe a standard kind of Gilded Men-at-Arms rush. No, it's going to be stables. Yeah, I think most people have maybe just given up on these Men-at-Arms rushes we used to see a lot of. They do feel very cheesy, and I feel like players have figured them out for the most. And even more so, trying to rush Men-at-Arms into this dock where you could have War Junks coming out against you is going to feel pretty rough. Horseman, at least you can then pivot if it doesn't work and go elsewhere. But for the time being, we have got him just sieging into this. Kurostrav soon to complete. Gilded Archers added in as well, so Marine Lord wants this gone. Interesting. We'll go down to the 1x speed now. I didn't think he tried to leverage it this hard. But it makes sense. You know, the fishing economy is ridiculous on this map. Remember, on Relic River, this bottom side has got 6 fishing spots. So this is a secondary expansion point for eco. It lasts very, very long. You know, if you think about like other comparative maps, none of them have the fishing last that long on one source. You know, there are maps like Dry River, which we could see later on in the series, where there is in total 30 fish, but that's split across 6 different destinations. You can't use the same fishing boats in all of them. Wow, looks like Louis isn't going to even try to contest this. He's just rushing castle. I think that's actually quite smart. And this is really because of what Marine Lord done. Like, if Marine Lord had gone something else, like even Men at Arms, maybe you can get away with Yumi because you can kite them and slowly kill them. But against Gilded Horsemen, like, that's a death sentence for Yumi. Yumi are just going to get 2 hit, I believe it is. Actually, no, it's 65 health, right? So you end up with a 3 hit barely. But with a Gilded Archer layer, it's just not worth contesting. So Lumium T instead is going to be looking towards the masterful horseback samurai here. Fishing boats are going to get cleared up, so there'll be no chance to kind of re-secure and come back to this. Quite rightly so. I mean, you can't really allow it. Wait, has it got one of those? Oh, dude, I want to see. I've heard apparently there's some spawns sometimes where you can go up the cliff for whatever reason. We don't get to find out in this one, though. What's up, bonkers? Thank you, Mike. Wait, didn't you just say it cost you $10? I appreciate what you're saying, though. Thank you very much. Welcome to Swarm. Reminder people, always get those subs in. It supports the channel. Allows us to create and cover content like this. I wonder, could he actually just break the gold here? It's tricky to dive for this long, though, right? Like, he's going to get in there, maybe find a few worker kills, but ideally, you just need to try and find something else. I don't know if you can stay here forever. I mean, as I say that, like, legitimately, these horsemen with 250 HP are just not dying. Yeah, Louis, he never got Steeled Arrow. The Floating Gate is incomplete. Marine Lord has completely idled him out. Oh my god. No villagers are going to be safe, bar the, what, 24? 24. He'll be reduced down to 24 by the end of this, or close to. Horseman, they're actually going to stab him for one more bout. Not able to find it. Louis MT. He done his best to minimize. I mean, this is the thing as well, right? This is probably one of the best players at micro-dodging via TC garrisons. And even he could not stop that. Phenomenal work by Marine Lord. Gets him a decent position now, equalizing on the villager count, which, remember, is very good considering Order of the Dragon villagers produce slower. He's still an age behind, though, and, you know, we have to read this for what it is. It was a very big army to throw away. It was like, what, 5 horsemen? That comes out to over 1,000 resources. Then they had the double Gilded Archer. That's another, like, 320 between them. So he lost a lot. He basically lost the entire value of going Castle Age doing that dive. The jump complete. It's going to be a play into stables plus archery range. Nothing unexpected here. A little bit dangerous because if Marine Lord kind of plays you out in the feudal age a bit here and then goes castle, he's going to be able to upgrade his Gilded Archers with scale armor, which means Yumi do nothing. Then again, there is a question on whether you want to stick with Gilded Archers once he goes castle, considering it's mounted samurai. Louis now has to deal with the ram as well. You'd think Marine Lord would just go back and tech off of that, but he's not happy with the results, no. He dives on in. Has got the Gilded Spearman inside the ram. He's going to start committing the torches. A little bit questionable. Marine Lord, what was that pathing? Yeah, he just got griefed pretty hard. He blocked his ram, and thus he didn't get any strikes in. At least he realized early enough. I mean, that could have been disastrous. If he stayed there, I think he loses too many troops, and then we're just looking at a roll over and die type moment. Even though Louis lost the docks and fishing boats, was it worth it? I mean, Marine Lord got great trades there, right? Like, the fishing boats were worth 4 the kills, then he got 4 in the dive and the full idle time. I think the issue is Marine Lord maybe just overstayed his welcome for the final kills. Wasn't really worth it. Could have maybe got out with like 3 horsemen plus an archer and kept pressure up on the gold. Because like gold is really how Louis secures it, right? Like once he techs up, he's not safe. He needs a lot of gold gathering for the Mounted Samurai. Marine Lord now is going to be steering away towards the farmhouses. So just looking to pop block a little. Yeah, I've got relics being picked up now by Louis. Marine Lord, you know, I think this is a consolation prize, really. The ram on the farmhouses is not the big value you're looking for. No, he just backed away. He said to hell with it. He's going to go for the age up now, but all things said and done, Williams, he's really not in that bad a position. Especially when you remember, like, was actually 4 or 5 fishing boats. It might even been 5. The other time was definitely painful, but it's a temporary pain. And we did mention that Marine Lord sacked the cost of an age up in terms of units on that dive. Spearmen are going to be pulling back home, but they're going to need to rush here. Mount Samurai are on approach. Remember, the Gilded Spearmen are actually pretty good at dealing with Mount Samurai, but they need to have multiples. One Gilded Spearman is going to have a hard time against Mount Samurai, not just because of the raw math logic. Deflective armor actually makes it 10 times worse for Gilded compared to Standard. Because you have to spend double to get one, but deflective armor deflects one shot no matter how high the damage is. You see why Gilded actually hate Mount Samurai more. Yeah, it just feels like you're getting countered pretty hard on the initial strike. In a situation where, you know, if you think of almost any other sim in the game, Gilded Spearmen are smiling. For good reason. Look at the damage. They do 52 per strike. And Burgrave was pulled back. Marine Lord a bit too ambitious originally, but Tech Up is going to complete. He'll find his way into the next stage. Louis MT. Well, he has got a decent comp scaling, but he needs to get more Yumi currently. It's always delicate when you're up against Order of the Dragon. We mentioned how they can scale archers, and those archers have a lot of armor, or they go for good crossbowmen, which have more range than you, or they just go for the chunky boys who just don't die. Like, really, the only reason why Louis wants archers is spears. And I think it's why he hasn't really been rushing into veterancy on Yumi, because, like, if anything else had come out, you just feel like you wasted effort and resources. Still, Louis is doing a good job on these relics. 2's home already. Could easily see it being 4. And he's got a lot of runway now because Marine Lord went Burgrave. You don't typically just open a monastery in a rush. A lot of players instead will just try to scale their army first before going for the monks. Yeah, it's very weird actually. Like for a variant civ, Order of the Dragon is insanely different to HRE when it comes to the relic priority. I feel like most of the time, like Order of the Dragon, I don't want to say they shrug off the relics. Like, it's still painful to lose them. It's still valuable to get them. But I've seen plenty of games where you can tell by the game strat, the plan wasn't to get your hands on the relics necessarily. Damn, ball secure. This is good. Marine Lord doesn't really want to be going into a farm battle right now. He went for the mine work, so adding in a few is fine, but like, even with Arkan, Order of the Dragon can be a bit weird on farm scaling. Like, technically, they're very, very efficient compared to any other civ in the game when it comes to farm scaling. Because one villager occupies a farm, and your villagers gather 28% quicker on base, right? There's not really any civ that can match that. The only ones that come close is on, like, cost efficiency, and that would be something like, for example, English and Byzantines. Because the thing you have to remember is, like, 28% extra value onto a farm. It's almost like you have to apply 28% discount, if that makes sense, to the cost of the farm. Mainly because, like, you're getting additional value compared to other civs on a per farm basis. Because of just how good these villagers are. No, it is a double-edged sword. Like, you have to make sure you have wheelbarrow, because you really don't want to have your villagers running around too much. Otherwise, you lose that efficiency. But with the 40% increased carry capacity plus wheelbarrow, you do tick the box. Marine Lord's looking tickety-boo to secure these 2 relics. This is pretty cool. He came out here for the food, but realized, okay, I can actually get a rushed monk drop. So he postures the army. It is just spearmen, but it's more than just enough. Like, the problem is, although Yumi are meant to be the counterplay here, it takes so ridiculously long to kill a single spearman in this composition. Yeah, Louis, because he wanted to be heavy on the Mount Samurai, he just lacked the quantity of Yumi to address this. And this is, you know, someone's going to watch this and go, well, I don't get why Louis didn't just build additional Yumi. Like, you knew you were up against Mass Spearman. Why is he throwing the game? Because for all you know, your opponent could have aged up and been happy with 8 Spearmen. And if he was scaling into Crossbowmen instead and you built Yumi, you're going to feel really bad about the fight. If he added in a few Gilded Knights, you're going to feel really bad about the fight. So Lumty's choice to go Mount Samurai isn't bad. It's just logical. You know, could he have been in a better position? Sure. But if you lean into that idea too much, you're acting like that person that rants on about how if they invested in Apple stock in the 80s, they'd be a millionaire. Like, yeah, congrats. But also, there are plenty of stocks around them that if you invested in, you'd also be bankrupt. So you have to weigh the risk association up to the reward. And the ratio was off. LuMT understands that Mount Samurai have a lot more value because even if they're up against Mass Spearmen, you can do things like this. Avoid them, cut the reinforcements, because one big error of Marine Lord's setup now, he's absurdly far away with his economy. Makes it very difficult. You're either protecting the core of your eco or hemorrhaging worker kills in small quantities back at home. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Cost of 4 boats and dock is 450 wood. Collecting a single node of fish is 500. Did he get the single node? I think he did, right? He did. And then some. So, like, it paid for itself. But the thing I'd warn is, like, you should never look at these situations like, oh, man, I went for this eco play. Like, I built... Okay, like this. I went for a TC play. And the TC cost 750. And I built 10 villages. I lost 10 villages, I lost the TC. But I gained, like, 1,600 food. Was it worth it? Arguably, no. So, not even arguably, quite obviously, no. Because the thing you have to keep in mind is, you know, sometimes when you play RTSs, you have to think a little bit like a shark from Shark Tank. You're not going to invest your money to make, you know, a 5 or 10% return. You know, if you're going to invest your money, you want to see like a 30%, a 40%, 50% return at least. So it's always that idea that if, you know, you put all this resource into fishing, what did you get out of it? If you got what you put in, that's a bad deal, right? You could have put those resources elsewhere where they could have made you more money more easily. So back to like the fishing opening, the thing that would have been more value to LuMT was the idea that Marine Lord reacted to it, that he built horsemen to counter it. Very expensive horsemen. The problem is the ratio ended up getting warped because of Marine Lord's dive earlier. That's where Louis lost a lot of value in the play. Still, as we highlighted at the time, Marine Lord, what looked like it was going to be a sick dive, didn't actually get that many worker kills, although it looked like he was achieving a lot with the idle time. He didn't have the ability to sustain long enough. Gilded Crossbow count is decent, but I don't think it's good enough. The problem with Gilded Crossbows here, slower attack speed than the Yumi, and you overkill a lot. Yeah, so like for Louis, the answer really is just mass Yumi. He's been given the golden ticket to punch. Like if you just scale Yumi like there's no tomorrow, the Gilded Crossbowman should, in theory anyway, not be able to clear you before you kill spears. And then Mounted Samurai can win the engagement. Because like, although Gilded Crossbowmen are great, they're not so great as countering heavy armor when they don't have anything to protect them from the heavy armor dive. Trip Sacred Site locked in now for Louis. He'd secure 3 relics in the end. Hasn't really added in additional farms, but with level 2 Daimyo, it becomes feasible. And the timing is nice. He's playing out onto the D of the ball, just extending onto the external resources so that he doesn't need to rush that farm timing, remaining much stronger when he pushes towards Marine Lord. Like, he's kind of just trying to force Marine Lord to go for a farm transition full first. Which you can see he's barely committed to. Only about 6 farms so far. We're edging for a clash here. Double Yumi Bannerman is also problematic. There's only one here right now, but if another one arrives and you snipe this guy, you're just going to give a double buff over to the infantry? Actually, no, we talked about this before. Has it been confirmed fixed now or not? We'd need another Bannerman to know for sure. I don't know if someone's tested it in a lobby recently. I wonder actually for Louis... I was about to say Springolds, but Gilded Crossbowmen would snipe them. It's an interesting thought idea, like when you have this many Gilded Spearmen. Spearmen... You know, Gilded ones, it's very hard to justify Springolds because there's like many counterpoints in that there's not as much bulk to the formation, so Springolds don't penetrate enough targets, but like your opponent's at 21 spears. So like Springs technically do work here. Could work quite well. But what works even easier is just taking the tech up. Louis MT, while scaling farms, is getting ready for Imperial. And Marine Lord is getting ready to open a Swiss bank so that he can pay $10 to subscribe to my channel as well. Nice. That's a lot of gold. Mobility better? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. It's like, yes, Yuumi are more mobile than Springles for sure, but like the Mounted Samurai will always be mobile. It's like for Louis, it's not a bad idea to have a immobile comp in the center and then a mobile comp that's tanky, which is what these guys are. So whenever it's raid time, they just go in and kill, and then they come back to the front and they guard the troops. Now the weakness is if Marine Lord reads it and counterplays it, but you have to remember that Marine Lord doesn't have God vision. Okay? I know some of you like to put him on a nice little hill and say he's God, but gods can bleed, and so can you. Yeah, it's like, it's one thing to know that your opponent is unguarded and to counterattack him when you have vision like this, but it's why we've been trying to use more and more of the Fog of War vision as weeks have been going on here, just to kind of really emphasize to people what the state of play is for the player. Tanagashima Gunsmith is going to be coming through though, so Louis MT does pull the trigger. Yeah, it just sends out one Spearman because he's trying to get a feel for like if he should feel threatened. He should. The rough part is because Louis MT's army is fairly sized, I don't know if Marine Lord is reading the tech up play. It's really... This is one of the weird things about Yuumi, by the way. Is like when Gilded first got added to the game, when Order of the Dragon came in, there was this polarizing element of like, okay, I don't... Like, he hasn't committed much army, so he must be teching up. And then you realize, oh wait, no, his army is just that expensive. Yuumi is the polar opposite. Yuumi, remember, only costs 60 resources. So it's like, something to keep in mind is when you're playing a game of AoE 4 against Japanese and they do this strategy, don't misread this as an all-in. Because with the discounted cost compared to standard archers, like remember, they're saving 25% overall. So you're going to be seeing 25% more army. That's the way you have to think about it. Marine Lord. Might be seeing stars if this knockout punch comes in, how I'm assuming it is. Mounted Samurai looking good. We even have Domaru armor now on the way. Reminder, that gives the extra movement speed. Great for rotating. Domaru armor sucks at leaving, because when you're leaving, you've lost deflective on some, and units move at the movement speed of the slowest unit, the fastest. But when you're trying to rotate around the map initially, like watch the difference it makes. You go up to horseman speed. Look at that, 1.79, just like 0.09 behind a horseman. Ninlord is starting to stockpile for his own age up. And when he does, guys, mark my words, the comeback is going to be real. He is going to have gilded black riders everywhere. Oh, they don't get that unit. Oh, well, guys, it was nice knowing you, but I really do like this armor. It's kind of funny to this day that HRE got that and then, like, the Order of the Dragon didn't. But, like, in fairness, I don't mind it because Order of the Dragon already had all these unique units they use in the late game because they're gilded versions. Whereas HRE kind of needed Black Riders because they had no uniqueness to their comp late game. Like, maybe Land Snakes, but that was so rare. Bombard's now arriving. Looks like he wants to crack the outposts. Elsbach is about to complete, but... it's all the way at home, and we also have a leak in a Mounted Samurai onto the farms, which is starting to do chip damage. Marine Lord finally realizes has to pull back. That's going to idle him out, which he can't really afford at this stage in the game. He's getting idled out there, pressured on gold. He doesn't have much gold to work with here, folks. Yeah, this could be a good old dive. Like, Louis, he sees the relic being taken away. Says no. That belongs to me now. Does it belong to you or me? You, me? Or if me is you, and you is me. When in doubt, Ashigaru. That's all I say. Double relic now on the ground. Marine Lord. And props to anyone who got that reference, by the way. I mean, Marine Lord just... he's just going to gradually start losing against bombards at this rate. The bombers, they one-hit these units. Actually, no, sorry, yeah, because Guild has 2 hits, but you got 2 pop in, right? So it kind of balances out, should we say? Like, in some ways, it's worse, because if you're not losing the units straight away, it means you're not replacing them. You're just going to end up eventually getting pop-locked. Good news, at least from Rainlord. We're not at that point yet. It's Mad Samurai. Is he just trying to get rid of the crossbowman or the spearman? Yeah, it definitely feels like he's going after spears intentionally. And Louis... It's crazy when you look at the population. But you have to remember, just these Mad Samurai are so valuable. Not to mention the elite techs. Plus the incendiary. And speaking of elite techs, Reload, he only has the spears upgraded. The crossbows never actually got the treatment. Looks to try and pick up these relics, but it's not going to work. We actually have a yoinking underway, as it looks like Louis is going to turn this into a 5-relic game. And a big thumbs up. Nah, this is it. Marine being cracked right now. Spearman. Not many of them left alive. The Mount Samurai pull back temporarily. The Yumi are now just the frontline unit. Allows them to brute force in. Marine Lord, not much army after this. Food income, not crazy, not out of this world. In fact, he's idled on a bunch of the farms still. Hasn't been reacting to this Mount Samurai. There really is nowhere to run and hide from the Chinese kiddo. No, he's full barreling. Silk bowstrings on the way, so leaning even more into Yumi now. Why not? There's no real army threat left for your opponent. Even if there was, the things he's been building can be beat by mass Ashigaru. Gold Mount Samurai might be the prettiest late game. I don't know. I kind of see... I've seen these guys in, like, red. Red's pretty sick on these guys. Yellow's up there. Green, I think, was kind of surprising as well. Purple looks pretty bad. And is it time for the second one? I think we might have forgotten about it, actually. No. Louis MT's just in a vibe right now, you know? Purple's nice? Nah, dude. Purple's for Byzantines. How dare you? Yeah, red and gold is definitely peak. I think this is the end, folks. Marine Lord. He's just got nothing left. Louis MT. Remarkably well played. Marine Lord, that overzealous dive. Seemingly unraveling the plan and allowing Louis MT to gradually, methodically march his way to a Japanese victory. Okay. The plot thickens. 1-1 apiece with the Japanese versus the OTD pick. That was on Relic River. We'll mark that one in. We'll get ready for the next game. This is finals? This is indeed the finals. One sec, let me check. Meeting up with someone later. They've given me a place. They've pinged. I'm like, where is that? Because I can't remember. Google Maps is not working. That's always helpful. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, later on I'm going to talk to someone who said they might be able to help with finding sponsors for KPMM and whatnot. So, next up, we're going to be going into Enlightened Horizon. And there is not an Ottoman pick available. There is a House of L's, though. Wait, what? Dude, Louis is crazy. He picked French. All right, you guys ready? Hype it up. This man is a psychopath. This is grand finals. Enlightened Horizon for game number 3 between Marino and Louis MT. And look at Louis' pick. Explain it to me. We have got a French pick on a map where it makes no sense. This guy is wild. Okay, so let's hop into this. Gonna get the correct scene up. Louis MT with the French in yellow up against Marine Lord's House of Lancaster. Enlightened Horizon, of course, the map, the one where you spawn with merchant camps out that you want to play onto, which means spearman civs do well. When is French a spearman civ? When there's no gold on the map, I guess? But there's gold on this map. Yeah, so Louis, I think this might just be, dare I say, a throwaway pick? Is he being strategic about this? Because, like, here's the thing, guys. When you look at the draft, I mean, what else would he put here? Knights Templar is the expected outcome, but I think House of Lancaster is meant to be favored there from what I can remember. So it feels like Louis is just trying to throw a curveball and maybe reserve himself. Now, remember, there's an interesting format here as well where, like, if he ends up losing with French, I believe the format that EGC Master Summers has been using is that he can pull it out later on. So the way it works, for those who don't know, like, we changed the drafting format in Pro Scene about a month or two ago, where now most tournaments, what we're doing is instead of redrafting after a certain number of games, the way it works is that after game 6, for example, in a best of 9, you can use civs you lost with. It's a very different style, but pretty cool to see. And I think that style also is going to make more and more sense, right? Like, we've got a second DLC coming in 2025, which is going to add even more civs. At which point, like, you can just basically have people draft additional civs, and then it starts to make sense. Like, I think we had Marine Lord in an interview say that, like, he's not a big fan of the current draft. He thinks it's a little bit silly. But, like, I think it's because it's almost like we've set the foundation ahead of time. When we get additional civs added, I think is where it'll make complete sense. So, Clash is about to come in. And it looks like Louis is trying to contest this, just much easier said than done. Remember, Marine Lord has picked a civ that is actually superior for spear spam in the Dark Age. The reason is that they gather 20% quicker from sheep. So the only real way that Louis would theoretically be able to win this matchup, well, there's two, right? There's completely out micro your opponent, but you're playing against one of the best micros in the game. So that's, you've probably set too high of an expectation there. The alternative would have been to play Deer. But the walk time would have sacrificed probably about 1.5 spearman worth of production, which means that Marine Lord might have walked over and seen it. That's why Louis didn't try to go on Deer, which would have been like the most logical thing to do here to try and win the spear battle. Because right now, you're just losing it slowly. All right. We're going to 2x speed just because, like, at this stage, Louis MT shouldn't really be fighting this. He's just stepping up to see if Marine Lord's still producing. But it's so much worse than that for Louis. Because what Marine Lord's doing is he's now going after the wolves because he has enough spears. Like, this is very snowbally, people have discovered with this map. You almost feel like you have to play Dark Age because of the merchant camps. The double merchant camp is way too good. Like, Louis MT right now, he's 3 villages behind, essentially. Oh, 2 because he's French, right? He produces a bit quicker. Spear spam's going to come in. Louis MT just to pull away. Marine Lord. Going to show a little bit of respect here with the line formation. Re-engage is good. It's going to be a trade out 1-to-1. The dive in. Oh! Okay. Louis MT. No, not like that. Marine Lord, the one spearman hero, brings it about. That was sick, man. Louis MT, he looked so on point there with the 1 HP spearman twice, but Marine Lord, at first when he chased that, the re-engagement with the A-click screwed him. He committed through, very smartly done, gets a double kill. And remember, while this is all happening, the merchant camp is not being decapped. But what has happened is the burning on the wolf den. Yeah, it looks like Louis MT tried to sneak in with a scout too little too late. So Marine Lord now on his way merrily towards feudal. Louis MT, on the other hand, this is rough. So, like, think about the problems of what's now happened. Louis chose to scale into spearman. It didn't work. Some people are going to look at this and go, what do you mean it didn't work, KP? Like, Louis won the fight. He pushed him back. Yeah, it wasn't an overwhelming victory, and he lost the wolf den. So he's just 8 behind, right? The other problem now for Louis is, in this matchup, one of these players wants to keep building spears. The other does not. Can you guess who's who? So as Lancaster, you want to keep building spears because you're against French knights. And also, if you're playing defensive and scaling manners, you want spears anyway. For Louis, you're against Yeoman eventually. You don't want spears. There's no reason you want spears. You want knights. That's your melee unit. So it puts Louis in a pretty weird bind. Now, at this stage, people are probably sitting here going, what was Louis doing? Like, I think KP was right. This was a throwaway civ. Like, you know, he didn't think he could win. He just, like, wanted to weaken his opponent's draft. Blah, blah, blah. In fairness to Louis, this is very long con logic. If the Dark Age went long enough, he built a villager lead. That, I think, was part of the thought process. Now, he's starting to stockpile gold. He's moving out on the deer. But is this going to be premature? Like, Marine Lord is going to get hardened very quickly, so you could actually get shoved off of deer here. Lou's going to need more spears. Probably a lot more. Marine Lord? He does micro back the injured. Needs to be careful about the way he engages. The hardened tech is in. You may not notice because we're cheap people. We don't give our guys new armor every age. Like, oh. Look, as a father of two, I can tell you, if the kid still fits, I don't care if it says 3 to 4, they're still going to wear it. Doesn't matter if they're 6. If it still fits, they wear it. And Lancaster Spears from Dark to Hardened are the same. Goes in with the Clash. Numerically even. Actually, slight advantage from Rainlord now, but good read by Lou to go into the outpost. That was smart, actually. That saves him. It's worth the 100 wood investment as well to secure the deer now, because the walk back alone would kill your economy. And what? I do have to wonder if this was the plan all along. It makes sense because French Cav struggle to dive this type of map design. But this is still wild. Louis MT has gone for the Chamber of Commerce. We've got a cock alert. Cock-a-doodle-loo. It's time to wake up and see which is going to be better. But I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm going to be the obvious guy and back the Lancastrians. Like, the manners are already coming online. And every mana is going to outdo a trader, right? And there's only so many free traders you can get. The other thing that worries me is that as he scales these manners, which he most definitely is doing, we can see condensed land practices coming in, Marine Lord will be able to get his hands on the Demi-Lancer point, which is great at stopping traders. And did he get the second one? Oh my god. And yeah, the wolves are a problem here, folks. These aren't just standard wolves. These are pack wolves. You know, they aren't bitey infantry. They're very bitey infantry. Look, 3 damage versus the 5. Now, that's a really big problem here, actually, for Louis, because his traders are going to have to run by this. There's 9 of these pack wolves, which means between them, they're going to be doing 45 damage per round. And traders only have 90 HP. Yeah, so desperately needs to get out there and clear field, but right now only has Spearman to do so. Wolves going up, Marine Lord. I think this is what, 6 mana fast castle? Now, 6 mana fast castle usually sounds a bit greedy, but we have to remember that he got double gold and he's got a merchant camp. So it's actually not as greedy as it sounds at all. More so, I wonder if he suspects Chamber of Commerce. I feel like I can't back Chamber of Commerce to win because my credibility is on the line. Actually, I don't have any credibility. No, like, yeah, Chamber of Commerce, if we're being totally fair, when doesn't it feel like a meme? I feel like the only reason we often cheer Chamber of Commerce is because it would be so incredible that it would win, because it feels like it never wins. Can we agree on that? Like, it's a very weird one. And Spears, oh, they are going to go in for the Clash. Okay. Actually, that worked out quite nicely. The Pack Wolves didn't all engage at once. He is going to lose a lot of his Spearmen. But we did mention how for Louis, this isn't a bad thing to get out of Spears anyway. Like, you don't want them against Lancaster. They're pretty redundant. You know, unless Lancaster does the King's College build, in which case, do you guys consider the fact that Lancaster Knights are better than French? I mean, that is actually something to consider here. Remember, with King's College, you get the bonus against armored units. So, like, actually, Lancastrian Knights, they increase their damage by 20% in a trade out against, like, French Knights. So, we'll keep an eye on that. For the time being, it's just going to be the Yos. Which makes sense. The traders are now getting through. Like, if you just go for attack up, your opponent's going to go up to maybe like 15 traders. And probably be able to just follow you into castle. Which would be interesting, actually, because if he got, for example, Royal Institute, with Royal Bloodlines, it's very hard for an Earlsguard spam to kill you. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of interesting cooking your brainwaves type feelings to this one. Yep, that's a statement I'm going to stand by. Cooking your brainwaves. What does that mean? It means that what they're doing is so smart that you can literally smell your brain sizzling on the pros grill. We could have just chosen very standard statement, which would have been wrinkling your brain. But what can I say? At heart, I'm a hipster. Gotta go for the OG stuff. It's actually weird. I think the last time I used the term wrinkling your brain, someone misunderstood it as an insult. Like I was saying that they were getting stupid. Seriously, this person didn't realize that smooth brain is an insult. And saying someone has a wrinkled brain means like it's actually good. Because the idea is like you're meant to, like the wrinkles are meant to be like you getting smarter, right? White power coming in. So Marine Lord isn't going to commit to the King's College. A little bit surprised. I mean, I know there's a threat here with Knights, but I thought he'd actually just tried to take the greed. In fairness to him, he can't see what we can see. We can see there wasn't really much to threaten him here. Because Louis is just being a greedy mother ducker. In fact, I'm wondering, did Marine Lord ever fully confirm trade? I mean, if I saw these walls going up, I don't even need to look, right? Like, this is such... It's interesting as well when a player like Louis MT does this, because you could just argue this is Louis MT just doing Louis MT things. But even for him, these walls are a bit far forward. So if Louis MT was just playing this map to be greedy and play late game, and not trading, what he'd do is he actually typically carves the map. So he'll take the chunk in his corner, and then he'll take another wall up towards here to connect up to here, and then a wall off the 8K. I've watched Louis do this methodically, time and time again. This wall should make it very clear to Marine Lord that this is a full greed on. With extra sprinklings of greed. Guildhall. So why Guildhall? Like, why would you not go Royal Institute here with all the gold? The problem with that logic of, like, I've got all this gold is, like, because you've got all this gold, you're probably going to actually have enough gold to age up very fast. And if Marine Lord tries to attack and realizes he can't, he's going to go back and just lean on manners. So if you don't have Guildhall, how are you as the French player going to mimic Imperial? Louis is just anticipating the likelihood that Lancaster is going to go even later. Hadn't ML let Louis wall like that? Like, how do you stop him? What do you want Marine Lord to do? Do you want him just to all chat type empty chimp and then like he just stops? Like, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you're the chimp. I'm just gonna, what I'll do is I'll just wall on the high ground in the corner. Like, you can't really stop this, guys. Like, Marine Lord chose to be greedy himself. If he was gonna stop trade, it would have to have happened a lot earlier. And like, this is the thing as well. I think for Lancaster versus French, it's not to your merit or your advantage to play long feudal against French. Mounted Knights here, the French Knights, are the best unit you can get in feudal age, right? Yeoman, as much as people like to harp on about them being OP and incredible and too good still even after all the nerfs, blah, 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 they actually suck in feudal. Yeoman are really bad in feudal age because they're too expensive. Like, paying 95 resources for an archer at that point in the game is really, really hard to justify. Now, you know, if you don't lose any of them and you go into castle, then great. But because it was trade set up, Louis would force Marine Lord to be in a position where he would lose Yeoman. Yeah, remember when we talked about risk-reward ratio? The numbers just do not add up. I wouldn't say they suck. I'd say they suck. As like, as statistic-wise, if you look at everything but their cost, they're fine. But when you look at their cost, it makes them suck. Yos. are going to now try to suck. The Knights are sticking around the back here. Now, remember, Louis MT, he hasn't got many Knights to work with, so this is more just kind of like a drag your attention and don't engage. He's trying to slow Marino down because he's trying to rush relics. Now, Louis, he could actually go for like a double relic play here, but I don't think he's quick enough. No, so pretty much just shrugging at the idea that Marine Lord's going to get even more passive resource on Lancaster. What? Yeah, and to the point around the Yos, right? Like, if you've been doing this in Feudal, wouldn't scale quick enough. Now, with the Manas, the Veterans, the upgrade, these are a real threat. Even for the Knights that do not have Royal Institute, Royal Bloodlines, like, they're going to feel a little bit of a sting here, right? They're at 6 ranged armor. You do 9 damage. Then you got the spin factor, which could easily get the hands on the debuff, the bill hooks, which allows you to do an extra +1. You guys think we got another hour-long game here? Well, I chose the series to cast, didn't I? I don't think I'm going anywhere all day. Yeah, so I've organized to go meet someone in about 4.5 hours, and now I'm a little bit paranoid. Louis MT. A lot of Knights coming through here. He has got the castle drop to come, but he's nowhere near ready for the tech. Guildhall only has 400 food. Marine Lord is already dancing his way up into the 4th age with the Wing Garden. This... do I have any... Like, one's in chat if you're a Lancaster fan. How many people am I about to alienate with this? Alright, I'm safe. So, Wingard is still too good for Lancaster. They were right to nerf the gunpowder contingent. It was too strong. But the problem still is this. Garrison Command, which is very simple, get spears, lol, is so lean and efficient, it's crazy. You spend 30 seconds by default to produce 8 spearmen. Let's just ignore the Elsguard, right? Let's just say you pay 450 and you got 8 spearmen. 8 spearmen is usually going to run you up a nice little tab of 640 resources. So you're already saving like, what, about 30%-ish? But you're producing them in 30 seconds. A spearman, one spearman is usually 15 seconds. Between the discount and the production rate, this allows Lancaster to blob to 200 pop cap quicker than most civs. It's crazy how good this is. And you want to know the craziest part? Is like the Wingard Raiders is the comparative for English. That kind of falls off and you move away from it. I've lost count of the games where Garrison Command just keeps getting queued. It never feels like a bad choice. And by the way, did I mention that Military Academy also works with it? So it's not going to be 30 seconds now. Going to be producing them every... Not 20, right? I think it becomes 22 because of the weird math. Scootage also coming through. Red Pulse is on the way for Louis, though. And nice positioning. It's going to lock out one of the 8k golds. We've got the continued segmenting. This time with Stonewalls, though. I actually love that. Louis MT is stonewalling the wide flanks, understanding that even if Marino goes siege, it's like very difficult to utilize, right? You're either going to siege the short side that will be well defended, or you have to move all the way up the other side of the map, which doesn't seem like something Marino wants to do. Yeah, actually, Stonewalls are really underrated on the north side of this map. It's just so hard to reach this deep with siege. Like, in most cases, you'll see people just try to build a few rams. Because wheeling a cannon across the map like that takes a long time, doesn't feel safe. Knock on the door, red pass will not be denied. Yeah, no sink shot, so you couldn't try to take down some of those workers. Now, you want to say that Louis got this in the bag, don't you? Go on. Say it in chat. I'll wait. I mean, how can't he have it? It's a 40 villager lead. Right? Right? Wait a second. What's happening with those income numbers? Yeah, it's the manners. The manners are making up plenty of difference here, right? Like this is, I mean, the manners at this stage are worth what, 25, 30 villages, I think? Nah, that's maybe a little bit too much. So you get, I think it was, trying to remember. So it's my brain today, 145. So you get about 1,300 resources out of the manors. 1,300 resources. Let's say a worker is worth about like 50 gathering. That's still going to be a pretty lofty count, right? That's going to be like 25 workers. It's ridiculous just how much manors does. Then you add in the relics on top. It's going to be a 5 relic game, folks. He just broke through the wall to get even more passive gold. Trey's a joke, 55 per trip. It does get better now, though, because he can get Merchants Guilds. He hasn't gone for it yet, which is a little bit surprising. It's definitely worth it at 36 traders. Reminder, Merchants Guild is the thing that gives you enclosures on your traders. It is actually literally enclosures, because enclosures for English gives you 1 gold every 6 seconds on farms being worked. As long as you're on an active trading line, these merchants will generate 1 gold every 6 seconds. I'm not sure about arbitrary against Yeoman, though. I'm personally not too crazy about it. Like, sure, it's annoying for the spearmen, but actually the spearmen mitigate 20% of your armor with the billhook. Because you get the +5 on Gamsons, they take away 1. Which buffers Yeoman further. Because that also affects ranged and melee armor. Marine Lord, like, the other crazy thing is, you know, if you've got comparative income, and I'm swinging around less 40 population into economy, what does that mean I can do with 33 spearmen? Oh, God, did he... He saw him. The army's moving, but there's just so much trade. Second wave was getting ready to poke. We do have Trebs on the way, but the spearmen have now arrived with the billhook. It's going to make it quick work to melt through these traders. Yeah, they don't have any bonus against traders, but 11 damage a pop. It means they need less than 9 hits to kill. Yeah, I only need the... Yeah, 8. My brain. No, 9 hits exactly. Anyway, archers are now arriving. Spears also find the gold workers. Dude, this civ is so ridiculous. What are you meant to do against it? Remember when we used to say trade is OP? He had like 40 traders. He just lost 10 of them. He's down to 28. And the Red Palace, he's even just diving it. This is ridiculous. The scariest landmark to dive in the game. And guess what? Demon Civ has so much extra eco to swing around. They don't give a duck. WMT has nowhere to duck and run. The French experiment is over. Run back to your Maginot Line. And retreat into Paris herself, for Enlightened Horizon shall remain in the dominion of the Lancastrians. Hey, but you gotta give him points for historical accuracy. Reminder that the French got Agincourted right up the wazoo. Don't you ever forget it, French people. Because we don't. We've gotta have someone to brag. Yeah, at this point, he's just going through motions. Incendiary Arrows is not there. Like, it's just... The raw tech difference is too big. Oh my god, he missed the sink shot. It's a turnaround. It's a comeback. No, come on. If only. If misses sink shot, attack disabled for 5 seconds. Call it confusion. Marine Lord's just in chill mode now, isn't he? Made no mistake about it. The garrison command was key here as well. He's just always had so many spearmen to cheaply and efficiently punt at this fight. People always see yeomen, they talk about the yeomen. Me, I see the spearmen, I'm always talking about them. House of Lancaster's spear spam is what really wins them so many games. Because otherwise these deep, greedy Imperial plays would be too soon and too exposed. Wingard into Elite Spearman saves you from that exposure every time. Were Lancasters historically this OP? I mean, they were pretty impressive house in English history. I don't know if I'd say the most dominant, but they were renowned for the Renowned for their combat prowess, as well as another really big part was actually like the arts and history's appreciation from them. Anyway, let's get a point on the board for Mr. M Lord. House of Elves remains anything but. Oh my god, I just realized the UI is really stupid. Did you guys see what it's doing? It's adding them on the side, and I don't know why it's doing that. That's very weird. I don't know how we fix that either. So this is the EMS draft. The annoying part is like, man. I don't think there's a way to filter out the thingy. The maps from appearing on the side. Because this is going to continue now, right? Like if I, for example, the next game, so we're going, next up, we're going to be going into Dry River. Let's find out if it's going to do what I think it's going to do. Because the moment I click on Dry River and add that to the board, yeah, we're just going to have to, like, you guys are just going to have to track it in your brain. I'm sorry, like, we won't be able to show which Civ won which map. Because the moment we do, like, it's just going to keep going down that side over there and being weird. Oh, you're right. It says 2 on Louis. Let me fix that. Oops. You know what it is? It's because on, like, the seeding, usually the higher ranks, the higher seeded player is on the left side, but Marine Lord was on the right in this one, which is weird. But I think that's because, if I'm not mistaken, did Louis beat Marine Lord earlier, didn't he? I'm trying to remember. Let me double check. No, actually, sorry. They were on separate sides of the bracket the entire way. No, Louis not higher seeded. So why is he on the left side seat? Well, I guess they're probably using the process where you can choose to be first pick or not. Usually, like, the higher seeded player is, in most esports scenes, is given the option to choose whether they're first pick or not. So, like, for example, this happens in Dota 2. You can choose if you are first. You can choose to eat, like, so in Dota 2, the way it works is you choose whether you start the series on Dire or Radiant, or if you are first pick. All right, let's get ready to go, though. So, next up, it is going to be the KT pick. Ooh, good bounce back opportunity here. Let me just double check we're good. Yes, it is showing the right side. If you give this Civ fish, they will run away with any game. So your only course of action is to pick a Civ that never loses. Wait a second, that's not so true these days. One and all, welcome back to the channel for game number 4, the grand final showdown in this $30,000 tournament. Marine Lord takes to the field of Dry River with the HRE. Louis MT, with a phenomenal response for the map, is going to be Knights Templar in the yellow. Knights Templar phenomenal on this map because of all the fish. This map has got a lofty sum of fish on offer. 30 fish points in total between 6 ponds, equating a total value of 15,000 food. I did not stutter. I did not lie. There is 15,000 fishing food on this map. Fantastic for civs like Mongols, Abbasids, Knights Templar. HRE is a little bit different, though. Marine Lord, I thought maybe this would be about, like, you know, blocking a dock play. Instead, he's going to dock himself. And it's almost like he soul read what Louis was thinking. Because for Louis, he doesn't really want to get into a spear spam battle against HRE. Knights Templar's edge is when you're using mostly wood, but spear spam is mostly food. And HRE, even after the 10% nerf, bringing them from 40% to 35%, the gathering speed is still so good, they'll just run you out of town. So, like, yeah, Louis definitely made the right call here. But Marine Lord also read it perfectly to counterplay him. Perfect time. This is just joined this where you went to sleep last night. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool to have a recap because, like, you know, the broadcast went on quite late. I noticed some people complaining, so I thought maybe in the future it'd be cool, actually, when we have these S2 tournaments to try and do recap of some of the series on Mondays. I mean, we've done that earlier with EGC Master Summers with some of the series that just didn't get cast at all. Only sucky thing is it's not live, right? Which we haven't had people ask today. I'm shocked. So peaceful fishing underway. I just realized we should actually do a little bit of speed up. So we'll go 4x just for this early game. And it's going to be Hospitaller. Yes! Oh man, this is catching on so much. And I love it. Now, why Hospitaller? So Hospitaller recently got a very noteworthy buff, folks. It now provides you with a movement speed increase. 10% increased movement speed on your worker units. Really big deal, actually. It basically means you're almost getting the full value of Wheelbarrow for free for movement. But the other cool thing is it affects things like pilgrims as well. So all of a sudden, actually going for pilgrimages is less risky because not only is it speeding them up, but it's also giving them extra health. And even the normal villagers you can see at this stage have the health of a gilded villager. This does also, by the way, scale with textiles. Now, the big cherry on top that made this Hospitaller option so good all of a sudden actually comes in Age 4 via the Venetians. The Venetians offer you up an opportunity to get trade. It's the only way you can actually get trade as Knights Templar. They give you access to these unique traders that move at supersonic speed. In fact, there'll be a video coming off the channel soon about supersonic traders. They go at 2.08 movement speed with Hospitaller. Now, sadly, on this map, that's not going to be an option for Louis. If you look, you notice that we are on dry river, not rocky river, so there's no trade post. But earlier on, this could still be decent value. I mean, I don't think it's going to be about the Hospitaller at all. It's just going to be about the side value, the movement speed. Because the problem with like Hospitaller here, where it kind of falls short, is that you're going to be up against HRE that can spam men at arms. Love this rush out. Did you guys notice how quick this happened? Triple dock. Meanwhile, Marine Lord only has a second one now. Louis, he may have been later onto the ponds, but he got so much more value out of it here. I mean, fishing count, it's already going to be 4 versus 8. So looking great for Louis. You think Hospitaller plays out French contract? I think Hospitaller is now a lot more applicable than it was before. You've actually seen a lot of people just steer away from the French one. So part of the problem with the French one, I'd say the main value for the French one is actually the production speed. And then the thing that puts it over the edge is, do you want to build Chevalier in this matchup? In a matchup against HRE, it's debatable because HRE has very good eco to leverage in the military early on. And also their spears move really fast. And actually, I think Louis made the correct call not going for it, especially because of this. Like, Minework Palace would have been a really big problem for him. I'm not sure Louis wants to be into cavalry. He's got horsemen for the time being, but like scaling heavy cavalry here, if we do reach castle, remember that Marine Lord is going to have access to the +2 armor of both melee and ranged for his knights and black riders. That makes it very difficult to clash Templar brothers into HRE knights. Actually, with the extra 2 armor, it means that even with that extra health, you can still lose easily. And the other thing, like the other element, if you remember the French commandery, is that you get, I think it's 5% gold discount. Not a lot, but over the course of the game adds up, right? When have you ever watched Hospitaller, like when have you ever watched French, saying everything with the right thing, when have you ever watched Knights Templar run out of gold? If they run out of the gold, the game's already over often, right? Like they have so much passive gold gen as you scale into the late game. But like, really, the French discount is best in the late game when people are running out of gold. But as long as you got a Sacred Site, you never run out of gold. So I think that's another big part as to why people just kind of shrug at the French commandery now. I say shrug. It's still picked a lot, but compared to before this Hospitaller change, we've seen a heavy shift, right? Like it used to be over 80% French. Well over 80. Now I'd say, you know, it's like maybe around 60. Now we do have the pilgrims on the way. And you can see the movement speed increase. So instead of 0.75 is 0.83. That also scales with the run. Remember, when they get attacked, they run faster. And look at the extra health. 22 doesn't sound like a lot, but at this stage in the game, when you're talking about like archers with 5 damage and spearmen with only 7, it is the difference maker. Rainlord is bulking quite a lot of archers here, though. which is interesting. He has some clear edges, like the gathering speed is cool, but look, you don't have Archons, so there's an inefficiency in that you'll lose villages by building prelates. You have movement speed, but you're also doing this against the Civ that wants to build archers. Give them a reason to, and they will willingly. And a great fight to initiate with Horsemen just jump in. The Spearmen try to defend against this. They actually do start to clear it out. And it is going to be a pushback. So nicely done. Marine Lord holds his own here in the center. And finally, we do have an archer ship coming out. LuMT, maybe a little bit of an oversight not to get that sooner. But the problem is, if he'd built an archer ship here, it would have been the other pond. This is always the conundrum of Dry River and why archer ships aren't always what they're made out to be. You just can't be everywhere at once. At such an early point in the game, it's an expensive investment. Why mine work? So, like, in this matchup, if it had been the French commandery, then you could have just scaled into semi-fast castle with steel barding. The other thing is also, because you've got so much food, knights feels better. Steel barding justifies them. And the other funny thing is, like, because you've got all this fishing, but it's not infinite fishing, you only want to scale so much into wood. So, like, Archon maybe loses some, like, long-term value for the fish spam point. Because you can't buff these. They're always away from your economy. The other cool thing about this build, by the way, is if Marine Lord does find his way towards Rushing Castle, he's going to have plenty of prelates to go and take all the relics. Sucky thing here. Louis MT is going to beat him to the tech up. Louis done this very well. Yeah, Marine Lord's bogged down on the fishing. So Louis can just grasp at the tech up for free. Oh, and then finally, by the way, the other thing you might have been noticing is how Louis MT doesn't stand a single chance in any of these fights. Because you've already got the techs on Marine Lord's side. Like Steel Dagger, Undermesh, you're never going to match these because remember, the Minework allows you to get it 50% faster and cheaper. It's actually a very smart read by Louis to not invest further, really. Dog should set on fire soon. Archer ship's not going to change that now. He has at least protected the west side one. Problem is this is now steering east, and you're a little bit paranoid about your pilgrimages. But this is the cool thing about Dry River, same as Rocky River. The split gives you a lot of diversity onto where you try to travel with the pilgrims. Archer ship is going to be nicely protected here. And Republic of Joe is on the way. So Marine Lord needs to start stockpiling soon. No, we already covered that, like, I just wasn't available for Saturday, and they had different people for Sunday. So there's really no drama. People always assume drama. I was working Mechabellum on Sunday, and yeah, I'm not like... I got my partner a birthday present that was on Saturday, and I'm not going to prioritize a broadcast over the present I brought her. Because she always does so much for us. Can't always put work first. Especially when you consider, like, we work already stupidly hard. Another dot getting burned down. Marine Lord. I mean, talk about working stupidly hard. He sends the whole army north side. Louis MT is going to be able to start diving into him. The veterancy's been queued up. It's got some time to go. Marine Lord is killing a lot of the fishing boats, though. Yeah, but Louis, this type of positioning, Marine Lord should have to come all the way home. Surely he doesn't just keep diving, right? Because he's thinking about teching up, and this army is fairly scary. Great horsemen plus archers with upgrade. Yeah, you see how the spearmen don't work out. Seriously, the movement speed buff is crazy. It's so good. 1.07 when they're running is crazy. It's usually, I think, is it 1 or like 0.95? Pretty much made the difference there. I think he was at 26 health when he pocketed, so like barely would have scraped by against just 2 feudal spears. A little bit of stare down from Marine Lord. He's getting ready for the age up. Louis MT is rushing relics though. We've got Monk play. It's only going to be a single monastery. He's already got one out in the field. And Regnit's response from Marine Lord, so he wants these relics. Well, no, in fairness, the HRE may just take issue with the Knights Templar, like, getting a bit too chummy at certain points in history of the Byzantines. That'd be a good reason to want to kill them. So Rinlord's going to be catching up on age, but you can see Louis MT is now catching up on count. 42 to 59 military. Bit deceptive, though, because he's got 6 of that into galleys. So still definitely outnumbered. I think Louis just needs some raids. Especially now that he's playing in Templar Brothers, but we mentioned earlier why Chevalier would feel sucky. It's kind of similar for the Templar Brothers, is the HRE Spearmen are fast. Very fast. I wonder. It kind of feels like Louis doesn't really want to be here, but he knows that if he's not up in the face of Marine Lord, he's going to get counterattacked. The good thing about being here is it means everything else is being tick boxes, right? He's picking up relics, he's getting pilgrims. He's also now steering east side where the final 2 relics are. Marine Lord, I don't think, knows that the other relics have been taken yet, so he might just punt it in the wrong direction. Yeah, guys, we probably have a 4-relic game for the Knights Templar here. Pretty sick. No stone gathering yet, so we're not going to be scaling the extra gold on top of it with the fortresses. Which makes sense. Like, if you build a fortress, where do you build it that keeps you safe? If you look at the way he's playing the map, he's got deer gathering here, fishing, pilgrimages either far east or far west. He's got wood gathering in the back. Like, one castle doesn't save you in a game where you're still militarily outnumbered. They don't veteran the horseman? Oh, he's got like 8 left now, right? I think he was spamming into Templar Brothers, and now that he's at the stage where he's got surplus gold, it doesn't really make as much sense. It's always the trade-off, because you could argue like, yo, I'm going to get these vet horsemen, but it takes a minute to do so. But in like a minute's time, I could have like some Templar Brothers coming up. Like, what has more value? Am I going to get more value out of that horseman upgrade or the Templar Brothers? It depends on your approach. If you're looking at all in, you could argue the horseman. But if you're looking at raid, you know, Templar Brothers is going to be a bit more efficient at just getting that 1-2 wallop. Thank you, Camian. Appreciate the sub, mate. 20 months. What a legend. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, says Louis. He actually walks off with the Monk. Monk's got the relic. Spearman can start diving in, but the Templar Brothers, the horsemen, they already dove on top of the archers, so really good fight here for Louis, actually. He even sends in the Monk to do a little bit of healing. This is sick. I feel like Marine Lord just couldn't get his Spearmen in. His own archers were blocking him out there. Fantastic fight from the Chinese kid. Louis MT now with a military lead. That was absurdity, man. Just using the choke point against Marine Lord, using his own army as a buffer zone for his cavalry. Getting a huge necessary hit now to put Marine Lord on the defense. That was ridiculous. So well played. Monks are now just going to happily shuffle home with the goodies. So 4 relics banked. And now Louis, after a fight like that, now we can start talking about the fortresses. If he'd done the fortress before that fight, you're on shaky ground, right? You can just get annihilated. But now you're cozy. Templar brother. This is going to force some frustration here. So Marine has to keep committing to Spearman when he's up against archers. But love this switch. Genoese crossbowman coming through. Louis, he has the justifiable gold, right? He's got 2 pilgrims always going through. Sacred sites now locking in. Plus the relics. Plus the fortress to be dropped in probably about the next 30 seconds. And Genoese crossbowmen are primarily gold-based. Marine Lord also has another big problem, guys. Can you count the amount of farms that Marine Lord has for me, please? 0. He has 0 farms. We're at 17.5 minutes. And this forces him to stick archers. Like, in this type of economy, he can barely afford spears. All pikes would have been sick to have had before the last fight for Marine Lord, because then he would have traded a bit better into his counter unit. Love the fortress placement. Secures the stone. Secures the short route. Fish is still here, actually. There's almost 1,000 food in this pond. And that's going to force Marine Lord to spring into action. How? I don't know, though. I don't see how you're meant to stop this. Archer count is also good enough to just snipe down the galley. Even moves in for us. Nicely played. I mean, Lord. He's going to be getting the Siege Workshop. Knows that the trebuchets need to be committed to here. But while you're committing to Trebs, your opponent now has 3 Sacred Sites, gold trickling. Genuine's crossbowman is not being rushed into, which I'm a fan of, because like he's lacking food, right? Instead, he's just double downing on gold. Another fortress drop coming. Kind of feels like Louis just wants to get towards Imperial. I'm starting to wonder if it will be Venetian. I mean, it's weird if it's Venetian just because there's nothing to trade with. The only thing you'll be able to trade with is an enemy dock. Yeah, reminder, Dry River does not have trade posts. Then again, it has not stopped players before. If you guys remember in the KPMM, we had Dumu versus Lucifron, in which he ended up building Silvertree and having to trade with the enemy dock. Surprisingly effective. So what's Marine Law's win condition now? Because he does look a bit stuck. In some ways, he's winning the eco race on food, but like the gold is the drain factor. And with gold, you can buy anything, right? Yeah, Louis is just in a vice grip position if this third Sacred Site gets locked in. He is also rushing now into the Treasure Towers, which means he's going to get the extra gold gen from the pilgrimages. Might even be worth pulling the monasteries to the fort side. Probably not. I'd expect him to just build a castle back here for safety. You don't really want to risk those relics on the front side against Regnants for a little bit more gold. Because the downside is like way outweighing the upside. I mean, Lord, this siege may be way too slow. Louis is going for him. He's so good at this, man. Of the players I've been watching with Knights Templar on land or, you know, hybridized maps that are mostly land, I think Louis has been looking the most formidable. Yeah, China's been cooking. Why is Emerald only playing with trash units? Look at his food income. It's really that simple. What can you build that isn't trash that doesn't require food? You could argue land snakes with gold, but he doesn't actually have that much gold. Instead, he's rushing past the Swabia, which, you know, the goal here is gather wood, get a farm transition, but that means he needs several minutes to really make this happen. Whereas Louis, because of the constriction he has on the map, all the central resources are his. Deer, boar, fish. Rainlaw's got nothing. Louis MT's Knights Templar execution really is on another level. 18 Templar Brother when he's about to tech up. Schlachter seems an obvious, like Kingdom of Poland is just so good. They didn't nerf it enough. Yeah, you probably don't want Teutonic Knights just because the HRE are very good at kiting. And boom, there it is. Kingdom Poland on the way. Reminder, Kingdom of Poland gives you access to the formidable Schlachter Cavalry. Possibly the best heavy cavalry game unit. On top of that, it provides a unique little side bonus, which gives more health and charge damage to all cav. In fact, it escalates these Templar Brother that aren't even elited yet up towards like 60 charge damage. And then remember, they also have Rule of Templars, which gives +2 per charge, but it actually turns into +3 per charge because of the 50% increase. And then we come back to the health. The 10% increase in health with biology means you are basically France. You have got royal bloodlines. Oh, Marine Lord, he's just going to opt for more archers. Kind of has to. But for Louis, it's just as simple as pumping more knights. You'd wonder, surely he's going to run out of food soon, right? But doesn't really show any signs of it. Still got the boar after this. Then there's the east side. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a castle drop over here soon. These Trebs, they have at least addressed the fortress in the center. They're now leaning to the west side. Problem is going to be this clash and whether he can survive it. Elite techs are still some way off. But really not that far. Like, what, 30 seconds? And also, fighting in range of the Citadel is perfect. Remember, it's going to give him the extra damage, the extra range potential. What happened to ML's food? It's deceptive. Like, French people lie about having lots of food. When they say they have lots of food, they mean, like, when you go to one of those wine sampling sessions, they have lots of, like, palatable cheeses. But then when you, like, ask them for, like, you know, the Big Mac Royale with cheese, they tell you that the kitchen's all out. And that's sadly what's happened here. Like, he never made that farm transition. It's only now happened. So Marine just surged into it. 24 farms online. Reminder that Louis is still playing without infinite food here. No, but he still has some way to run. I think if Marine Lord draws the first fight, he can win the game. But it's going to be very hard. The difference in quality is quite big. Wish Teutons would get the Hospitalaire treatment and become more present. I think if you give Teutons additional buffs, they might be a little bit too good. They feel really... Like, I think genuinely Teutons is a situational thing based on map. The problem with the Teuton choice for Knights Templar is it sucks on open maps. Additional Fortress is coming in now. And I think... Did he drop... Yeah, here we go. So this is now a buff. It's like he's got 5 relics. Wouldn't mind actually seeing Fanaticism now that he's going Slash to Genoese and Templar Brothers. That's the one that gives more damage the lower your health is. Feels like it should have just been called Berserk, but we already have that in the game. This Fortress just takes so long to kill now. Side is still maintained. I mean, the problem here from Marine Lord is his economy isn't in a position where you can afford to lose the army. He has to stand his ground and slow siege through. And although the Sacred Site as a win condition doesn't seem viable, it's still just extra gold. So Louis just keeps being in a position where he can sell and buy food, which he desperately needs to do, right? Like, eventually the ball is going to come into the picture. In fact, Louis, are you kidding me? You can't make this up. It's literally the only thing he doesn't see. Oh, come on. Well, that is painful. So he actually might have to rush wood a bit earlier than expected. And there's Fanaticism. So the big boy techs are coming in Incendiary as well. And Marine Lord does not have Incendiary yet. No, like he's just getting out-golded. I think we know who the Holiest Order is, after all. There's no doubt about it. I mean, everyone is flocking to see the shiny trinkets and off to the Holy Land of the Knights Templar. 2.5k gold income. Papal State just tips their hat and says, I think I know who we're backing. Marine Lord. Moment of truth. Are you the miraculous defender you think yourself to be? Because Louis MT is going to put you to the full test here. He's got the Chronoquins coming in soon. That's going to give the extra range to these Genoese crossbowmen as well as damage. Not that they really need it, already hitting for 31 base. Marine Lord, like, this is the worst case scenario. Like, going in, moving away, right? It just, like, it means you're essentially shooting once and running. That's the worst thing you can do up against the Genoese crossbowmen. The best thing is trying to deep commit into them. But like, there's no world in which that happens. Marine Lord still not really pulling ahead on food income. Silk Bowstrings is up next, but this is the kicker. Biology. With the extra 10%, he's now getting 35% more HP. And reminder, Schlachter already with the just extra 10% are up to 374 HP. The Templar Brothers at 363, courtesy of their starting health being higher than Knights. How do you kill these? Reminder, those Schlachter in particular aren't really counted as much by spears as you think because they count them back. Look at the bonus damage. They do bonus against light. And he's just baiting Marine Lord into a rough fight now. Steps up the archers. Initial trade does not look great. There's just no soft underbelly, right? Whereas, like, Louis wants you to bring the spears forward. Anything he shoots here is worthwhile for his range mass to trade with, and you're just seeing it in the raw numbers. Well, there's more pink flopped on the plate than if I go and order some pristine salmon here. Marine Lord is about to get flooded. It's just too much cavalry. It's too much backline firepower. And too much flex out of the Chinese prodigy kid. And a stark reminder as to why he is my favorite player on Knights Templar. This man is more machine when you give him this. And he's Deus Ex Machina levels a machine when he gets to Deus Vault this hard. Marine Lord, the HRE will falter here. Good news is he'll be able to repick it later in the series if it goes deep enough. But Louis MT shows us why the Knights Templar are so coveted and who the holiest of all holy civs truly is. Well played. What do we call that one? It's time to find out who the holiest civ is, I guess. New video tier list by how holy each civ is. Damn. The content we need. I kind of am tempted to do some meme tier lists. Instead of this boring, this was the, like, meta one. And this is, like, the best pick for this. Like, who cares? Everyone's doing that. Alright. So let's mark it up. 2-2 apiece. And we're heading next into Sunken Lands. Marlins is the holiest? Nah, dude, like what you need to confirm if Marlians have like those loop ear things, and if they do, they're the holiest. They're the holiest. And in we go into game number 5. It's back and forth, guys. It's a tennis game. They're rallying. No one is building a clear lead here in this one. 2-2 apiece in the best of 9 grand finals. The $30,000 tournament. Louis MT now with the Mongols up against Marine Lord's Byzantines. And I believe so far this series, Marine Lord has led every single time while Louis has followed suit into a draw. But this is the matchup where actually Louis could take the lead. Especially with that spawn. Berries on the front side with the secondary golds. Yeah, this is the dream for Louis. He's already rushing across to scout it. Timing should align quite nicely to just look to drop a Rax here. A reminder, Mongols, the classic tower rushing civ. And Byzantines, actually the most vulnerable civ in Age of Empires 4 to a tower rush. Because you don't rush the gold. You rush the berries. Grand Winery gets invalidated. So like the only other option is if Marine Lord chooses to go for a Hippodrome build. Now those have actually been growing in popularity, so it is a possibility here. He hasn't scouted out the Rax opening. I think he just expects it. He already knows he's got berries on the front side, so it shouldn't really come as a surprise. It's not like Marine Lord is going to have an outpost rush come in. He's going to make that weird little squeaky noise he makes, like whoo, 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 whoo. Blackberry's Winery, it's so far out. Technically, like, you could wall this in, but walling pre-6 minutes is very difficult, very expensive. And it takes very long. I just don't think it's worth the gamble. So you either, like, Grand Winery accept you're probably not going to have it, or you just go for the Hippodrome. There we go, village now being pulled. Is Louis... is he thinking about going around the back? I think he's going to skirt the side, and then if he sees that it's dropped here, blocks it, or he goes all the way around the back. Because, like, the interesting thing with Sunken Lands, you can see it by the range here, doesn't usually cover the second tree line. Wait, what was the atheism tech from AoE 2? I feel like I should know. It doesn't just stop you from... no, it stops you from being converted, right? I think that was right. Damn, could you imagine if we had that? We just call that the ignore all problems tech, right? Oh, is it just... yeah, slow relic. Oh, okay. Interesting. I forget. I always forget his name. What's the tech that makes them die when they get converted? Blasphemy or something like that? And he does go for the ground one, which feels like blasphemy here. Louis MT. Heresy, that's right, yes. Honestly, the problem is I can't relate Heresy to anything but Warhammer. Whenever I hear the word Heresy, I just imagine a giant space marine stomping or something. I think we're going to see Louis MT stomp on Marine Lord a little here. And, you know, Marine Lord, we love him. He can be a bit of a weirdo, but I don't think he's quite into that. And you have to remember, Louis MT doesn't speak much English, so you might not understand the safe word in this situation. Just keep on stomping. Deerstone now coming through. Now, Marine Lord did get a lot of sheep, by the way. Yeah, it's 10 sheep versus the 18. But the pressure's on you, whereas your opponent could, for example, go out to deer. I wonder, like, why didn't Marine Lord just go for Hippodrome? I guess it's weird, right? Like, if you're a Hippodrome, your opponent's opening spears anyway. But, like, on a map like Sunken Lands, where there's a lot of exposed food, it could have actually been viable. Also, the gold vein's quite small. So we'll stick on the 2x speed just for the moment, until we get the opening plays. And he's going to, of course, be the Arislets commitment. And he's rushing... Wait, is this... This is 2TC. Wait, is he 2TC dropping the berries? What? Alright, that's kind of wild. I was not expecting 2TC play. I'm a bit shocked. Scout? Oh. I mean, you take the freebies if you can get them. Oh, no, Louis. Okay, he's staying in range. I think he just about nails the scout before he gets to the TC. But the house is there, so they're really important for the extra sheep. Like, if Marine Lord is doing 2 TC, every ounce of food matters here. How's the balance in AoE2? I think it's pretty good. I'd say both games balance is fine. You know what the comical part is? I always hear all the time when people, like, when we have water games, people are like, oh my god, AoE2's water is so much better. And then I'll be near AoE2 people, and they'll go, oh my god, AoE4's water looks so much better. There is such a... That's the funniest part to me about Age of Empires as a community on a multi-game-wide sphere. They all think their water is is worse than the other one. I think even with Age of Myth players, actually, like, I remember when I saw Myth at first, I was like, wow, this is so much better than our food system, right? Only one fishing boat to each, like, fish. Everyone knows, though, that Age of Empires 1, like, Fatbop's right. Age of Empires 1 actually has the best fishing. You just have to enter the Flying Dutchman to get it. Okay, so Louis is really looking for that all-in timing. It wasn't 2TC, by the way. It was just a rush to get all the systems online, which did surprise me. He was gathering with, I think, 6 on stone insanely early. But yeah, he just wanted to prior the timing onto the mercs. So there is no real scale. Like, yes, systems is a form of scaling, but it's going to have its limitations here. It also puts you in a position where you can't really afford to lose workers. I wish the game had a tactical pause. For AI specifically, you're saying... I mean, someone could probably mod that in if you ask the modders. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, the pause does work against AI now, right? Yeah, you have it. You have pause. You're fine. Lul. I do love the fact you even emphasize it as tac pause, though. Not even like, oh, man, I gotta go, like, do the chores. Like, nah, I just want to pause the game and go, what the hell is the AI doing and how do I now beat it? Deerstone parked up here. Not really necessary like this. You could actually wrap it around a bit deeper. I did expect Magadai to be coming out from Louis. Just like 1 or 2 so you can poke over the tree line. But I guess it's problematic. Marine Lord got a really good tree line spawn. This actually happens more often than you'd think, where they get the connected tree line. It means that like your opponent can just come all the way back here and you can't necessarily snipe over for a very long time. What would be cool, though, is an outpost being built on the back. Oh, but this is also cool. And Marine Lord, he hasn't reacted to it yet. Guys, this is bad for M-Lord. Scout reveals... No, the Khan... Come on, the Khan gave it away. Oh, he didn't pull him back. The archers, like, if he just actually used the archers instead there, I think he gets 1 or 2 worker kills. But the Khan, remember, has more range by an extra 0.5 tiles. So think of this guy as like an early alarm going off. Nobody likes early alarms. Anyone who says they like early alarms, like they like waking up early, is a heretic. He's still fishing for it as well. Wait, what? Can you stop giving it away? Bruh. Like, especially with the Khan Hunt. Oh, God, dude. Every time. I'm getting tilted for him. Can I just delete the Khan? Do us all a favor here. That's twice now I've griefed him. I mean, it's very unlikely he gets the range there. Maybe on that tree. Because remember, the Khan Hunt is now arrived, so you're at 5.5 tile range. Yeah, Louis doesn't look like he's getting in, folks. I think maybe you just play for castle now, but playing for castle plays from behind, right? Like, your opponent has enough gold behind for the tech. Yeah. If it wasn't obvious what I was going for there, he doesn't really, guys. He has 400 gold. So, like, if he doesn't buy anything else gold-wise, he can afford to age up. But his problem's going to be he can only afford, like, 1 veterancy. He has got Archer Lombos. Curious choice here, considering your opponent went mass archers. I thought maybe javelins would tempt him. But both players are now going for that age up. Alright, we're going to 2x and 4x, actually. Like, there's just nothing happening. It's a stare down. Louis had cute ideas. He's like, nope, he's corner camping. Love the Kurotai. Oh, this is sick, actually. Marine Lord, he never got that surge for the Grand Winery. He only has 10 longbows, which means he's going to be fully in range of the Kurotai up archers. The only thing that Louis needs to be careful of is when he techs, there's going to be a moment where Marine Lord might try to push him, and if that happens, you just need to retreat. Marine Lord also, we said about the veterancies, like we see he can afford to get 1, which is clearly going to have to be archers. But then he can't get Steeled Arrow 2. He can't get Undermesh 2. That's a big problem, because if a Louis, like with a Rush and a gold, which he can do, he has map control. He can go veterancy, he can go into the Undermesh Steeled Arrow. He's even got Men-at-Arms coming. Oh my god. Like, Marine Lord has no answer to Men-at-Arms, guys. If he doesn't have gold, he doesn't have crossbows, he doesn't have his own Varangian. He queues a Cataphract? Oh, he's selling, isn't he? Yeah, so he's using the marketplace as a get out of jail free card. But that doesn't work long term. Yeah, so smart move by Marine Lord. I mean, of course, there's always trade, but it means you're just slowly getting worse and worse off, right? Like, the more you do this, the worse it gets. And he doesn't have access to olive oil, so he can't sell that. That would have been valuable. So you're either using up food, which you're not going to do. The only thing you can trade is wood. So the rate's already bad. It's like 100 wood for 68 gold. Flash coming in. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated straight away. Veterancy kicks in, and that's Kurotai buff plus vet. Marine Lord, this is not a winnable fight. Yeah, he got baited into it as well. I mean, he should have been a bit suspicious when Louis turned around. Men-at-Arms now arriving. Canada's going to charge through, but just look at the DPS burst. Sure, it takes 3 volleys, but compared to how long that Cataphract's meant to last here, it looks pathetic. Marine Lord looks pathetically dead. Folks, for the first time in this series, Louis MT is going to pull into the lead. No longer nibbling the heels, no longer playing catch-up. He gives a very clean execution on a Mongol game to show you just how they can starve Byzantines out. And really, guys, all it took was this one outpost. Full stop. End of story. This outpost done everything it needed to in this game, and because of the small gold veins on sunken lands, it done so much more. Yeah, I mean, desperation mode activated. Gathering on the deer on the west. Louis MT doesn't quite see it. But he's gonna in a second. He sees the army moving over, which is already a suspicion enough. Players have gotten so good these days with Mongols at doing this with the double aura forward. Yeah, you guys remember, like, even as early as like a year ago, people would just leave their deer stones still at home, which is silly. It's a mobile tower in a way, right? Because the towers are built to provide the aura. Reload's scared right now. He's trying to get into Horseman. Food is going to be a problem, though. We still have no groves. He's rushing the gold, but I think Louis, does he know? He sees it. He gets eyeballs on. And this is where Marinlo's going to be forced into a fight that I don't think he's ready for. Defense arrow gets activated, so Men-at-Arms is just going to dive on in. Kurultai buff is still going to be there for the backline, which is the important one. The Horsemen try to go through, but the pathing? I don't know what that was. They move forward so slowly. That's not going to cut it. Archers just stagger back. Horsemen are going to get wiped. An idol on the gold, and Marine Lord at 88 food. There's no doubt about it. GG's going to get called. Louis MT now in the lead in this grand finals. Ooh. Louis. Well played, mate. First time as well in the series. One sec. Someone's asking me about something. Louis saying for methodical. Dude was on point, right? All right, there we go. So, next up, we're keeping the theme of gold starvation. We're going to Carmel. Ooh. That's a curious pick, though. Louis gone for Delhi. I don't really rate the Delhi pick here. It's a bit odd. Guys, I think this series is just going to keep on going. Like, look at the pick, man. Like, we're on Carmel. You never see this. Louis MT has opted for the Delhi in game number 6. Yeah, it just feels like they're discarding picks once they get an advantage. This is an interesting strategy, but makes a lot of sense because of the process at work here. Marine Lord has to go for something strong. He can't afford to be in a position where he's up against match point, so he whips out the Rus. This means Rus versus Delhi, pretty good for Rus. It also means that if Rus win here, Marine Lord cannot pick them for the next 3 games, but Louis will have Delhi in a thinning field of Civ picks. It's a very interesting dynamic to consider there. Remember, Carmel's the map that has plenty of deer. We're talking about over 60 deer in total on this map, but not much gold. And that's where Rus actually thrives, right? Like, Rus, China, Shushi are all top-tier picks here, not just because the pro scouts, which they are still kings of. The other really important detail is the gold gen. When you want to play Carmel, you're looking for civs that have a way of getting additional gold out of thin air. Because this map is littered with tiny 1.6k gold veins. Only one big vein in the center of the map. It's very difficult, and also a very open one, by the way. We seem to be missing a cliff on the north side of Carmel. I don't think I've ever seen it spawn this barren. So how do the Delhi do in this kind of finite gold situation? In some ways, well. So, like, Delhi has some upsides. They don't pay for techs. That's a big upside. That saves a lot of gold. The downside is that kind of keeps you off of your elephants entirely, right? War elephants, tower elephants, these are all gold-heavy units. Let's go to the 2x speed just in the open. Actually make it 4x. That's a cool detail, by the way. Marine Lord, because he's going to want to build the hunting cam as the gold gen, there's a deer stack that starts very close to your TC, usually next to a tree line. I love the way he leveraged this just to get the better food gathering. And, whoa, we've got experimentation. Louis knows that Delhi are not necessarily favored in this matchup, so he gets creative. It's a Tower of Victory build. A rare sight in 2025. Crazy to think that if we just go back to like what, even just 2023, calling this a rare sight would be laughable. Like it was by far the most popular choice for Delhi. Hasn't been for a very long time. I think often we only really see Tower Victory against certain civs like, for example, Shushi and Chinese when you're worried about the mass feudal repeater crossbow type metas. Golden Gate on the other side, just the normal though. We'll stick on the 4x speed as we get ready to hop into the aggro. Blacksmith straight away. Louis MT probably going to be opening up with Ghazi anyway. It's meant to keep your opponent a little bit shy about the idea of going horse archers. You could actually just rush archers here. My only concern is doing so, your opponent could just mirror knights. And there we go. He takes the safety of stables. So why Delhi kind of sucky on this map? Well, one of the most obvious details is the difficulty of sacred sites. You can't really name me another map that has sacred sites harder to capture. They are on polar opposite sides of the map and opposite corners to where you start. It is such a reach to try and lock in a sacred site win condition, let alone hold it. Even just getting the gold gen is difficult because there's only 2 on the map and they're really far away. Ghazi beginning, and it is going to be a 1-1-1 build. I like this from Marine Lord though. Spearmen plus archers should deal with the issue. If it was just spear archers on both sides, you're going to favor Delhi. But the Ghazi now, like, how do they get in? Right, their goal should be mainly to stop the pro scouts play. He needs to be fast about that. I do hope Louis is optimal in his sanctity timing here, though. Like, one big downside to Tower Victory, you're just not scaling scholars. Currently, he's going for the double production in the archer range, which makes sense. But keep in mind, Roos are pretty good at competing on archer spam because of the Wooden Fortress play. Gives them the 20% more wood, then they also even have the Golden Gates to take it a step further if necessary. Means you're not really going to fall behind there. Where Louis can get a clear edge, and this is what makes Ghazi as an opener feel even better, is the Undermesh Rush, because he went Blacksmith straight away. And you guys are probably wondering, like, why would you ever do Tower Victory into an immediate Blacksmith? It's so you actually get competitive timings. Because if you've done the standard Blacksmith order that you see with a lot of these Dome of Faith builds, like, you just wouldn't be able to get it. It's impossible, right? Because, like, your tech timing is going to always be slow. So the way he opted for this is he wanted to get Undermesh before his scholars had to be pulled. Pulled they will. South side, north side one now on the way. And Undermesh, only 30 seconds out. And what's up, Teach? I see you with the sub, mate. Thank you very much. Righty, guys, let's get those subs going. Let's roll them on in. If you guys enjoy this type of content, always make sure you come across the live streams. Hang out, sub, so you don't have to worry about ads. Also get some emotes. I know someone said that, I think Fatbop said earlier, I need to get the new animated emotes. I'll double check, but I think we're actually capped on the amount of emote slots for animated emotes we can have right now. Which means, like, you have to basically get more subs to get more sub slots. I'm not sure how many we'd need. Quite a few, I think. And Louis, nice play here to the wall in. So this alleviates some of my concerns about, like, okay, you can get a sacred site, but how are you holding it? Still not a sure thing, though. You've got Knight plus Archers, which from Marine Lord is going to scale quite nicely in the next stage. Louis is not going to scale nicely. Can you guys figure out why Louis is not going to scale nicely? How do you get your techs? Scholars. What do you not have a lot of? Scholars. That's the awkward trade-off for this type of build. Yo, what's up, Drop? I see you as well. Thank you very much for the Prime. Smart lad. He just discovered a free sub that he could use. Yeah, I bet a lot of you are holding on to those. Might as well submit him now. Makes sense. Leads into August. August then has KPMM renewing. Yeah. Sounds like a good bargain to me. And Louis, he's almost got Pro Scouts. It's been rolling for a while. Did he go double mill? No, just solo mill. Yeah, he sacked Horticulture, which is kind of a shame. He actually did build another mill over here. I think he just lost track of it. Ooh, yeah, that's... Wait, why is his mill empty? Oh, yeah, because he queued them all up in the other one. Yeah, oh. Whoops. That feels really bad because he could have had Survival Techniques plus Pro Scouts at the same time. So yeah, just kind of hurting himself here. And I see you as well, Eurelease. Thank you very much, mate. Yo, Kenton? Are we getting a sub-train going? Oh my god. Just think, later on when people watch this, like, I could have been part of the sub-train. Look at you legends go. Spam them in. I think what you like most is watching an old man get attacked by an oversized pigeon. And I can't blame you, really. This old man might be at risk against the youthful... I wouldn't call Louis a pigeon. He strikes me as more of a dove. Yeah, army size is actually looking really good for him right now. He's mirroring the archer count, and he has better attack speed. Spears, I mean, it's 4 knights, but you got 8 spears, 7 Ghazi. Like, I'd actually say Louis in a pretty good position, but the problem is high trade house is coming through. That might be the worst high trade house I've seen all month, but it's coming through. Get your numbers in. This is like Marine Lord role-playing as a landmark. He's a small lad, but comes with a big bite, as High Trade House always does. I reckon this is going to be like 96. We'll check on it in a minute. And he's got 500 bounty. Yeah, probably like 98. 96, 98. Veterancy's on the way. Louis MT, the problem here is he's going to try to tech up, but guys, he only has 5 scholars. That's not a quick unlock on anything. If he's quick about this, he could rush the relics and pull them back, but I don't think you can actually be quick enough here mathematically. It's 43. Ooh, yeah, I went slightly too high. Did I say 96 and then original 92? 86 gold. So yeah, not good. That is pretty weak. I mean, in fairness, High Trade House did get nerfed by 1 tile range of influence, so he missed on these extra trees, but also it's just kind of his own fault. You know, let's put the blame on the Frenchman. You could have chopped up here, but you were so scared of Ghazi Raiders that you gave up on gold. Blue MT, just reminding people to stay in college. House of Learning with 35. Ghazi are going to raid in. That's find a worker kill. Marine Lord is now prepping for relics. And Knight scouts that are moving out. It might be difficult to pull back relics without being seen. Oh, that's actually... Well, okay, that's played well. The scout is dragging away a lot of the pressure. So Louis now with the tech up. Can he get the relic rush? He's got 2 picked up. 3rd one coming in. This is looking pretty good, actually. 4 relics on the way home for Louis. Jackpot. Exactly what you need here. Marine Lord needs to find a way of punishing this fast. This is the thing that's always lethal about Delhi, is just their ability to pawn heck up, get 5 relics. No other Civ can really brag this. Now, in theory, there are Civs that can do it like HRE, but they never really have that many prelates in position. War's going to scare away the Knight and the Warrior Monk, but reinforcements have arrived. Veterancy already in for those archers. Now, reminder, Louis MT, more than half his scholars are on relic duty right now, which means his unlock speeds are atrocious. Almost 2 minutes wait for veterancy. Marine Lord already anticipating going into Horseman. Has he even been playing Pro Scouts? I mean, yeah, he had the free Scouts, right? So he has got Deer coming home. At least he's not going to be susceptible to night dives. Sacred Sites are going to get blocked out now, though. So Marine Lord just doesn't want to have to worry about this creeping up on him. Because, like, let's say you try to press the enemy base, and then you go for a decap of 1, but, like, an enemy knight sneaks out, counters you, all of a sudden the time is down to, you know, under 1 minute. Doesn't want that panic. So we'll just eliminate the threat. And continues to just propel himself in the lead when it comes to technology. We've got range 2 coming in already. Although MT still doesn't even have the veterancy. Oh, mate, that's the most British thing you could say all day. Always blame the French. I mean, it's factually correct. I don't want to put all the blame on them, just like 99% of it. Marine Lord now switching to crossbows. Already getting ahead of the Lancer threat. Homeblade's coming in 45. What does Louis do with this? I mean, waiting isn't bad for him now. He got 3 of the 5 relics. Gold access is a problem, though. Your opponent has a lot more gold gen than you, even with that extra relic. But actually, that's not true, right? He's got Sacred Sight, so yeah, he's got slightly more gold gen, but he is punting for those War Elephants we mentioned. 350 gold, almost 50% gold cost on a map that has very little gold. But the problem is Marine Lord's already anticipated it. Like, that's what the crossbows was about. It was already going to be there for the Lancer threat, but you get premium value against War Elephants. It's the best way to counter that unit. I'm going to start blocking the south side. He also already has troops in position north side, just keeping an eye out for the move. Backstab is coming in, though. Louis MT looking for the commitment. Marine Lord, the crossbowmen aren't here. No, so difficult fight for him to take. He will cover his retreat. Leaves behind the spearman. Actually well played there. Just cuts the army, buys the time, does get away. Second wave is now arriving on the north side, and this one has crossbowmen. Yeah, the real threat starts to arrive. Horseman to intercept. We'll be able to cut down the first of the crossbowmen hitting the field. Neck and neck on military, but not always. Louis MT, a quarter of his army is actually scholars. And on top of that, this elephant, I don't think it's really going to survive the initial strike. No, like it's 10 crossbowmen and going up. Louis is also trying to lean more into knights. And, you know, the funny thing is, like, Marine Lord is very good at that as well with Boy's Fortitude. In fact, with the horseman count as it is, Boy's Fortitude is kind of sick here. Yeah, pretty drastic increase in health. Gives you an extra 20% health. It's like Castle Age's version of biology. Now on approach. He's going to catch... Wait, Louis. Trying to go into a castle. Okay, the problem with trying to go castle here, guys, is like your economy is very small at this stage. He currently has over a third of his eco trying to rush a castle. Which means no military. War Elephant. Going to march on in. Crossbows got bogged down on the Lancers, actually, so decent trade. If he gets away with this castle, I'm going to be mind blown. He's pulled the Scholars, so he's just trying to heal through the problem. Not much of a front line, though, for Louis. No, it's just one Lancer left. Horseman now going to charge in and try to force the fight. Louis, he might be protecting the War Elephant, but who's protecting everyone else? No way. He goes for the castle drop in the middle of the battle. Horseman pulling deeper. They're trying to just ignore the Scholars because they take too long to kill. Few workers now being target fired down. The crossbows will snipe through the War Elephant and wipe the army. Louis MT, he needed a few moments longer, but he won't have it. Village is now in trouble. Archers will dive onto them. The castle is going to complete, yes, but Louis MT, this castle drop was to protect the army. It failed. Now there's nothing to protect the economy. Marine Lord understands it perfectly well. Dives on past the defense. Unless that castle can grow legs and move, he's in trouble. Make it double. He looks dead. Knight's going to start chasing away the workers. Louis MT, this castle, when I say it secured nothing, I really mean nothing. There's 25 stone left here. This castle drop was meant to be placed somewhere extending. Up here, for example, on the food and the stone, but he wasn't able to find the time. Marine Lord, perfect engagement point. Now just able to go hunting for targets. Woodworkers will at least survive. They rotate around the base. But Marine Lord, it's going to be wave after wave and trebuchets as well. Boy's Fortitude on top of that. Louis MT, there's just really nothing left of an army here. You might be wondering, okay, if there's nothing left, why does Marine Lord not just go underneath the town center? Because that's like the one way you could lose the game right now, is rushing under that. Your opponent has nothing under his town center. So why would you go there when you can just go where he needs to be? Food, gold, that's all that matters. And wow, he just calls it. He doesn't even try anymore. GG comes in. A keep to secure a game. Just usually you secure it for yourself, not the enemy. Never understood why Louis was so desperate with the keep. because the Stone Gatherers are there, and the moment they try to run away, like, he's already losing the fight. So if he tries to build the castle elsewhere, it's just going to be lose the fight, get chased, right? So for him, he's like, okay, I need this castle up now, or I'm dead. Right? It's the problem he has in that game is the stone on the front side makes his play predictable, and Marine Lord is not the type of player that like sees these type of moves and lets you get away with them typically. So yeah, just great read, like more or less on Marine Lord playing that in a way that puts Louis in a there is no right move situation. So next up, we're going to have Byzantines versus Malians on Gorge. I mean, Biz have reasonable timings here. Losers can become winners, folks. That's the way this tournament finals works. One and all, welcome back to the channel. The $30,000 showdown, grand finals of EGC Masters Summers. We're into game number 7 here. We are at the point where any civ you lost with, you can reuse. Louis MT takes to the Malians. Marine Lord's response is going to be the firm Byzantines. Now, this is an interesting one on Gorge. We're getting 2 XP just for the early game, but Byzantines typically actually have been quite good at contesting Malians early on. And the reason is the pit mine. The pit mine is a high value proposition for Byzantines because of the flamethrower rams. Now, we'll have to see if they actually come out in this particular game. That was also interesting. Louis, was he scouting for the deer stack? It looked like it. There was a little bit of a weird walk from the villager for a second there. But the interesting thing here, guys, is when you set up these type of pit mines, Byzantines used to just counterplay this very hard with the early merc timings. I'm curious to see if Marine Lord still wants to try that in the new generation Byzantines, because nowadays, after the nerfs your initial merc timings by changing the system costs, I have seen a few more Byzantine players just anchor down for the mid-game instead. Wait, Malian vs. Biz is the famous long-ass game civ choices? It's funny because, like I said, it didn't used to be. It used to just be, oh, wait, how do I defend my pit mine? Oh, wait, I can't. We are getting the ground winery. Everything normal here so far from Marine Lord. Except for the fact that he didn't set up stone gathering early. No. Okay, this looks like a rush timing. Why would you delay going on the stone? Like, he wants the feudal quicker for a reason, right? He wants to be on the very sooner, is my assumption. But the fact he's only got 2 on the build suggests that this is just his special way of being greedy. Yeah, because 2 is not a fast tech up speed. He's probably prioritizing the wood for the first production building. And I expect this to be, like, what, Horseman beginning? You could Horseman Lombo here. It's kind of weird against Malians, but can work. Because remember, like, when you're going to go for a rush from the pit mine, if that's what he wants to do, your goal isn't to have units that full dive. It's just units that can defend a ram well. Wait, is this actually 2TC? All right, we're getting it. I didn't want to bait myself because didn't we have Byzantines? Was it once already today? I've seen Byzantines recently. Yeah, no, he played it on Sunken Lands. That was the map that Marine Lord lost with it on, if you remember, up against Mongols. And we thought he was going to go 2TC because he gathered so much stone. And then he didn't. He just, like, delayed, invested it into the system. But this is indeed going to be 2TC, which makes a lot of sense against Malians. Malians hate 2TCing civs because the whole idea now is you're meant to be able to scale your work account to the point that Fulani does not matter. Louis' reaction, you'd expect it to just be double down on the Fulani timing. Instead, though, is he committing to Pro Scouts? I think so, which means we could be seeing no Fulani. That's been the evolution, though, hasn't it, right? Like, if you guys remember, Malians used to get frustrated by these 2TC builds. And then we saw that the pivot was people started steering into a Farimba type style, right? Like, once the Farimba meta came in, all of a sudden 2TCs wasn't as much of a threat for Malians anymore. They had like a comeuppance elsewhere. Why is 2TC bad if Malians will get ready for cows? The whole idea is that you would normally do 2TC. You'd add in a little bit of aggro, and then it stops them from just cow booming raw. So the logic then is like a Malian player, when they just want to tech up, they're being forced to add in military units and maybe overkill the defense while the TC just keeps scaling. And Byzantines, by the way, are one of the best civs at like doing this 2 TC scale. Remember, for them, it's not just them getting 2 TC production. It's going to gradually become like a 2.2 TC because like the villagers coming out are so efficient with the system buffs. What's interesting to me, though, is that Louis... Is this a bait and switch? It is. It's kind of wild, actually, what he's done here, because he's scaled scouts, which is getting a reaction of spears out of his opponent, but also just having warrior scouts makes it look like you're playing pro scouts. Does dive in a little bit too deep there and pays the price, but like ideally the goal here, I think, for Louis is to make it look like he's pro scouting so that Marine Lord feels safe, and then Louis can come over the top with a Fulani rush. That's kind of sick. And yes, Louis has done a lot of the midweek musters. I think he was one of our highest earners. In fact, I was looking over the records. So highest earners from KPMM, top to bottom. Highest earning was actually Wham. He earned $1,400 across them. Oh, sorry, $1,350. B earned $1,200. Sorry, no, B earned $1,750. He was the highest. That's right, yeah. B earned $1,750. He was the biggest winner by far from KPMM. And then you had, like, Anatand was also high up. I think he was about $1,400. Those are all the biggest. For Louis, he was a little bit lower, actually. He was $750. Anyway, a little bit of poke and prod here. Remember, the Warrior Scouts do heal quite fast. It's like, over time, given enough time, like, we'll beat Limitane. The problem is, it takes a very long time. Louis, we are getting Archer plus the Sofa, so it's not going to be the Fulani Rush. Was this always the plan, or is it a reaction to what's happening? I mean, it's a lot of spears coming from Marine Lord, and we are seeing him now go up to level 5 System soon. Now, the weakness of what Marine Lord's doing here is it means he's going to be running through his safe resources quickly, which is why I think Louis is going aggro, is he's trying to catch Marine Lord when he has to come out of the base. Let's go for a little bit of 2x. Lombo is now to be added in by Marine Lord, which just like makes sense. Limitane, Lombo, and then I think you want to get back Horseman is what we normally see. Also, the other reason is like even if you're going Limitane, we say how like normally when you go Limitane, you should be going Javelins. The problem here is if you're going Javelins, you're doing it against the originator Civ, and that means that that Civ has a very easy capability to build more than you. So like you're mirroring from behind essentially, right? Like you should not be able to build more Javelins than Malians can. If SC2 Pro switch over, I think it's a really good, it's going to really give AoE4 boost, both in viewership and quality of games. The quality of games thing I'm going to debate, that's going to take some time. But definitely viewership, I can see that happening. I mean, I saw a comment from Kelaris who was saying, like, I think this might be our last big event. I was like, you know, I'm going to say something that might hurt some StarCraft people, but good. Like, you're kind of being neglected at this point. You've had many good years, a lot more years than most games have. It breaks people's heart to see the legacy end, but it's not. The legacy continues just in a different game, right? As we're seeing with people like Marine Lord coming across from StarCraft. Like, there's a point where, you know, it kind of reminds me of, you know, when a player just refuses to retire, but instead, like, they go on for years and they're down to, like, a top 60 player, and then they eventually fizzle out. And they kind of regret not, like, retiring earlier. I think StarCraft's at that point where, you know, better to go out on a bang than a fizzle. And that game has been lacking good dev support, I think, for now a year, right? Like, it's been on life support. You know, StarCraft 2 will always be marveled as one of the peak points in esports history. You have to give it that respect. But, like, to see it on what it's become, right? You know, even as someone who, like, didn't follow it too closely, it's heartbreaking to see, like, a game has to become that. And this isn't me praising or cheering the death of a game. It's heartbreaking, but, like, all things have to come to an end. It's just true of anything, right? But, like, I would rather they have the ability to go out on a big hoorah and then evolve to however it is, right? Like Age of Empires 4 comes around, there's the new savior, and then maybe years down the line they return with StarCraft 3. Then them just kind of like, you know, wheel by and pray that the game lasts, but inevitably can't because the developers aren't doing anything for it. Do you think SE2's situation is Blizzard's fault? I mean, Blizzard chose to abandon it, right? To a certain degree, but like, it's also, RTS is a dying breed. StarCraft 2 is like so old that it's very hard to get new blood into that community at this stage. And like, you know, you have to ask the question at some point, like, how much does StarCraft 2's existence continue to be on a love for the game than a logic? Right? Love can get you a long way. We talked about this like Red Bull. I love the Red Bull guys, but they know as well as I do. If they think about the money they put into Age of Empires, they could go and put it into any other game and see better returns on viewership. I'm sorry, like that's not me throwing shade at us as a community. We do well, actually, for how big we are with Age of Empires 2 and 4 in Red Bull World Law. There's no doubt that, like, if they pitted that money into a Dota 2 tournament, a League of Legends tournament, and Valorant tournaments, right, only, Apex even, their viewership return would be substantially higher, right? They do a big chunk of it. Like, there has to be a financial logic to it, but also a big chunk of it is they do it because they love it. I think StarCraft 2 has and could technically continue to exist out of pure love. But, like, the problem is for a lot of people who are trying to make a living off of this, like, love only goes so far, hippies, right? Like, you know, I talked about this before about the amount of full-time content creators in Age of Empires 4 and how the number actually can't be that big. Because, like, you know, look at me, look at the size of me. If you look at the stats on Twitch of people who do purely AoE 4, I'm like, of the regular content creators, not including EGC, I guess, like, I'm what, top 4, top 5? But, like, if you look at the financial elements, AoE 4 is not enough to cover my bills. Anyway, we have got a little dive in here. The sofas are fully upgraded. We've got castle and castle. That's a good, like, a side talk. That prepped us nicely for this point in the game. Relics is now going to be on the menu for both players. In fact, it's mirrored. Marine Lord has got the Cataphract follow-up. I like this. Cataphracts are kind of sick. They've been rising in popularity more and more. You know, Jiggly took it a little bit too far. He needed to calm down, okay? He needed to throw some water on his face. He needed to touch some grass. But, like, now as it's becoming a more subtle, elegant element to the comp, it makes a lot of sense. But this is a rough raid. Louis. Great strike in there. Marine Lord, honestly, for a second there, I thought he didn't have wheelbarrow. They were dying so easily. And an important reset, remember, Byzantines just have a very strong economy at this stage. Relics are coming home first for him. Louis MT has still got Sofa advantage, though. And Marine Lord, this is the most difficult and uncomfortable point in the game for you. Gorge is merciless in the mid game because now you're having to play wide flanks, potentially on both sides. Right? Because you're going to need food to the north side and you're going to need gold to the south. He has got the deer to work with, but like ideally you want to find your way onto the 8 stack of berries. And there's no gold near that either. It's actually quite forwarded on the spawn. So Louis is doing a great job leveraging Sofa, understanding that Marine Lord just doesn't have the breadth to protect both sides of his base. I mean, I think B's transition issues into, like, EGC's tournaments doesn't have anything to do with revealing too much in, like, the tournaments, like the small tournaments. That's a disingenuous thing. Like, that's suggesting to people, like, no, don't come play KPMM, right? No, the problem for B, and I think he'd admit it as well, like, B thrived when the meta was new. But when the meta gets figured out, and even other players are saying this, like, as the meta gets figured out, B will settle down into still a, like, top 16 placement, but it won't be a top 3. I think B doesn't mind me saying that. Like, he really thrives on rapid iteration arcs in AoE 4. Always has, actually. Whereas the more meticulous grinders, like the people who are looking for those like small percentile gains over time, like a Marine Lord, for example, like they've always thrived the longer it goes. B thrives in chaos. Yeah, but like new meta is chaos. Louis is interesting for how he thrives in chaos, actually. Like Louis is in a weird way, it feels like a formulation of Marine Lord and B. Louis is actually very creative with some of his approaches. That's why he's been able to contest this deep in the series. It's why we're looking at a 3-3 scoreline and a potential full 9-game best of 9 here. Marine Lord. He's anchoring now on the south side, but the Sofa have been waiting for this. Yeah, so Marine Lord is just taking the sucker punch of a crappy economy here. It's hurting him, though. His food income is not great. A reminder, like, he is up against Fulani, so he's behind. Trample. Nice idea charging in. The archers do not have poison arrow yet. It's coming in 35. So good time to look for a strike. But the sofas dive in. Marine Lord quick on the pull away. Wait, maybe not? Marine Lord? Okay, he actually went for the ego chow against sofas with imported armors. That is wild. He's also still chasing. Archer count getting cold. I mean, this is good, but the problem is now your army's going to be out of position and your opponent's going to have mass sofa, which means he can just go into your base, which is what is starting to happen here. Look at the minimap. You know, we talked about chaos. That's what's being unleashed on Gorge. Louis now chasing. Akratoy was already used, so he doesn't have the extra defense. Army's going to start retreating, but the second wave is coming in. Louis MT now looking for the sandwich, and he does have the military numbers in his favor here. Sofas will have to back away for the moment. The second wave's going to be there, and just look at the minimap, the pings, the chaos of this. Marine Lord, it's a miracle he hasn't lost more workers than 17 in this game so far. Louis, this time when they fight, he's going to have that poison arrow. Very important against the cataphracts, of which there are not many. Yeah, and the worry for me is, like, whenever you see Marine Lord able to pressure, I feel like if he could just take 2 or 3 of these cataphracts and go around the back, find the wood line, find the gold, game changer. Instead, he's choosing this stoic defender approach. And the sofa numbers are not going to be kind to that. No, I mean, Limitana count up to 26. He keeps using the Lombos to try and keep the archer count down, which is smart. And this is interesting. The way he can engage is he brings in the cataphract and the spears, and then you trample past, revealing the spears into the sofas and drawing the archer fire into the cataphracts. That's what Marine Lord's looking for. Catas haven't committed the trample, though. A little bit of hesitation. And there we go. Goes in. But it's not really archers here. No, they've already been cleared out. It's just the sofas trying to brute force through. And he just gave him the key to the kingdom. Louis can now just chase the Lombos. Absolute disaster. Marine Lord, he thought he had the perfect way to play that comp, but the archer count wasn't there to justify the commitment. Louis keeps the sofa count looking high. Eco at least is not being harassed, but it's on shaky grounds now. Look at the groves and look at the exposure. There's nothing defending this. It's open territory. Feast or famine. And Louis continues to feast. Double the food income for double the cavalry bump. Triple it, quadruple it. There's barely any melee solution against mass sofa. In fact, the Lombos are not going to deal with it that well. He's trying to go for outpost emplacements. Not going to work. Torches come through. Louis MT, aware of the big threat. Didn't even get the fortification. Marine Lord has to stand his ground here. The cataphracts, there's no reason to really trample through. Lombos just try to snipe out the archer in the back. The sofa. The first wave's falling. Marine Lord, he's running out of front line though. And it looks like just enough sofa are going to leak on through onto the farmlands. Louis locked it. This is it. This is what he's been waiting for. If he shuts down these farms now, Marine Lord has no remax. A new wave after new wave. We have to remember these sofa are just quicker than standard heavy cavalry, which means reinforcements are arriving at a rapid pace into the Byzantine economy. And it's going to be too much, an overwhelm, and a lead once again for the Chinese kid. How about that to sit your ass on a sofa? Louis MT now first to match point. He wins the next game. He takes it all. And would lead us to a situation where every S-tier tournament of this year has been won by a different player. Let's see what Marine Lord can do to come back. Next up, we're going to Scandinavia. Iobids versus HRE. I'm wondering if that game was uploadable as well, maybe. That was kind of sick the way he played it. Yeah, I did dig it. Like, maybe that game's uploadable? perfect formation meets the perfect comp? I don't know. He thought it was Pro Scouts. He was dead wrong. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Whew. Knights Templar might not be appearing here, but there's about to be a holy war between the Middle East and the Catholic faith. We hop into game number 8 of this grand final showdown. Louis MT now maintaining the lead. The last 2 times, the person to take the lead on score has been Louis. If he does it here, it's all over. BO9 complete, and Louis MT will claim his S-tier title. He will make it so that every single event this year has been won by a different player. It's a crazy feat to think, and something that I think in previous years of Age of Empires 4, we've wanted but have not really seen. In fact, I believe it's always been... Was it S-tier events last year? Marine Lord was every single one but the team tournament. This year, it's been split Beastie, Marine Lord, and now Louis has an opportunity. Louis, who was runner-up last event. And I've got an interesting stat for you guys here. Should he do it? How about this for a funky order? EGC Masters Winter, Beastie first, Marine Lord runner-up. Elite Classic 3, Marine Lord winner, Louis MT runner-up. If he wins here, it would be runner-up winning again. There's a pattern. The good news for Marine Lord is that would mean that like the next event afterwards that he would win. But I don't think he's looking at it that way. Probably sweating a little bit because Gentlemates have high expectations of this man and because he set high expectations when he signed with them last year. I'm going to the 2x speed. We're on Scandinavia for the HRE Ibid matchup. And HRE Ibid is a fairly tight matchup, actually. Like, HRE Ibids, I probably favor HRE slightly, like 55-45. Maybe you could lean it towards, like, 60-40. But, like, overall, it's a pretty comfortable place for the HRE to play. On average. But, what? He gets a game lead, and he gambles it all. Louis MT is the psychopath up to the table, putting it all on, not even red. Like, we need some odds at the roulette table that's more like 25%, because maybe even less. Bazaar is a bizarre choice. You do not see Tradewing Bazaar unless you are full gambling. Because if you roll the wrong choices early on, the game feels over. Reminder, by the way, we are in a water map. Nobody's touched water yet. They were so busy touching grass, they're only now going to do it upon reaching Feudal Age. Meme Lord going in for the mean work here. So, well, not fair to call it that anymore, is it really? Mine work has been just coming back big. In fact, this is the second time this series that Marine Lord would have picked it. Opportunity to make it 1-1 apiece, I guess. Oh man, this game's going to deliver, isn't it? All right, we are just a few seconds away. I'm going to switch over to my ugly mug just because I want to get the UI out of the way so you guys can see what he's going to roll here. Really important. The right units can change everything. 3, 2, 1 Bedoan, 1 Trader. It's not the best. No. A Bedoan Swordsman here? Considering that, like, HRE at the moment of mine work, funnily enough, actually often open arches, and are going to be opening arches. This is atrocious. Yeah, because the Bedoan Swordsman, the idea here, I think, is to ram rush, which is a cool idea, right? Like, you don't have to now build a rack, you just get 2 over, you build a ram. The problem is, your opponent's already anticipating an archery range. And these are light infantry, so they do get counted out by archers. Worse still, their movement speed is too slow to usually catch said archers. Well, both players aware of the fishing happening. We've got actually quite a lot of docks from Louis. I like this. This is why Iabids are quite strong on water split maps like this. Same with Abbassids. The idea is that you have the ability to just spam into multiple ponds much quicker than anyone else. And he's even actually set up the Dow already. Yeah, so he's going to try to lean pretty hard onto economy. He even has the Bedoan Swordsman now coming south side, but the archers are there as well. Yeah, and like this is where the Bedoan kind of tastes the sadness. He did go for the food and wood, so he bought it all with the gold. Got another trade wing returning in 90 seconds. No, wait, we've already been through this before in the Bedouin pronunciation. And I was assured by multiple people it is Bedouin. You've also got to keep in mind it's probably pronounced differently between Americans and British people. Same with Abbasids. Now, Archer count looking good from Marine Lord. Now, he can't clear the dock straight away, but with the mine work, he already has a very easy way of rushing into siege engineering. So, although Louis has better water control, don't write this off as now he's going to eco in. Especially considering Marine Lord is still snuck some gathering on the north side. Yeah, a little bit surprised he hasn't really been pushed off of that yet, actually. Archer ship is going to arrive to harass a little bit, but there's already a counterplay to that. Double dock at that. So Marine Lord just wants an ability to scale even more fishing up here. So Bedouin or Bedouin? See, this is the problem when you want to do what's it called, phonetics. If your intent was to say it's Bedouin, then it should have been like double O. Because if you put it like that, you're saying Bedouin. And I really do want to know which bed you in. Hey. Deseret is now from Louis. Next ticket. You got the Bedouin skirmishes. It's actually not a bad idea sometimes, but like with the swim coming in maybe a little bit better, but the archers maybe kind of make it a bit problematic here. Marine Lord, of course, remember, because he went mine work, the spearmen have extra value. The all pikes is kind of sick. Yeah, all pike spearmen actually somewhat competes with Bedouin swordsmen. It's not going to be the one-to-one, but like it's actually surprising how much they can hold their own. Right, because these guys do 13 damage. You're going to be doing, I believe it's 11. Quicker attack speed on these guys, sure, but like, you know, very expensive in a way, right? With the Bedouin swordsman point, I believe you pay, 150 gold. But the problem is it's very limited. It's not like you can spam up the spears. Like, mathematically good, but with how many you'll get, bad. And, oh god, that was bad. Louis, what just happened? I guess he was busy microing on land, but that was expensive. He kills an archer, but loses a down explosive ship. That's not a good trade. So Marine Lord will be able to lock in the north side now. And he's ready to unleash the fishing. He's already up to 9 here. Comes at a perfect time, because if he was locked on this side for like 2 more minutes, this deep water would run out. So able to unleash the economical beast when he needs it. And I'm just gonna call it for what it is. Gamble Wing has not paid off. Let's call a spade and let's bury this plan. Like, it hasn't found any value so far for Louis. Which is worrisome because, like, of the choices, in some ways, this one has longer term vestige than others. Most of the time, if you think of Iobid Tech Ups, they're all about tempo. But like, this one, even if it's got longer term value, is like still very limited. You know, the scale value of getting 2 of these guys every few minutes is not great when you go up to 20, 30 military. Marine Lord. We are now seeing that siege engineering. It's not enough to lock in his own side. He wants to lock Louis out. Louis has got the right call going into Horseman, but if this turns into a Horseman mirror, folks, Marine Lord does very well due to all pikes. It impacts Horseman as well. And you've already got archers to clear a Desert Raider, right? So don't think debuff. That's not going to be there. Yeah, so for now, it's going to be Spear Archer. I think Marine Lord could just actually do that non-stop. But like, if he ever feels threatened by the Horseman Archer comp, he can just mirror Horseman with a better economy, is the idea. Wait, some people call Venice Venezia? You know what? Let's do the ultimate, like, pronunciation shame. How many of you have actually pronounced the capital of Ukraine correctly? That's a popular one. For some reason, Western society forced the incorrect name on them, and for many people, they call them Kiev, which it is most definitely not. It's Kiev. Kiev. Louis getting ready for attack. Wait, don't they even... I think pretty sure they even spell it K-I-E-V in Age of Empires 4, right? Horseman now diving in, but it's into spears. Love the fact that Prelt's even getting involved for the heal. And the dive on the other side is much better. Louis! Perfect moment. This is very reminiscent of the previous perfect strike timing for Marine Lord in game number 5. If you guys remember, where like it looked as if Louis was going to get away with the greed, and at the very, very much correct moment, Marine Lord was able to dive and start finding value. Doesn't fully commit this time because he knows Horsemen are coming home. But strips a little bit of value away from Louis. And now I think he knows exactly what's happening. So he's starting to stockpile resources himself. And you may notice there's a lack of ramming, but that's smart, right? Like, what Louis done here means that rams is a little bit awkward on the timing. Like, you might commit to it and casually take it down, but it's not the all-in. So, in a way, Louis kind of got a state of execution. He forced a pivot towards tech instead of all-in. I say that, Marine Lord is still going for it, though. I think he just saw the horseman count and is underwhelmed. Don't blame him. Don't worry, guys. Louis has got free... Wait. He got triple... You see that? He got free stone. I mean, it's not enough for a castle, right? But it's very rare to see triple stone. Then again, it's very rare to see trade wing in general. Holy crap. All right, so if he just rolls triple stone again, right, then we're off to the races. Right? Because that would be 525 stone, and you get it again, you have a castle drop. And you live. Those docks aren't going to live, though. So we talked about this not being a full commitment from Marine Lord, only the one ram. But one is good enough. Like, Louis, he's already invested so deep, he's not going to cancel a tech up to get extra troops out. Like, it wouldn't be quick enough anyway. So one dock down. Second one to be dealt with. It's going to be one dock left, and what is happening here? Louis? He's not even fishing. I've noticed this. Actually, both players have been guilty of this. They've had idle eco in weird ways, but if you guys remember, Louis had it in a very early phase. In game number 1 in the Mali and Ottoman games, if you guys remember, when he got attacked on the deer, he idled 5 in the outpost, only ever pulled 1 out. So I don't know what's going on with Louis at the moment, but like, these type of idle times are pretty unforgiving. That much deep water fish. I mean, you could have got one more drop off. Yeah, and he's going to miss it. He's going to whiff it. Doc gets left alive, so he might get some drop-offs. But guys, that's 13 times 40. 520 food extra that he might have been able to have there. Let's split hairs and say it's more like 300 food. But that's still a substantial amount for a guy who only has 262 food income. Louis now just trying to lock in some Fort Gold because gotta keep trade winging. Wait, he got double stone. I tell you what, though, it's cool to see it being used, but it just doesn't feel like the right map. Like trade wing in theory, right? If you set up a marketplace, could have been kind of okay on this map. So like maybe he could have justified it if you got a few rolls of trade. But I think Marine Lord just playing aggro mine work always kind of set this up to look really underwhelming. Maybe if it was Arkin, his idea is a bit better. But even then, it feels a bit rough. Relics are now on the way home from Marine Lord. Nami posturing aggressively, but notice Marine Lord's patience here. He's waiting for the veterancy, and then he happily will welcome the fight. Reminder, with the mine work, he's also able to get all these level 2 techs aggressively fast. Only 40 seconds wait. And Louis remembers why no one likes sieging into HRE. Wow, look. A "it never happened" button. Marine Lord in full pursuit now. It's crazy to think that Louis MT, you'd expect him to have a clear tech edge in the fight. It just isn't really going to exist. They're now mirrored up. He's just outmatched. 38 to 18 archers. Horsemen are trying to rotate in, but the spearmen are going to be there to guard. Nice little drive-by. Clips one of the camels, takes him down. Archer fire is being shot into the spearmen now, though. Relics still actually haven't found their way home. Props to him. Louis was able to block the relic retrieval on the flanks. It does look like gravity has started to drag them towards Marine Lord's stratosphere, but, they're still not home. A reminder, that's a big deal. Just delaying it minute by minute. The Regnitz is really the accelerant. And it's about to get its first fuel. Relic number 1, just 10 seconds away from being dropped in. Louis has not gone for the cambulances. He's not counterplaying. No, he's trying to play direct blocker, which makes sense. The problem with trying to counterplay by going for relics yourself is like you're already almost double the military. You do that, you definitely lose the fight. I think Louis, he did actually set up a new dock, so the fishing got back underway. But it's still so inefficient by comparison, right? Actually, no, in fairness, Marine Lord never set up I thought he went for a 4 dock. That's actually just a Hulk. So they both actually have inefficiency issues. Really big inefficiency issues. Marine Lord with a men-at-arms switch. Ooh. All planks plus men-at-arms. So, idea is to make it really hard for Louis to micro his way out of the engagement. Yeah, he's trying to leverage the fact that like Louis is quite reliant on archers now. It looks like Marine Lord is as well. Wouldn't be wrong to say so, but like he has so much frontline also. It's a very smart counterplay because the alternative is to play into like mangoes, but that really slows down your movement. And he's playing quite far forward. So by going men-at-arms plus spears, you get this kind of brute force interaction where Louis' archers, like, even if you select them all and click one location, right, they're going to end up overkilling one spear when they would have normally hit 2 or 3. Because if they go for an A-click, they're probably hitting the men-at-arms instead. Yeah, I like this. Louis, did he see something? Because he's already prepping crossbows, which is the correct answer. Springalds as well. Could this be it? If Louis is able to get up to 5 or 6 of these bad boys, the initial burst could be enough to break the front line. Challenge is going to be the 51 archers. We talked about the target firing issue for Louis, but, if you have to target fire onto Springalds 1 by 1 with archers, yeah, you're probably overkilling them, but it's totally worth it. Yeah, Louis probably needs like 7 or 8 of these. There is a concern that he doesn't have frontline, though, at all. Right, his frontline is less than 20. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is almost 50. Yeah, so it's a slight difference. Even waiting for the heavy maces. Cistercian chapels, or abbeys rather, just came in. So now we're going to get the buff effect. This is why we've seen Minework rise in popularity, by the way. The fact that you can kind of get Arc in later on. Bastion, though, archers. They were trying to see if they could fish for the Springalds. Springalds going to back up. Louis MT starts to close the army gap slightly. But with Cistercian abbeys, I'm a bit worried, actually, for Louis. Yeah, look at what Marine Lord's up to. The fishing is running thin for both because it's becoming really... I don't want to say irrelevant. It's still food, but pretty pitiful. The recharge time takes quite a long time on the deep waters, so you're having to move further and further upfield. And he has at least got the docks, but... The funny thing for Marine Lord is he never built those docks. So for him, like, this farm transition is the world. And for a guy who's massing men-at-arms, it truly is everything he needs and more. Springal count is still not looking that great, folks. It's only 2. Yeah, why is Louis not leaning harder into this? Like, he just keeps seeing archers and massing more archers. Which, yeah, congrats. Like, golf claps. You've got the lead, but what about the men-at-arms? Because the funny thing, guys, is Springalds actually counter archers as well. This type of comp, like, you just aim at the archers, you hit the men-at-arms, spears, and the archers, because the way they run through them. It's in fact why Springalds had the base damage nerfed by, I think it was 2. I think it was like 2 patches ago. Anyone noticed how very tempered these games have been on average? Like, we've had some crazy ones, but for the most, you can see the raw respect and hesitation from both players. Like, even in this position where it looks like Marine Lord is miles ahead with the relics and everything else, he doesn't want to fully engage. Now, that does kind of lean in Marine Lord style, by the way. Marine Lord is a methodical player. He looks for that small percentile advantage, which becomes extrapolated across a long game, right? You know, if I'm winning by 4% now, in 20 minutes from winning by 4%, I'll be winning by 20%. And in fairness, like, there's no fear of scaling towards Imperial for him. Hyper late Ibids is favored, but that's a long way off currently. It looks like he is thinking about Imperial. Starts to move out in the deer. Louis may be a little bit suspicious. But what do you do now? You already got the military wing reinforcement. You could go growth. Growth is actually kind of sick. We very rarely see it. But it's a 10% increase. It makes your Golden Age better than the Abbasids. Golden Age of breeding has arrived from Marine Lord. The man who spends so much time scrimming and practicing in his room. He doesn't have time for breeding. He allows the in-game civs to do it for him. Remember, this thing is a ridiculous production rate. 3 TCs bundled into 1 with a huge discount. Why is Iobid's favored in the hyper late game? They have very good quality units. Things like Gulams, hand cannoneers with Sultan's Mameluke. Sultan's Mamelukes is a very subtle tech. Definitely doesn't feel as good as something like Composposing Castle, but in the Imperial, when you've got high damage units, which usually get kills, high damage units with percentile increase goes a long way, right? It's like, you know, going from 35 damage, adding in another 7. You know, all of a sudden, we're talking about a pretty noteworthy increase in DPS. And then let's not forget the Desert Raiders. A very rare sight, a unit that actually benefits from 3 different university techs. Marine Lord. This is a lot of spear blob. 4 spirals, please. Yeah, but like if HRE teabag your spouse, it's because you just didn't outbreed them. You know? Pick Iobid's. Rush Imperial, go Growth Wing, build 4 TC. They'll never be able to catch you. Please don't do that. What a weird fight. Over the stone, it seems, but it's really just about the push. The Mangoes, well, they've got high value. If they can hit into both the Mango plus the Archer Mass, they retreat now. Doesn't quite get the snipe. Louis, is he breaking through? It's deceptive, right? This is Elite versus Castle. He has to take this fight. Marine Lord, all he needs is a draw. Louis doesn't have the resource to tech up. Even if he did, what's he going to do? It's probably going to have to be like Advancement Wing here just to try and compete. Even then, you're still going to be waiting well over a minute for this. Feels like a minute that you don't have. Archer's now just clearing the Desert Raiders. Spirals have done a good job of just penetrating that line, but now it's Mangonels still alive for Marine Lord. And nothing to really kill them. No, like you've got no melee to strike on in. You've got 3, 4 Desert Raiders that are just not going to cut it, not going to make it. Has to cut and run, and a minute and 30 seconds. A minute and 30 seconds is a challenge for many a man here. Especially for Louis under this type of pressure. Marine Lord has just gotten so many upgrades in already. Without gold in reserve, Incendiaries is also easily feasible. Even now adding the Lanch Nectar. And now looking to shut out the fishing. Instead, he's going to find the workers as well. On a unit that runs faster. Archers, they outpace villagers. Yeah, there's no getting away from this. Marine Lord's not going to let go of it either. Quite rightly, as he shouldn't. He's slightly overextended. He didn't actually bring the full melee with him. It is going to force Louis to engage, though. Louis. Oh, this is an ugly fight. Just look at the body drop. We also do have range 3 already. Another courtesy of the Mind Work factor. You just get it so fast. Villagers being pulled! Louis! He might get the kill, but it costs him everything. The GG comes in. And M-Lord will flex the HRE. Look at that. A perfectly balanced Civ with a 50% win rate in Grand Finals. And a 9th game? Oh my. Okay, this is going the full way. Which leaves us with what? Abbasid's Order of the Dragon from Marine Lord, right? On Frisian. You're Abbasiding, right? Abbasid French. Remember, he threw away the French much earlier in the series. It was a toss-away pick to basically just deal with the Enlightened Horizon threat. One sec. Let me have a look here. Spread equal. Okay. All right, this... Let's get ready to hype it up. Hype it up big, because we're getting it. Most epic series. You guys ready for this? The best grand finals Age of Empires 4 may have ever seen. The score tells it all. We go the full distance to decide this. Will it be Marine Lord returning to peak form as De Champion? Or is Louis MT ready to prove that that one German LAN was no fluke? We head into Frisian Marshes to decide it all. In the EGC Masters Summer's $30,000 S-tier tournament, Louis MT with an opportunity to lock in his first ever S-tier title. A humongous flex for the Chinese region, but actually for Asia as a whole. Finally, they could have someone to look towards, to don the mantle after the departure of Lennox a long time ago. Or will it just be the tale as old as Age of Empires itself, with EU domination? Marine Lord, he takes to the battlefield with the Abbasids, a pick that has not been seen in this series so far. Louis MT on the other side with the French has already lost with this Civ, and he already lost doing this exact type of opening. It is going to be a Dark Age spear play. And my, oh my, is it going to pay? We're going to do 2x speed, just the Dark Age, but it's going to catch Marine Lord doing the dead obvious. He goes for the dock drop and immediately has to walk away, so won't be going beyond the first pond. Has got the House of Wisdom coming in, but is nowhere near ready for a tech up. He's going to have to rush out into the gold because the Spearman can now block that. Great read. It means Marine Lord should be able to gather enough gold before this is truly problematic. Especially considering the second Spearman didn't come to the gold. Yeah, and also, got to be careful. LUMT slightly diving under the TC. But that was a great reaction. We've seen plenty of players pull maybe 3 to 4 and just lose because of this. This was optimally done. Gets enough people out into the gold to guarantee they'll have his resource gain. Now the question on everyone's mind... You like Eco Wing? I do like villages. Especially Abbasid villages. It's mainly the screams. Jeez, that got dark. I am wondering if he's going to be looking to Eco Wing and play a long game. Now, Trade Wing used to be incredibly viable on this map for Abbasids, but the changes make it quite difficult. Yeah, like with the changes with the trade now being in the center, it's a little bit harder. Like, it's actually diagonal trade, which is higher value, but it's more exposed than it used to be. And the other thing is, like, before, you could argue with the camel change, like, the Abbasid traders were a bit better against French Knights because you debuff a lot of their damage. But now, since the changes where you're trading to the center of the map, a big part of the design philosophy on this change to Frisian Marshes is that the previous version, really, you could only like easily counter trade with cavalry. Now you can trade out into it with infantry because it's much shorter distance to reach. It also is much harder to wall in to secure. So melee wings are actually going to be the choice. Marine Lord doesn't opt for the greed. I like this. You know, you can still try to get an eco advantage on a delay coming back for the docks, but you're probably going to get pressured here by like French, right? Like Knight Archer opening could make a lot of sense, but by going military wing, it maybe makes it a little bit discredited for Louis to play that way. We'll stick on the 2x speed just for the moment as the tech ups come in. School of Cavalry on the way for Louis. And it is going to be 11 sheep to the 15. So Marine Lord getting a bigger slice of the pie. Yeah, part of that is exacerbated by the fact that he did go for fishing. Fishing they will likely return to. It looks bad that he lost the dock, but remember, the docks only cost 75 wood, so it's actually not that big of a pain in the ass. Winner should have 2 points over opponent to win. It's not as cool as you think. So never-ending games is cool in some formats, but like in others, it can be really bad. So for example, like, you know, Apex Legends with this match point system, like those type of games, like actually you never know when it's going to end is kind of cool. And a 1v1 though, it can get kind of ridiculous, I think. That's like I don't know. When people think back to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado and the back-to-back series between the Canadians, like I wonder if people enjoyed it as much. Because one thing we noticed, you guys remember back then, it became less of a battle of like perfect execution and more of an attritional battle of like stamina. And I've talked about how like I prefer games that are about making the least mistakes versus playing perfect. But like the way it played out, I still remember that series, like you could just tell that the players were tired. Like, there were things slipping through there that, like, you would never see out of Poppy Paw and Wham in, like, the early games. Ever. And it just, like, it does create kind of a bad look, you know? It's kind of the idea of if you had so many rounds in boxing that both the players look like they're just going to fall over, right? They can't even throw a punch anymore. I think that's the concern you have if you have, like, this never-ending series idea where the only way someone can win is if they get 2 games ahead. What was interesting is the like proposition of having mercy rules in some esports. Some I think still use it, where like if you get, for example, I think FIFA has this, right, where if you're 4 goals ahead, then the game can just like end, can just get called. So we've settled in. Dogs are coming through for Louis now. Which makes sense. He saw the military wing. He showed the respect. Like, you don't really want to fight directly in this army when they have, like, 10%, 15% more health, right, with the boot camp. Especially when you open spears, because you're inherently slowing down your night timing. Yeah, also, the other thing I'd say about overtime is, like, the idea of overtime in that form probably makes more sense in games where they have a, like, fixed time interval, theoretically, that should be hit. Like, for example, Counter-Strike. Like, you could have infinite rounds. I think they fixed that more recently anyway. But the thing about, like, Age of Empires 4, and same with games like Dota 2, is, like, technically, they never end. Like, technically, we could have a game of AoE 4 that is 5 hours long. It's probably not going to happen, but it could. So the idea of having, like, a system where you have to get 2 games ahead really becomes flawed with that. Do you see where I'm going? Like, the broadcast length, like, it's cool to have very long days, but there's only so much consumption people really want in one day anyway. Also, you know at some point that Taco is going to catch up with one of the players, and they're going to need a long Vindaloo break. You know what I mean? Vindaloo or, like, a Taco break. And that's where it's going to be like, oops. So it sounds almost comical, but there's a reason why, yeah, you don't want, in like, you know, best of 17s. Food, bio breaks, sleep. Rumor stock 9-day game. Yeah, it's like, okay, so like the rumor stock thing was interesting. So would you want to see that regularly though? I think the merit in it is the fact that it happened once. I think if that happened again, less than half the people would be interested the second time around. It was uniquely appealing and actually like catapulted. If you guys don't know about Rumor Stock, it was a game that lasted several days long on AoE 2. It wasn't even a comp game, it was just a ladder game. But like the thing that made that appealing is you'd never seen it before. But if you saw that a few times, you get bored. It's a little bit of cat and mouse here. Louis MT chasing in, but Rainlord has gone pretty heavy-handed in the spears, as you'd expect against French. The thing is, Louis MT, like, read it perfectly. Like, Marine Lord, he's kind of stuck heavy in the spears, while Louis has gone mass archers. There's barely any knight representation at all. The Iron Bladder wins? Nah, see, this is the thing. If we ever done best of 17s, someone should hire me as their coach, because I can give you the best advice ever. Do you know what the best advice ever is if you're in a best of 17, a best of 36, or 37, whatever it's going to be? catheter bag. It's time. Embrace it. You know? Colostomy bags. Adult diapers. Like, these are the life hacks you need if you really want to win. ML misread? He kind of has to misread, though. If he doesn't blob spears, then it could just be knights. Like, the problem from Reload is he's not actually scouting the enemy. Reload now with the switch into Horseman. I actually quite like this. You could try to mirror archers. It's not the worst of ideas to go towards Castle Age gradually with just massing archers. But if you now mass archers, your opponent masses knights. If you mass horsemen, yes, your opponent can mass knights, but like the horsemen can avoid the bad fight. They're still a decent body blocker to protect your squishiness. And they also are a unit that can raid. So like the idea from Rainlord here is to be able to potentially send these guys in and do eco damage. Which is going to be important. Although he's scaling a worker lead off the fishing boats temporarily, remember that Louis is playing French. He will always end up with more villages if you don't kill any. In fact, he's already 5 ahead. Use a coffee jar? Yeah, but if you're using a coffee jar, like, what are you going to drink afterwards? What the hell's wrong with you? And so much fishing as well from Marine Lord. 13 fishing boats in total. Lasts a while. You get free per pond, and you can usually set it up so you don't grief yourself with the dock placements, which is done. For Louis, I think like the pace at which you get the advantage is kind of slow, right? So like if Louis realizes that, he can just look to directly attack, which is what he's trying. It's an awkward map to do it on, guys. The thing about Frisian you have to remember is it's a very, very defensive map. The weakness long-term is gold. Like, gold is the thing that forces you out of the corner, but everything else is good. You know, you get a lot of sheep at the start. You have a good tree line. Use the secondary tree line is very safe as well, and you can use those trees to get food anyway. So, like, the one thing that usually kills players from camping in the corner is gold. Yeah, dude, I think you guys have been watching too much Dune. I hope you're at least using the bodysuits to filter the whiz first before you caffeinate it, you know? But if I filter it, it'll take out the grains of caffeine that remain in the urine. No, stop. Just stop. Just buy a water suit, please. Urine hygiene. Marine Lord. The horsemen are now getting the lay of the land. His army is staying at home. He's actually playing this correctly. But Louis MT, you know, he's already got enough knights to just mirror the play. While Marine Lord is getting key information, I'm curious to see what he wants to really do with it. Because massing spears and archers here, like, it's not bad for the idea of composite bows, but your opponent also has very strong power now to go into, like, knight massing with Royal Institute play. Sure as archers will lose that fight, but, like, knights are very good at chunking up Royal Bloodlines into a Bastard Spear Walls. Yeah, no Phalanx yet, but that's usually because it'll come down the line when he's ready to fight. We have got Golden Age 2 coming in. For Bastards, it doesn't really change much. Yeah, honestly, it's like Bastards Age, like Golden Age 2 is probably the most underwhelming thing they have. 15% research speed. Ooh. And yeah, wasn't this game at like, I want to say 10 p.m. UK time? So for Louis, he just got that fresh morning wake-up feeling, you know what I mean? He's ready to go. I do wonder, by the way, I think they had a small break halfway through this series. Louis does this all the time. So Louis, you know, he'll begin a series looking a little bit weaker. And, you know, although he kept it even, he always came from behind. But twice over now, he's been having the lead. Twice over. And I imagine there was a break halfway through, and then this started to happen. It's almost like Louis goes and pours himself a cup of coffee, and just comes back with superpowers activated. And that's going to be a supercharged Castle Age. Royal Institute on the way. Phalanx reaction. Marine Lord has not started a tech up yet. He cannot get the camel straight away, so no debuff. He'll have to add in like additional camels. One camel archer not going to feel great against 50 archers. I wonder if he just takes Eco Wing and plays even deeper. Isn't Louis a child? Dude, he's like 21 or 23. Like, all right, Boomer. I know you're like 60, but chill. He's 22. He's not that young. Like, what are you going to say? Is he allowed to go to the prom on his own? He's 22. Chill. Is he allowed to open a bank account? If he wasn't, I'd get to keep a lot more money from KPMN instead of just paying everything out. Like wallet right now. I sent several $1,000s of prize pool earnings yesterday. Even though, like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I knew it was coming. It still hurts. Louis waiting for veterancy, by the way. Like, Marine Lord is just trying to punish him for aging first. He has got Culture Wing now coming, but the pursuit... I mean, it could be that Louis, he does have a scout with the army. That's the key thing in the Stealth Forest. You don't want to be running headfirst into Spear Wall. Yeah, we'll be able to break away, but Culture is still a minute 20 out. This is the thing about the map, though. It's very hard to now dive this back eco line, even with the age up. Louis, I mean, 13 Knights is good, but Royal Bloodlines is still... Oh, look at that. It's going to come in the moment Castle completes, which is kind of a disgusting timing, actually. Especially the way he's leaning. Louis is going to start to circle around towards the gold. Marine Lord, the fishing, is it getting thin now? 500 left here. 500 left here. Yeah, so it's not going to last more than probably like 8 or 9 more minutes. And there's also not much wood left in the corner either. 66 archers now. Louis stopped studying his university to play AoE4, so this final means a lot more for him. Well, yeah, but like, you know, Marine Lord is fighting early onset, like, whatever, a list of different causes. He's an old man, so, you know, like, it means a lot to him too. Marine Lord is fighting against early onset incontinence from old age. They both have a lot on the line here. Archers are going to be an edge here for Louis MT. The veterancy's already in. Dive comes through. You can see the tech up as clear as day. The Knights are trying to bait forward the Spearmen. Even if they don't, the Archers are going to trade out nicely here. Marine Lord does have numerical advantage. There's no denying who has the quality. Phalanx is going a long way, mind you. The Spears, the double wave is actually both connecting. Villagers are going to be on the front line, though. Like, this is awkward. Marine Lord, he's losing workers. This is a lot more than that at this rate. Archers are just running this through, but it looks like Marine Lord is going to be able to hold on firm. Archer count healthy enough. Louis MT, the second wave of archers took forever. In fact, I think maybe he kept some at home. I'm so confused. It feels like the count doesn't make sense here. Knights are still going to clean up a decent chunk of this. And worker kill count was actually kept quite low after all. So credit to Marine Lord. He can't really afford worker losses here considering the fishing is very baiting when you look at the eco count in total. Still, these Knights, oh my god. Like, can you kill them? They're actually getting more value than I expected. At the end of that fight, there was only 6 or 7 Knights left over, and you're like, well, okay, he's held. But even though you got the veterancy on archers, there's already ranged armor 2 in. These are Royal Bloodline Knights as well. They don't die easy. Camel debuff is going to be big, though. Well played there. Marine Lord with the foresight to prep a Camel Rider. That should now debuff the damage enough that he can shut this down. Louis MT is going to have to reset. He does have a worker lead, but guys, it is not substantial. And he has a problem here. This was the Royal Institute play. This was the big go. And it did not break Marine Lord. No. If you want to do that, you have to now shut down the fishing. Because then it will have broken him. It's going to be 57 villagers to 71 if he now starts to deny these docks. I mean, Louis, he definitely done some damage to that. And, like, this is the organic scaling of French with their TC anyway. Love the wall as well. Because, like, the most logical thing from Marine Lord after taking that fight is now I have archers, I push. Resonation of Knowledge is going to be on the way. Marine Lord now looking for relics, but Louis MT has already started moving towards them sooner. Very weird relic spawn as well. Louis got a super safe one, whereas Marine Lord's first one is basically on the front line. Yeah, very odd. Then again, I guess it balances out with the weirdness of these two relics also. Very important that Marine Lord won that fight, by the way. He couldn't keep hunkering down the base because of this. Double gold forward spawn, as it always is on Frisian these days, necessitates that you actually reclaim the front of your base fast. Yo, could you guys imagine if Louis was secretly 45? You've all just been catfished. He looks so young, but he's not. Like, each morning when he wakes up, he just puts an entire tub of, like, moisturizer on his face. Looks in the mirror. And in Chinese says, it puts the moisturizer on or it gets the hose. And I'm all for it as well, by the way. Not the moisturizer hose. The youthful gamers. I think, like, actually, young gamers is exactly the big problem that RTSs have. Is, like, it's become a boomer esport. It's become a boomer game. Like, how do you get the new generation of people in? I think that's something that's promising very before. I mean, StarCraft had this as well, right? They had that very big Cinderella story coming through of the young player from China, Oliveira, who I think retired after winning, right? But, like, that felt like a rarity for them. Whereas I'd say, you know, here, I feel like we're seeing more and more youth come in. They're still having to fight up against the old guard, which Marine Lord most definitely is. He's in his 30s. But then you got, like, you know, Vortex, Dumu, Beastie, Lucifron. Like, these are all 30-plus gamers. Compared to Rocket League, if you're above 30, you're dead. No, if you're above 30 and you're in a Rocket League arena and you sit down a PC, they expect to hear all your bones crack, and, like, they're worried that when you have to do, like, a trip flip reset, your thumb is just going to actually break. Whereas, like, Age of Empires 4, the average age of the esports scene, I want to say is still, like, high? Maybe, like, 31? But it's coming down a bit, which is cool to see. And what else is coming down is the villager count from Marine Lord. Ah, the death cries of Abbasid villagers. Nothing quite gets you full up on the morning, ready to charge on into battle like that. 67 to 81 villagers now. Not just that. He's gone for the fish, but he's leveraging mostly workers. Yeah, so that means big accelerant. Louis MT is going to munch through that very fast. Even on the boars, which, haha, you picked Abbasid, you could not. AO4 is a game for unks. Are you trying to suggest that none of us can get laid and have our own kids, so it's not a game for dads, it's a game for uncles? How dare you? That is only like 85% true. Archers. With composite bows, this is a good fight for Marine Lord. Louis MT, I'm a little bit surprised he took the direct flash. He's now going to commit the Knights in. The spear count is still looking really good for Marine Lord. 20 spearmen remaining. It's going to force the retreat. Louis MT has to get the hell out of dodge. Still, things that are going well for Louis. Marine Lord may have won that fight, but, like, militarily, reblobbing is going to get harder and harder. I do wonder why Louis took that fight in particular. Could he have just waited? Because the thing is, like, Marine Lord struggles to approach. If he comes towards your base, the Knights go in to his. All of a sudden, not many Knights left alive. Marine Lord now has an opportunity to just start diving into your base. Yo, you guys ever realize that, I was just thinking about this because I saw the comment about, like, you know, hitting peak in grade 5. You know how people try to learn, like, how to play games by watching the pros and whatever? You're like, wow, I'm going to try that too. How epic. You ever think about, like, how comical it is when you consider... when you consider trying to watch an RTS pro to become good at the game, and your first instinct is, okay, I just need to, like, I'm going to drag my face across the keyboard to achieve that APM. Right? I'm going to be like Like, what? Control 1 and then control 2. And then like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we go like this. We go. Okay, I'm simplifying, but like there is an interesting part of like, I think with RTS as compared to watching the POVs of most other games, to learn from a pro, I think is a lot harder in an RTS than in other games. Does that make sense? Like, someone can have crazy aim in an FPS and it can be unrelatable, but like there's still an anchored like viewing experience the most. Whereas, you know, when you, I think we talked about this for some players before, where like they're very easy to watch a stream of because they barely move the camera. Whereas, you know, for most top level RTS, especially StarCraft 2 comes to mind, like the APM expectations, the higher POV, oh my god. I dread to think like how hard that must be to follow for someone who's never watched an RTS before. Marine Lord, you're wondering why he's not going to the base? He's just trying to steer towards the food. Louis doesn't really have a farm transition going. And Marine Lord realizes what we said. If he goes in the enemy base, the Knights can still go into his. So he's just looking to strip eco and force Louis back in the corner, which is a win. See if he's able to. Numbers still favor him. Notches are going to be sacked. And there you go. Someone's saying that like they prefer casts over watching POVs because of it. It's interesting is like a lot of people watch POVs in AoE 4. Like, how did Donati not become the biggest streamer in Age of Empires 4 with his 60 APM challenge? Instead, people watching the guys with 200 APM. Good lord. Let's see if Marine Lord's magical APM fingers can do what he needs here. A little bit of start step back. He's got crossbows in the formation now. Should keep the Knights at bay. But the military count doesn't look good. No, Louis is gap closing fast. And remember, these are premium Knights. Marine Lord's starting to lack in the spear department also. He has got farms finally coming in a flood. Louis is mirroring the play though. And reminder, these are not better farms. This was not an eco-wing build, so he does not have the cheap tech. He does not have the increased gathering tech. Yeah, so for Marine Lord to feel really good about this, what he actually needs is Imperial. Really like PFV because it shows mouse movement and you can see buildings and unit cards. I think that's pretty unrelatable though. Like your mouse movement is definitely not going to be the same, right? And also, you can actually, like, I'm going to give you guys a tip. Because, like, Crackly struggles with this as well. Like, you always can't see the pip upgrades. All the info you were talking about is up here. You can see how many units are being produced. It's just less chaotic with the way it's stored in Capture Age. And Marine Lord has started to get finned a bit. I'm worried that Louis is starting to pull ahead here. I mean, you see it in the Raw Eco lead. We warned about this due to the fishing. But the bigger problem is the quality of Knights and how they're going to keep scaling. Yeah, he does need to find more food, but gold is comfortable. OEMT doing a good job of just hunkering Marine Lord down the location to just try and strip spears and crossbows alike. It's so difficult to do, but like he can't let the Knights go too far back. He sometimes has to absorb the crossbow shots, otherwise composite bow archers win the engagement. Look at how tight they are now. Less than 10 military difference between them. Where they're looking, where they're focusing. I mean, that's something that honestly just needs to be added to Capture Age, I think. There's two things that are missing from Capture Age, which I hate. It's like, you should be able to see player POV camera on, like, as a toggleable option on the minimap. And also, there needs to be shared fog of war. Like, StarCraft 2 has had this for years, and it's so good. So shared fog of war is, like, where you can see both players. So we'd see these two type of POVs. It's incredible for the viewing experience. Really wish we had it. What an incredible game so far. I mean, it hasn't been this big wipe, go again, big wipe, go again, really. There was that ridiculous fight from Louis that it looked like it put it behind, but Marine Lord, when we thought we'd be able to capitalize on it, Louis somehow has scraped his way back. Just really smart calculation, understanding that, you know, even though that was a bit of a desperation play, his opponent still had a limited runway on his economy. That's why Louis is able to remax like this. 20 Knights being maintained. Camel's going to get sniped straight away. Spearman overexposed. Marine Lord fast losing ground here as we approach the 30-minute mark. Double Sacred Sight now also locked in for Louis. He has 4,000 gold. I mean, he might not have a guild hall, but you have kind of a mini guild hall effect at this rate of just buying the food. What's crazy to me is Marine Lord should have better food income than Louis by now, right? 40 farms versus what, probably 25? 26. Yeah, but it's the difference in timing. Like, Louis definitely gonna have to add in a lot more farms soon as he's running out fast. But that's where the gold comes in clutch. Buy food to pad yourself or buy wood. Instead, it's just going to rush more people into the tree line. Almost 2,000 wood income now. Who's going to take this? How did it even get to this, man? You know what's crazy is, like, Louis hasn't really been competing hard long, right? I think it's been less than 2 years. And yet here he is, consistently making grand finals. Consistently either taking it from the best or taking them down to the line. That's the baffling part. Marine Lord, does he feel on the ropes here? I mean, the Bastards is an interesting civ for scaling, but you're still talking about French with Arbitriers and Knights in Imperial Age, if they have the gold for it. So can't really feel that safe. I mean, upside is there's no guild hall, so like hyper late game from Marine Lord isn't incredibly scary to the same degree. It's not infinite. Challenge is like how he gets there though. Like his food income is shrinking. Oh my god, the Knight. Oh my god, yeah, the idle time force. Okay, so big gaps there. Louis starting to manipulate the fact that Marine Lord is allergic to walls. Not the ice cream. The walls. Like, even Louis actually hasn't built many walls. A reformed player, it seems, or just misleading us this entire time. And what the hell has happened here? Louis has just been trading out knights to build his archer ball. Against composite bows, this is kind of wild, but also genius. Yeah, 33% increased attack speed is great, but when you're over doubled on archer count, good luck leveraging it. Military lead is now starting to blow. Louis with a 20 milli lead. And he's not going to rush this. I respect that. He's going Sacred Site. So Stone Gathering underway. He's already got the castle drop, which is given a discount. And now you can set up another castle over here. He's almost got enough for a third castle. Oh my god, a Marine Lord. I don't even know if he's going to see this coming. I mean, Louis could even contemplate teching at this rate. I imagine he at least gets the castle down, but after that, like, you've got 4,500 gold. You can afford everything. And Louis, he's ready to pull the trigger. I said about a castle drop here. How about something even bigger and harder to bring down? It's going to be the Red Palace to spill the Frenchman's blood. And what is happening here? Of all the ways you could take down the chimp, you do it with what has been considered for a long time his signature civ. Louis MT, who, what, 10, 15 minutes ago looked like he threw away his military lead in a questionable clash, has clawed his way back to full control. A man who is playing Archer Mass into one of the best Archer Massing castle civs in the game now looks to steer further into the lead. Red Palace with the 37. Marine Lord, he went into Mangoes, but the problem is, does he know about the Red Palace? He sees it. Issue is it's 37 villages. You cannot contest this. And we talked about Louis not full walling. It's now changing. We've got keep drops as well. He's locking in the 8Ks. Marine Lord is going to mirror the tech up, but guys, gold might become problematic here. He has at least got 7,000 down here. But Louis is trying to turn this into a gold staff game, so if the Sacred Site win condition fails him, he has a backup plan. And on to the central tree line. Louis understands the way this is carving up. It's all about who can acquire more of the other players' resources now. Louis MT. Knights are going to start idling the gold, which is good because Marine Lord, he's teching, but he does not have much gold in reserve. He has multiple components he would like to upgrade here. Idle time goes a long way. That was a cool idea. Marine Lord, instead of like over-investing in something to chase the Knights, he just went 1-2 Lancers. As there's only been a trickle in, right? Louis hasn't been punting away the full force. You guys wonder how did Louis pull this back? Because he just kept dragging Marine Lord into fights where the Knights weren't dying quick enough. Even though it was 20 crossbows, it felt like Louis was sacrificing Knights to scale archers, which is freaking genius. Like, it's so crazy that he made this work against composite archers. You would think a French player would value Knights above all. But what he'd done with Raw Bloodlines is treated them as a tank. As you quite rightly should, but he'd done it into mass crossbows. And every time he was losing 1 or 2 Knights, but he was gaining 5, 6, 7 archer lead. To get to this combination, to this point, still a 20 archer lead. Incendiaries is already in the way. Tech up complete. Marine Lord will immediately queue up the elite techs, but does not have Incendiary on the way. So congrats, golf clappers. You caught up once, but you're about to fall behind again. Composite bows plus the boot camp will be enough for his archers to contest. The lack of extra DPS is going to hurt him against the Knights, though. And the timer is also hurting Marine Lord's chances here. Eco Wing means agriculture, so we're about to see a big food surge. The weird part to me is how much he's, like, you know, resisting going into anything armored. Like, would Marine Lord not benefit from Lancers? I guess the issue is, like, you can't go Lancers when there's so little time left on the sacred sites. On a stalemate on his 8k. Cannon's already sieging into Marine Lord. Castle's almost down. He's not even trying to keep it up here. Remember, Louis doesn't need an outright win. He just needs a draw. A draw gets him the win. The time is ticking down. Castle now on fire. French archers with the seemingly advantage situation right now. There's elite French Knights. They already have their university tech, remember, courtesy the uni build with Royal Institute in age 3. And Marine Lord, this is looking brutal right now. He's stuck on the spot. He can't approach the Red Palace. 3 minutes away from the first S-tier victory for Louis MT. First LAN he ever attended, wins. And then following up, the first S-tier win. What a year this would turn into for Louis. And you can taste it. It's palpable at this stage. Archer count over double for Louis. Knight still drawing fire. Keep was kept sustained. But Marine Lord has lost control of the engagement. The archers, they just outnumber him too much. He doesn't have the range firepower to push out anymore. He's stuck in his base. And he's never going to see the light of the sacred sites. And GG comes in. Louis MT. He gets it. He does it. His first ever S-tier victory. And all of a sudden, what a year this is turning into, folks. This is turning into an incredible year. Age of Empires 4's best, in fact. We now have 3 S-tier events. 3 different champions. We heard it from Marine Lord and Beastie earlier this year. You know, we're entering a phase where you just don't really know who to expect. It's not just these 3. Vortex nibbling the heels again. Lucifron, Anatan. There's so many names that are up for that top 3. Let me know what you guys thought about this. Let me know who you think is going to be thrusting in the next S-tier tournament, which isn't too far off. And I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh my god. Dude, that was cool. That was epic. What a series between those two. Let's see. Best. Yes, Beastie won the first ST tournament start of the year. Then it was Marine Lord. And yo, what's up? I see you. Please be my dad. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. Reminding people, I saw some people complaining about ads. They're going to run ads. Like, I'm busy casting. I'm sorry it happens. But if you don't want it to happen, very easy thing to do. Just subscribe to the channel. A lot of people have got Amazon Prime, so you literally have a sub. And we are live enough hours a month that it's definitely worth your money. Like, usually we're at least 90 to 100 hours. So be sure to sub. Supports the channel as well. And us on our journey as a full-time content creator. But absolutely incredible. Big congrats to Louis MT. A well-earned victory. Is this final best of 10? No, because best of 10 wouldn't mathematically make sense. You get to 10 games at 5-5 apiece, and then you'd stare at each other. But I think now would be a good time to check in on our stuff. So, up now. Gotta get it ready on my phone. We're actually going to be doing a sponsor stream. So we're going to be checking out a game that I had a look at. It looked kind of interesting. Very confusing for people with ADHD. I don't know. But we've got a cool game here that we're going to be checking in on my phone. So we're actually sponsored by Matchmasters. So the Stream Elements guys came in with an offer to check out their game. I was happy to do so. If you guys want to download it and try it yourself, feel free to do so. It's absolutely free to do. I'm going to quickly plug it in now. Okay, so I thought of everything but that. So, yeah, I was just saying, we're checking out this mobile game. They've come through to sponsor us for a stream. I had to jig my setup a little bit because I realized this morning one of my capture cards was broken. So I'm having to, like, switch capture cards around, which is why we just had to cut out on audio. So let me get this connected now. And then we should be good. In fact, wait, did I have another scene? Yeah, mobile game scene. So, this is a game we're going to be checking out, and hold on a sec, that came out a little bit bigger with the widget than I was expecting. Let's put it up here. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the widget here. You guys and your fantastic chat can come over here. And then we'll also move sponsor carousel over here. All right. So, big shout out once again to Stream Elements and Matchmasters coming through for this. So, I have not played this at all. I watched a little bit of gameplay online to make sure I was like, oh, this looks like it could be fun. So, we'll hop into it. So, this is going to start with first steps as we hop in. Mobile Pro Gamer, by the way. Am I clear now? You guys can hear me? And you should now be able to hear the game. Is that coming through? I'm going to turn the audio down a little bit. So, let's check this out. So, the way it works is a little bit like, I forgot the name of it, the match one that was on Facebook. But it's a little bit of an evolved one. So, swipe to match 3 or more pieces, pretty standard stuff, right? But there's a lot of extra kind of power-ups and stuff that just creeps up on you as the game goes on, I noticed. I was like, yeah, okay, this is like quirky. So you get extra moves. What was the name of the one? Was it Candy Crush? Yeah, that was like the OG one, right? Wait, have you guys still not got game sounds? How about now? Is that better? Yeah, so now we're going to learn about these boosters. Like I said, I checked out the trailer. Like, I thought it'd be cool for us to go at this together with, like, no looking ahead of time.
Go!
Okay, so we get the booster packs. Charge your boosters with blue stars. Okay, so you have to match them to fill the booster.
Booster ready.
Let's see what these do. Wait, so it takes away like the mutual colors. Oh, sorry, Bejeweled. That's the Bejeweled was the OG one. Okay, you're right. There's been loads since, right? Whereas this one like tried to evolve it with the whole booster system and a few other quirks to come through. So I guess now it just wants me to play my turn. I mean, Blue's done me pretty well.
Extra booster ready.
Creates a special piece, try to match it. It's a blast. Huh? Oh, this thing down here. This thing here.
Extra move.
The thing that I'm getting closer now with the blues. So what do these do? What are these arrows? No! I want to know what the arrows do. Bruh. Can I know what the... I feel teased? I feel really freaking teased now.
Go!
Okay, so... Okay, so we've got hammers to remove pieces. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. What the other thing do? Randoms them? Yeah, so you just random them, and you can remove pieces as well. I mean, so we'll just do some purples. I remember these got, like, pretty chaotic. Like, when you start, yeah, snowballing like this. Is it always getting rid of blues? Okay, so like, yeah, so you have to match what it's got on the activate thing. So for example, if I'd done greens now,
Extra move.
it wouldn't fill the bag. Got you. When you hit a sequence, you get money, but if you can't get any, you lose money. That'd be more fun. So you basically want this to be casino masters. Is what I'm hearing. Could be interesting. I mean, people will gamble on pretty much anything, right? So casino match masters. I don't know, maybe they got that in the works somewhere. Oh, and the green bomb. Wait, green bomb? Boom boom. Nice. Yeah, each round you only have so many moves, right? So you have to be cognizant of that. Ah, okay, but like, if you get enough of them, it just clears the board and does it? Okay, so we're actually like, we learned the basics, and now we get a character? Why are the... Bro, there's no birds? I shouldn't say this on a sponsored stream, but this is birdist. No pigeons? Can we gamble on this? I mean, if you can figure something to gamble on. I'm learning the game, so if we got match masters... Are we going to be a piggy? I'm going to squeal like a piggy. What do you say my name was? Radiant Fawn. What on earth is that name? Do we, like, are we just the killer pigeon? Wait, no. Oh, no. We are the killer pig-yon. There we go. See, I've thought this one out. My brain's on, like, superpower mode. Good old killer pig-yon. Okay, so you get different boosters. Okay. I haven't entered my card details. We'll try this the not paying way. Because, like... If I was going to do this, I should have bought the booster packs before you can see my screen. Like, I'm sure you're all very trustworthy, but I don't think I want to show you my credit card details. That'd probably be finally a way that MOK would actually sub to the channel. With my own money. So I think it's so it's a battle up one. That explains in the trailer I was just seeing a lot of flashy, cool, like, interactions. So the goal is to try and get your score type before they get their score type. So he has to get reds and I have to get blues, I believe.
Your turn.
Oh, and you get 2 moves each. Roger Dodger. So I could do like this. And if I can, yeah, now I just win.
Round 2.
Wait, I don't win?
Opponent's turn.
Oh, so there's just a limited number of rounds, but I now have my ability, which obviously pops a lot more things.
Your turn. Booster ready.
So if I go like this, does it use a ton? Nope. Easy pickings. And I can, well, I mean, I can just do it again, right? Is there enough blue here? Not really, but I can like lame him on the reds if I want to. It's just not really worth it. I mean, oh, okay, we did get enough blue. Come on.
Opponent's
RNG. RNG. Wait, is MOK serious? Whitney. Please tell me that is the name you chose. Oh my god, that's a glory.
Turn. Booster ready.
Alright, activate again. Turns out I didn't need to wait in a brick house to get the classic outcome. I don't know why I have that dream cap on my phone. I never use it. Seriously, like I downloaded it years ago and I just haven't gotten rid of it. I'm really bad for that. I'm gonna take your red. Oh, more moves. Because you know, it's one thing to win, it's another to demoralize the entirely, right?
Ready.
So what does this green arrow do if I get it in the right place? Is what I don't know. Oh, we can test the red. So it's just a zap of the whole lane. Got you. Well, guys, this is kind of snowball. I mean, I'm not saying I should go pro in this game, but like, kind of rocking hard right now. Zap, zap.
Extra move.
Oh, extra move. RNG. All right, this is addictive. 5? Okay, yes. Now we're talking. Okay, what was the light? Does lightning scam roll? Yes! This is 100% skillful. I will have no one say anything about certain things dropping. No, mate, you won't get me next time. There'll never be a next time. I'm out of your league now. I'm the killer piggy on. By the way, guys, reminder, if you want to check this out, !Masters, you can download it yourself. You can even play along. I think there might be a way that you can play against each other, maybe. We got the jelly. How the jelly do? Now I wish I'd entered my card details. It's not a pigeon, but it's close. Okay, but we've unlocked more, right? Because we use the coins now to buy them. Wait, I thought we got 50 coins, or was that something else? I guess it was something else. Okay, play. Oh yeah, you have to select your... Oh, no, wait. We unlocked the ducks and everything. Alright, I've gone up against Cherished Bunny. Wait, but there was a bunny he could have been and he chose pig. I mean, that's just confusing. Alright, so... We could go for our buffer straight away. Which isn't a bad idea.
Hi.
Or we go for the yellow. I mean, it's 4. Come on. Let's take this. And then, have we aligned any blues yet? Not really. I think we can gamble on this, though. And suck. Alright, we can take blues out.
Opponent's turn.
Yo, what's up, Bonkers? Oh, thank you, Bonkers. Glad you enjoy the content. Yeah, I'm thinking what we'll probably do, like, on the Steel Series land. Like, I'm not going there, so we might just do a watch party at home. I mean, I just take his red away, right?
Extra move.
Gotta do it. Got it. Oh, blue. Oh.
Extra move.
Oh, red. Nice. I can't get the blue, but don't think there's anything. Oh, this activate. Yeah, yeah. I almost forgot about my ability, man. Can I actually go back to the games? Oh, on YouTube? Yeah, I think the YouTube quality... Has the YouTube quality been lower than Twitch at the moment, though? I think it is. The problem is I need to probably get a new plugin so I can push 1440 on YouTube as well, because like Twitch has that advantage. Is that we're full on blocking.
Extra move.
Okay. Yo, wait. Is he actually competing? Bruh. No. The duck? Not like this. You're shuffling on my ass? I forgot I had those abilities. You just reminded me.
Round 3. Your turn.
Alright. Hear me out. So the hammer breaks something, right? It just randomly, like, it just breaks one thing, right? It's not that good. You can do this. Doink.
Extra
Flip it out,
move.
baby. If we got any line formation that we can crack like more blues down would be great. Maybe we just go pop the red. Yellow.
Extra move. Booster ready.
Okay, but the problem is now I've set him up with a bomb, which I don't like. Let's activate ability. See how that helps us. Did not help us. I can take out a red. He won't have the yellow straight away. He doesn't have the random. I think I just gamba and wait.
Opponent's turn.
That's a healthy lead, right? We got like a decent lead here now. Watching your phone, you really can't tell too much, even though you have premium. Oh, okay.
Round 4.
I mean, like if you got high res, the thing is, I think a lot of people use their phones with high res and don't realize they haven't put like high res on, so like the maybe QHD at maximum, but they could go 4K or whatever. All right, so wait, did he just like did he just gifty me? Sort of, but not really. I mean, wait, he did. Sorry, yeah, I just smashed that.
Booster ready.
Dude, that's a gift. Nah, wait, we got to play in a bot, right? Nah, okay, that's mean. Let's not be mean in person. I mean, they're just like they're a bunny pretending to be a pig. They haven't even got pig in the name. They're always going to lose the game.
Extra move. Booster ready.
There should be a mercy rule. You watch. I'm going to be like, there should be a mercy rule, and then they're going to beat me with like a ridiculous last round. They'll get something that mathematically makes no sense. All right, let's make it interesting. Let's spin it. RNG. That done nothing useful. Thanks. Guess we'll just bubble it up.
Turn.
So you guys are getting audio, right? Is it too loud, by the way? I just realized I'm not getting audio because I'm feeding it through on the capture card. I don't know if there's a way to double audio.
Your turn.
Actually, I guess I could just put my headphones on. That might work. For the song. There's like no move. You can just shoot something. Yellow? Doesn't really change anything though. Yeah, whatever. Just take the red.
Opponent's turn.
I thought I was gonna be squealing like a piggy, but this person definitely is. Let me just. I'll say, like, I'm so confident we could push up. Are they dead? Oh, they're dead. Ah, like a piggy to the slaughter, baby. I'm not saying I'm the greatest to ever do it, but we're getting up there. Jungle Jam? Wait, what's the Jungle Jam thing? Is it like... Oh yeah, we can collect coins as well, Pog. See, now I've got to sign in every day. So what's Jungle Jam do? Diamond boosters? Okay, there's a lot of shiny stuff. Should we try the duck? Let's try paint. What does paint do?
Round 1. Your turn.
Kind of cool to make it a versus though. Like all the OG ones weren't versus, right? They were like you versus the game, trying to go for the highest score from what I remember. Okay. Oh, dude, there's so much green. What? Yeah, but like,
Extra
I also, I need blue to fill my pack. Is there no way to choose your like starting color and make it different? Maybe not. Oh, I'm running out of time. I'm gonna take the greenie. Oh, wait. Oh crap! I still had a turn. I wasn't paying
Opponent's
attention.
turn.
Wait, did I? Oh yeah, I got 4. I'm a muppet. Look, it's just I'm keeping it strategically close. Okay, like I'm not incompetent. It's just BM.
Round 2. Your
Yeah, that's
turn.
easy. Oh, that's easy. That's not wide open. But the goalie was on a coffee break, you know?
Booster ready.
Shoot him. Oh, that's interesting. So I can just get more and more color, but like, is it random color or is it a fixed color? Because if it's a fixed color, then like there's strategy to it, right? Otherwise, I am kind of flipping and I might set my opponent up for success. Interesting.
Round 3.
Anyone else trying this, by the way?
Turn.
Give it a spin. Like I said, this does, like, actually checking out the game yourself does support this type of sponsorship and also encourages them to come back with more. I want to do... Could I break one? Is there a break? There is. There's a break. Smash that.
Extra
Red up.
move.
Get more moves. And then... Zap the whole save. Nice!
Opponent's turn.
Probably won't play it much, don't do phone games. I find this like helpful to have 1 or 2 phone games when you're like on the go, right? Sometimes you just want like very simple to play as well. So for example, on my phone, I've got like an emulated version of Might and Magic 3.
Round 4. Your turn.
but-
Booster ready.
Like, that's not ideal for just like a every situation sort of thing, right? Oh, jackpot. Oh. All right, dude, like, yeah, like that's just, that's busted. And the bomb? Can I get the bomb set? I can. Hog. Boom, baby.
Opponent's turn.
Yeah, I have like, what's it called? So there's like for any of my Magic 3 fans, definitely check it out. There's like, there's a ported version of it on phone. So I recommend having that. VCMI. But like having games like this is also really good because like, you know, if I want to sit down and play Might and Magic 3 on the go, I'm going to want like a good train ride that's an hour long. If I got like 5 or 10 minutes, I think this vibes pretty well, right? But this works quite nicely by comparison. All right, I've wasted half my turn talking to you guys. See, I'm a chatterbox. This is what happens. Doink. And then, I mean, let's take the easy free, I guess.
Opponent's turn.
Ain't no catching up to that. Okay, I'm kind of intrigued by that. Like, has anyone... Is the new Superman out, by the way? It is, right? The trailer made me think it was going to be bad, but, like, I've been hearing really good things, especially about Nathan Fillion. I'm going to have to watch it. I just noticed, like, someone was pinging me, like, yo, imagine if they had Anthony Starr be the reverse Flash. I'm like, oh... Like, that might actually compete with the Flash actor from the TV show. Alright, so we got, like, extra booster stuff. Money! Wait, but, like, you just had to pay for the extra... Oh, it's the battle... I guess there's, like, the battle pass type thing? Yeah. I think it's, like, $2.39, $3.99, then free. Wait a second. So other modes and things to add. So teams that we eventually get. So just guilds, I guess, that work towards things. You can invite friends. Is this just to watch something? Yes. How do you leave it? Can you not leave it? Leave it? Alright, apparently I'm just checking out another game now. How do I kill them? Am I a soup kitchen? Alright. Alright, let's skip this. Oh, is it the arrow on top? No? No. How do I get out of this? Alright, we're out. And we got free money. I'll take it. I guess that's one of the other like sister games or whatever. So we've got events as well. Okay, so we need to level a bit more and then we can unlock some special game modes. I always love the special game modes in these type of things. Like instead of it just being, you know, let's play against this player or whatever, which is cool, you almost get like a puzzle mode type thing. Like I always love that about games like, for example, with Hearthstone, right? It's like I don't really play standard Hearthstone, but I play the crap out of like the tavern mode when I'm traveling.
Round one.
Not so much at the moment because I've now got
Turn.
the laptop and everything else, but... Is he going to smash straight away? Oh, he smashed that. Oh, guys, is that... Has he just set me up for the big boy points? He has, mate. Like,
Your turn.
4?
Extra move.
God of Thunder? Goodness gracious. Okay, that was a good one. Alright, let's zap that. That's going to stagger. You've got a simple blue. We might as well take it to set up the booster pack.
Round 2. Opponent's turn.
Top right? What are you looking at? Top? Oh, what, the blue? I just went lower. I was kind of praising that he's going to do something. He's going to drop oranges. Oh, dude, he drops blues. Can't really use them right now.
Your
Okay,
turn.
I mean, like use them, but they suck now. But it's Rubber Duck and Ducko. Let's go. Whoop. Bring me more blues. Ah, come on. I got reds for Quadra, which is good. So now, like, I mean, I could go for another boost of my ability, which isn't too bad. Ideally, I'd love to get that red line shifted. So I can do this. Hammer in that. Then we get the red shift. Lots of pointage. Oh, man, I am slaughtering. What? I just looked up the score.
Round 3. Opponent's turn.
How do you change the rules, by the way? How's the rules get selected as well, I wonder? I'm being paranoid of, like, my battery. Hasn't been that long, but, like, I've got an S9 Plus. By the way, really old phone. This game works pretty well. Wait, you can hammer the red arrow? Oh, okay. Dude, that changed everything. So, like, if you see a bomb, like, you actually should kind of save hammer towards the end. The bomb, maybe? There's nothing here, so I feel like, I mean, it's start of turn, just rando. I'm so far ahead anyway, right? Like, it's not like he's going to beat me. There's nothing good here, though, so we just go for a blue into... Oh, my God, they're getting red.
Booster ready.
Boom. Oh, wait, I still had turn.
Round 4.
I should have been
Opponent's
speedier
turn.
about that. Oops. Yeah, Banana, you play this? Wonder if there is a way you can versus people. The only tough part is if you were a sweat lord and played it a lot, I'm gonna be like behind on gear, right?
Your turn.
Damn, that was a good catch up.
Booster ready.
Actually, not really. Rubber ducko, ducko, let's go. I was hoping these blues and reds in the top left would align differently for like a jackpot hit. There's like nothing there. We can do this though for double tap. Oh, glorious. And then, I mean, we should take the greens, right?
Final round. Opponent's turn.
Easy. Babushka. Oh. So yeah, like I was originally gonna do this sponsor stream on Friday, but like I was missing a small cable. This one here.
Your turn.
It's to convert the HDMI into like USB-C. I thought I had one, and I went digging through everything. I was like, dude, I've done some phone stuff in the past with different brands. Where is it? Couldn't find it. So we fixed that. Yellow. Thank you very much. There's no big boy play here, right? Nah, everything's low value. So how do you select people to verse? Is it like invite opponent or something? I guess we're still in unlock phase anyway. Like we got a lot of things coming through. Special bandits trigger detonation. You can invite people, Pod. Quick, everyone give me your phone number live on stream. No, I shouldn't. Someone's gonna actually do that now. Oh, so you can invite via messenger or what? By like sending a friend request, I guess. Sorry, I think I just docked someone there as well. Which... Don't type out that. Wait. Oh, so do you level up the cards as well? They get different abilities by using more and more of them. Like this says free on it. So what does free do? Well, we're gonna mess up with Barbara. I don't trust him as a human. Anyone just calls themselves... Actually, no. It's believable, isn't it? Like a middle-aged lady who just
extra move
puts her name in. Like, oh, I'll be Barbara. Okay, Barbara. Oh, we can do this. Bam! All right, that's powerful. Yo, and now we get the banditos. So do them first. Oh, and it just shoots up a bunch of different things. Damn. Oh. Alright, is anyone else getting like the endorphin rush? That was dangerous, like when I was in... So I was playing poker, but it was poker not for money. I watch poker, but I didn't play poker. And I remember just playing it and like being in a top hand, even though there's no money in the line. I was like, damn. Like I get like how people get hooked on this. Oh. Gimme. Drag. No. Wait, oh, that was my turn. We're good. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to start playing like small stakes poker when I'm like in places to do so. Like maybe 1, 2, or 5, 10. Nah, 5, 10's pretty big actually.
Round 2. Your turn. Booster ready.
Or maybe we just need esports tournaments for this. Could you imagine the hype casting on this? Trying to like fast, rapid play-by-play around this would be crazy. All right, looks like it's got to line up well. Where's he going to go? Looks like the Banditos aren't quite in position, but the Blues are going to be down there. That's going to allow him to claim towards the points halfway through already. Red sets up for the 5 with the extra move, though. A glorious, thunderous opportunity, but he has to go for the reshuffle and pray that this comes out in alignment. It whiffs. Doesn't find the strike.
Turn.
And all of a sudden, that red, he has at least left it away from any opportunity for his opponent. So Barbara will have to go back to Shark Tank empty-handed as usual. No deal to be had. But no, the hammer of justice is going to be a drop in the well. Pitiful, in fact. Even a rubber ducky will not be enough to keep you afloat in the K-Pig bathtub. All right, I may have jinxed it. They're getting quite a lot of points. Focus up. We got this.
Round 3.
They left me a red.
Extra move.
We go for the blue now just to get the activate.
Extra move.
Oh, and the red?
Booster ready.
Dude, I need to turn activate like notifications off. Alright. We got the line? You should do line, right? No. Do red. Yo, the double chain. Okay, we're good. And then extra turn.
Booster ready.
Dude, imagine you're up against someone who just keeps getting extra turn. The color just draining from your face. You just get ready to smash your phone. Full roid rage mode.
Opponent's turn.
All right, I'm pretty confident at this stage that Barbara is not a friend. Right? Should we like we'll nail them with one more round and then we'll just do push-ups for our entire turn. That's the vibe I'm feeling. We're in round 3, so they have like 2 rounds, right? Actually, no, they have 1. Yeah, but like, you know. I gotta drag the buttons, right? We gotta smash it out quick. Let's go Banditos, Doritos, with Doritos. All right, I'm just gonna push up the rest of them. Oh, this is where I need the face cam down. We'll sort that in the future, by the way, when we like are not doing the 2 PC short.
Final round. Your turn.
All right, 1.
Booster ready.
3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Is it my turn? Yeah, I'm still going to turn. 13, 14, 16, 17.
Opponent's turn.
All right. Good old 20 push-ups. I think it's their turn. I swear to, if I lose now, I'm just going to rip up the stream and end it. We don't lose this. Oh no! What a shock! We won. Alright, so more gifts. Oh man, this heat 20 push-ups actually is quite annoying. Boosters? I do like free stuff. Okay, so you get lucky box every 24 hours. But you can grind these out. Like, there's the thing, like, even if you're not paying right, like, you can come play it, like, 5-10 minutes a day. I think these like these type of games where, like, especially if you're a person who's really busy on the go, but you just want, like, a cathartic release for a few minutes, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, how long are the rounds? Like, a match, I think, is maybe... Is that 7 or 8 minutes, I want to say? So, yeah, not too bad. Also, because you go up against other people... Yeah, like, oh, yo, we got someone from Brazil, Suli?
Round one.
Swaley?
Your
Anyway,
turn.
like, as you go up against other people, you get that cathartic rush of crushing them. That's all that matters, right? That's all I care about. So, opening turn, I guess we just lock in the blues to begin with. That's a pretty rubbish roll. Oh, wait, does that work? That does. Okay, so they don't all have to be Mr. Mustachio Man. Only part of them.
Opponent's turn.
Now we know. It's just a worth vector of points. Wait, you really just hammer for one? Dog, we got to talk about your strategies. Because that one was a little bit underwhelming.
Round two.
All
Your
right.
turn. Booster ready.
Time for me to just go ahead and splosh a little bit of orange on here. And that means we've got plenty of bandijos. Dude, there's not like a full crisscross. I'm a bit mad about that, actually. So we could RNG it. I'm going to RNG flip it. I want to see if I can get like a double value. Bro, no double value? Still a bit scammed. But we get extra moves. We paint, we keep painting. More orange. Capri Sun. Oh, big Capri Sun. There we go. Then we blue line across. Bully jackpots. And we take the oranges. Because money, baby. Alright, I think we rolled him again.
Opponent's turn.
I just realized tonight I've actually got to... I've got to do so much packing. I'll probably talk a little bit about it tomorrow, but like the event that I'm doing is a little bit... In some ways, a weird one. It's the only time I've ever needed a criminal background check to do an event. Clearly, I've become that untrustworthy. Money. Nice.
Booster ready.
No double greener, but we can get more orange. Cha-ching. We only got one shot. There's nothing. Oh wait, no, I got hammer. The hammer of justice. Nice. Oh, and we got
Extra move.
Okay. This is the reason why you can't just chill around like, yeah, I'm only going to make one move this turn, because then it throws like a cajillion moves at you. I'm like, okay.
Opponent's
I was like, I
turn.
thought we were going to be like, you know, AFK, their turn now, but all of a sudden, an extra 30 points. Tip of the hat. Thank you. Wait, what was that ability? What was the catch with the rockets? Just gets rid of all the reds, I guess?
Round four.
Look like
Your turn. Booster ready.
Okay. Double bandito, right? Oh, wait, no. Paint. Even more orange bandito. So we'll just play this one. Make the oranges come down, and then we can do another bandito. Only one this time, but... No, dude, don't.
Turn.
Okay, this is where you know if they're a bot. If they don't take the triple bandit, bro, it's a bot.
Final round.
Look.
Your turn.
Okay, it might not be a bot. It might just be a very old lady called Swaley who has really bad eyesight.
Booster ready.
That is also a possibility. Alright, so I don't want to bot shame. Because like Skynet's a thing, we'd still be worried. And then like, I guess it's last turn anyway, right? There's no extra. So you might as well just, is there any stagger? There's no drop down I can see, unless I'm blind. I might be blind. Let's just pump the Hail Mary. Oh, dude, come on.
Opponent's turn.
So I've got other people playing along. Dude, I want to see if I can actually, like, get a 1v1. Wait, I just realized, because, like, my average demographic is late in their 30s, that means you all were there doing, like, Bejeweled when it was on Facebook. So, like, this game is perfect for you, right? Yeah, sure, let's go for it. Boop. Oh. Oh, yo, we got solo events now. Wait, what's this? Match special bandit pieces to trigger them. Isn't that what we just had? I guess we're doing like the intro class, and now it's like, yo, this is like the limited game mode type thing. And there's a lot of banditos. Woo.
Ready?
Oh, no, so I see what it is now. Yeah, so this is like the puzzle type ones we saw before, where it's like set your best scores possible. I wonder if the board aligns the same every time also. Nice.
Booster
Oh,
ready.
dude. I want double orange, but yeah, please convert the corner. Oh, wait, no, it's a duck. Damn it. Why did I go duck, actually? I had choice, right? I don't know. I made a questionable choice.
Booster ready.
More duck? Oh, dude, we're easily going to hit the score. I want the game to give me a score requirement that is, like, merciless, you know? Like, the game is just mocking you and you're never going to achieve it. I want to feel like I'm being punished.
Booster ready.
One of those guys. Wait, have you guys been paying attention? Is the rubber ducky always in the center? I think it might be. So yeah, there's definitely strategy there if that's the case. Yeah, we need to get some of these oranges down. Okay, 1 goal reach. I really lacked on those last 2 turns. I wasted a lot. So probably not going to achieve our goal this time. We can activate, we duck through the center every time. Nice. And then I still want to reach the oranges, so I guess we gamble. And we win. Dude, yeah, I should have done that move. I'm an idiot. That would have been a 4 and I would have been good. Alright, we got it this time. I can't remember what it spawned like, but I'm hoping it's like a puzzle that keeps spawning the same. Maybe I'm just getting old, because I'm like, I want you to give me more puzzles, you know? Person sitting here with a little crossword to solve. Do we stick Ducky? I feel Pain is just much better, man. Like, Pain is just goated. At least from what we've got so far. There'll probably be something better that I haven't seen yet. Alright, that's already... Whoa, dude, like, are you kidding me on that opening? Look at that. 5 blue, 5 yellow. Oh. That's like talking dirty.
Booster ready.
Alright, so if we can get this orange down in a weird way, I don't think I can, though. Yeah, I was looking for, like, the 4 line. I could chip away at 1, though, to achieve it. I just don't know if it's really worth it. Let's spot some more oranges and maybe we get it. Did we orange it? I don't think we did. Nah, now it's just teasing me even more, man. Like, I'm going to crackerjack this one open. Twink. Perfect. Oh, more moves.
Booster ready.
Yellow 4.
Extra move.
Yes. More moves, more moves, more moves. More pain. I took one of the greens away at the bottom, which I didn't want. As in, I didn't want to lose it. But I have got a 3-3, but I'm going to get to 5, right? Yep. And I was clearly born to play this game. Oh, and as soon as I say that, I'm an amateur who hasn't activated orange paint. Paint's the best power? Oh, yo, dude, it does different colors. Oh, dude, okay. Well, that kind of changed everything. Maybe in a better way. I don't know if I say better way, but... do we shuffle here? I think we maybe shuffle. There's nothing insanely high value. So if we shuffle through... then, what did that really achieve? I mean, we can activate the bomb now. We probably just activate the bomb. Yeah, let's clear some of the deck and see what we get. Not a lot. But I can do this. That drops it down. I still need to get the other pieces around, though. That's kind of rubbish. Those two moves sucked. Clearly, I'm retiring. GG. We've done it. Wait, so it doesn't let you set a high score. You just have to hit the top. I like that it has a speed up button. I'm at an age where I don't like these shiny screens that pop at me for like 50 seconds, so I'm glad I can actually speed through that. But we now have the boost up page. Okay. I'm not an idiot. I didn't try to put the stars in different locations. Got it, and you unlock things by getting those. And that was from the challenge mode, I believe. But the challenge mode, what, a day? Yeah. Oh, you can do private. Anyone want to fight? Oh, all of them is like no boosters, won or lost, though. Oof. Yeah, I get it. Like, you don't want people just farming. Got to farm the good old-fashioned way by hitting the ladder. What are these things? Sticker stars. Okay, so just kind of like a mini battle pass. You can't play while you work? Of course you can. Just one hand under the deck, looking down occasionally, with like this sort of move going on. No one's going to think anything weird of it. You'll be fine. You're overthinking it. Should we try Rocket? Let's see what the Rocket does. Alright, so, yeah, I'm going to try to hold the phone up so I don't look like an antisocial person like this all the time. I really should get one of those, like, I need to look up the emulators on PC, actually. Okay, this is, like, pretty nice. Yeah, red there. That brings yellows in line.
Booster ready.
Orange gets green as well. Although, actually, no, I screwed up. Like, I probably... Wait, was there 4 there I was paying attention to? Maybe not. Alright, activate. What's Rocket do? Okay, it just takes a bunch of green. I mean, I could have done that anyway with a move, but thanks, Rocket. I don't think Rocket's that good. If we do blue, though...
Opponent's turn.
Oh, wait, I just realized. We're not doing challenge mode anymore. Oops. Okay, this might not be a bot. Wait, if they take the yellow, they're not a bot. If they take the yellow, they're a... Dude, they gotta be, right? What?
Round 2.
There's no way. Skynet's trying to take over, 100%. Alright, so... Is there anything we knock to go crazy here? Like, I'm kind of tempted to rando. A lot of yellow. Maybe it lies, right? So we do that. Doink. Is that more than I actually wanted? Is that? We got double orange again. Doink. Dude, like doing those orange and type things is really gambly though, especially if you're up against a filthy human. But luckily, I am up against the Robo Race, and I welcome our Overlord Robo Race.
Your turn. Booster ready.
Wait, is the Matchmasters thing not been pinging out? I just noticed that hasn't actually been coming up in chat, which is weird. Exclamation Masters. There we go. It should be on a timer bot automatically, but Stream Elements is being a bit weird, I guess. Oh, yep. Rocket time. Dude, what? Just all the bounties? Holy crap. Das ist Uber Jackpot. I've got Bomber. Let's crack Bomber. Doink. Red.
Extra move.
Green. And, dude, I started a move.
Opponent's turn.
I'm sorry, guys. Like, it's age. It's catching up with me. The old man reflexes, right? I think these guys would talk to me as well about, like, different mobile games. Should we become, like, a pro mobile gamer? I still remember when I played PUBG Mobile for the first time, so this was years ago, and I was talking to a guy about, like, he was like, yeah, we could probably, like, get you on the broadcast room. I played it, and I was like, whooping ass. And I was like, You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be casting this. Maybe I should be playing it pro. Have you seen this? It's like, so they actually put you in lobbies with bots when you first start playing. I was like, oh. Okay.
Opponent's turn.
Sorry, too much story time. I'm not making my moves. I like to imagine there's just one person who's breaking his keyboard right now, watching me not make moves.
Final round. Your turn.
I guess. Okay.
Booster
Yeah, I'll
ready.
take that. That wasn't really what I was looking for. Trying to fish for an extra orange to get a 4. But that works too. And then we get another blue. Jakubowski. Red for an extra again. We can't align the red. Actually, we can. We can go like that. Wait, but oh crap, that was my phone. Then.
Opponent's turn.
Oops. I keep not paying attention to the little circles. Baiting myself a little. You know what? I kept it competitive. I gave him an opportunity to come back. Also, if you think about it, if we do think this is a bot that I'm up against, the importance of what I've done there is I've just baited him. Right? Because now, like, the thing is, bots get better by playing better opponents. So if you intentionally play worse, you slow down Skynet. So really, I'm just trying to help the rest of you guys. You're welcome. And mystery hat. You love RNG. Let's find out what this does. There's a lot of Brazilian players, huh?
Round 1. Your turn.
Okay, next move. Obviously. And then I guess we just get a double bandito. Probably should have taken the blues on the left side, but actually, works out. Anyway, what's the hat do? What's the hat do? Oh. Okay, that kind of helps your opponent, though. Like, that's really, really risky to do. Especially, like, if you look where they've landed, that's going to not help me. That'll help my opponent. Like, maybe the strategy is, like, you do that, and then you random the board, would kind of make sense. Or you just luck out like that. Oh, so that's interesting. The hat only works for your turn. And then they all disappear. So, yeah, okay. So, it's actually, like, decent. I probably still prefer Rocket or Pain. Rocket in particular. Lol, this person has Duck. That's rookie error, buddy.
2. Your turn.
Being threatened by no Duck. Can I... Is there any, like, play to lap up like this? No, that's pretty sucky. We can... Is there a move? I don't think so. It's just like a sucky round. I think it just...
Opponent's turn.
Wow. I look like I just played the game for the first time with that round. I mean, there was no stagger setup to be had there, really. Probably should have just played for blues. Like, when in doubt, play for blues and get it set up.
Round 3.
Wait, there's no
Your
birds?
turn.
Okay, I'm going to have to talk to the devs. You're going to sponsor a pigeon, but you're not going to add a pigeon to the game? We've got to fix that. That's how you get me to play more. Got to represent my people. Oh, yo, this is kind of interesting. Because if you crack one... Yeah, so that... And then I get the 4. Thanks, RG. Then we get the 4 again. I'm going to do that because it's now going to do magic stuff anyway. Actually, no, this one I should have done the magic and then done the combo. Oh, I messed up. Oops. But we'll just go like this. Into...
Opponent's turn.
Wait, was there an orange then? I'm blind? I'm blind. GG. The problem is I'm too busy criticizing myself in the past and not reflecting upon my some deep stuff here. Some stuff I'm deeply messing up. Yo, did he just feed me?
Round 4.
He
Your
just
turn.
fed me. Feed me. Oh. Oh, mes amis. Oui, oui. Très bien. That is fantastic.
Extra move.
I will take that every day of the week. This is just like...
Booster ready.
You know what? Even if he is, it does end up being a bot, he's making me feel good. And that's all that matters. At least it's the correct type of bot to make you feel good. It's not like one of those weird scenes from Blade Runner movie where, like, what's his name has the pleasure bot at home. Got the name of the actor. Orange Boink.
Opponent's turn.
Yo, what's the name of the actor from Blade Runner? Main character in Blade Runner 2. Ryan Gosling.
Your turn.
What's his name? Don't know how I just did. Blanked it. Alrighty then. Let's have a look and see. I mean, you should just get the blue here.
Booster ready.
See if you can get set up for something now. And then RNG to the sun. That'll work. Wait.
Extra move. Booster
And
ready.
RNG again. In the RNG again. And we have RNG to the moon. Gosh. I'd say that was pretty good. I'm not saying I'm a future pro at this, but I keep getting convinced more and more that I should be. Do you think someone should host an esports tournament? I always find the like the esports side of mobile gaming intriguing, right? Because like so the thing is, you think it needs to be like uber competitive, but it actually doesn't. So like one of the biggest misunderstandings about like esports. Okay, we've got like tasks to do: activate a booster, win the game, spend, do some of those easily. So the thing that people misunderstand about like an esports scene when it comes to mobile gaming, like with mobile gaming, like actually compared to traditional esports, traditional as in like on a PC or whatever or console. So like those ones nowadays, like they've actually evolved beyond their initial use. Their initial use case was advertising, right? Marketing. Whereas like actually if you look at mobile esports, most of them are actually still directly and fully funded. And bog. Buy free. Oh wait, so do you use them each time or something? I'm confused. But like yeah, most of like the mobile esports scenes are actually still funded by the developers directly. Because for them it is still a marketing tool. So very different.
Round one. Your turn.
Oh, I almost forgot. People on YouTube, if you want to give it a check out, here is the link. So you guys can feel included instead of like, sorry, I just realized you guys kind of been left out. Oops. Anyway, it's actually finally making a move. Wasted most of my turn because I'm a genius. I think there's really any other big moves. Cool. That'll work.
Opponent's turn.
So we've got hat for next turn. Like that's kind of perfect. You kind of want to save hat for start turn anyway. Guess like there's some cases where it's decent halfway through, but obviously like we wait.
Round two. Your turn. Booster ready.
Activate. Das ist hat. It's crap.
Extra move.
Maybe make it good though.
Booster ready.
Yes, sir. Oh, now this is where it gets crazy because you can keep stacking additional buffs, right? Yeah. And we do have the bomb. That's going to be a double chain react. Yep, gets the... Dude.
Booster ready.
We are comboing. We're comboing big. We're cooking. I see a double green. You're taking that every day of the week. Oh my god, we're clearing it. The game is complimenting non-stop. At this point, the game might as well just type, I want to have your babies. Like, this is... Wait, I just realized we're up against Crocodile. Oh, snap.
Extra move.
Get it? Because, like, you got cards and you play Snap and then... I hate it. Man, what's the music like? Are you guys enjoying the music or should I put the Spotify playlist on?
Round three.
I said I need to change this up next time because I can't hear the music. Bandito.
Extra move.
Oh,
Booster
well, you
ready.
can't. Actually, I can. Give me more. Give me. We still have the random, by the way. We never used it. Oh, we can chain react. Not really that good of a chain react though. We can bomb by the bottom, but like we'll probably end our turn by doing so. So we should just do bomb in center instead. Hasn't really changed too much. Bomb it down here. Bruh, come on.
Opponent's turn.
Now the bandits turn up? That's a ripped off. Whatever, make your moves. Disgraceful for me.
Extra move.
Wait, is this guy actually real? Because he just done, like, I missed the first one, but the second move actually made sense.
Round 4.
I think we might have a for realsies. We finally have humans. Hog.
Booster ready.
We do have... Yeah, gotta go ham. Okay, that's bomber plus double. Like, you're doing that every day of the week. We do not get a 4. So no extra round. Man, I get how you can get like hooked on these games playing them repetitively. I'm thinking back to the good old Facebook days with Brittany, and like it does make sense, right?
Booster ready.
Especially when you just like you don't care that you know, maybe there's RNG of you smashing screen after screen after screen. It's like you're just looking for that high score, all right? Bet you're just looking for a fit job.
Extra move.
Like that. Like, I rest my case. So we do that. Yes.
Booster ready.
Okay, let's get more of these on the boards. What's the move? Oh, there's no big boy blue. I think we just do that. Actually, I should have rando because it's final round anyway. But what else?
Opponent's turn.
I mean, probably still a bot. Maybe not. I don't know. That one made some moves that made me think like maybe it is a person, not just the person who doesn't really play. Alligator's a 6 skin, right? Like, where are the skins? I kind of want to see what the other skins are available. Oh, dude, wait. What we unlocked? Is that a raccoon? Okay, so the firework festival we've got now. Cha-ching. We've done the win games. We need to spend stuff next. We've unlocked more? What we got now? Yo. Make this... Dude, I mean, it's a moustache like that. It's got to be a top achievement every day. We got more free gifts. I don't see them, but it was flirting with me on them. So I think... is it top left? You can change your avatar? Oh, dude, we can be... no, but we're kill a pigeon, right? So, like, we've got to remain the pig. We cannot become the alligator. It's an illegal move. I've got loads of boosts now to add in. Doink. 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 And doink. That should give me something, right? Nice. Oh, and you can trade. Oh, that's cute. So, now, we get even more events. Yeah, we got some way to... Dude, there's a lot of things done. Wait, there's actual tournaments as well. I mean, I don't know if this game has an esports scene per se, but there's definitely tournament elements apparently. Alright, let's see what we're going to get. That's definitely a human.
Round
with a name like that, right?
Your turn.
Maybe. Yo, what does the rocket do? That's gonna send it across, right? Yes. Nice. So it's like a worse one of the lateral thing. Okay. There's not really much here for me to crack into. Kind of a crappy round.
Opponent's turn.
I mean, it could be human or it could just be that like they baited us like this, but like he put the effort of a flash shot on. It's got to be real. It's definitely real.
Round
okay, dude,
two,
we've got
your
competition. We've done it, chat. It took a while. And now, time to turn this alligator into a turducken. you're about to question that, but it makes sense because you don't really ever truly know what's in a turducken if we're being totally fair. You gonna cream me? Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, wait, does that stop the bomb? No, dude, no. All right, are you ready for this move? I can't believe he done that.
Extra move.
What a waste. In fact, I may have just fed him on the bomb.
Opponent's turn.
Nah, that's fine. That bomb's like, he's not gonna, he wouldn't just hammer that bomb, right? He's gonna take the purple. Like, if he's human, he takes the purple. Human takes purple. He cracks it, but there's a 4. Okay, actually, he's a genius. I can't fault that. That was pretty clean. All right, guys, I think that first round has, like, briefed me to lose now. Like, what we did, we blame this on us testing if this was a bot or not. That's the only reason we did. Bro, no. Like, stop. Have mercy, please. I don't know. That was a very quick shuffle for, like, a human.
Round 3.
Just randomly punt the shuffle out. There wasn't really much reason, right? I'm not convinced. I've got no big play here. This is a crappy round. Yeah, like, dude, there's, like, nothing. I should have shuffled straight away, really. And there's still nothing.
Opponent's turn.
If he's a bot, he's destroying me. I told you Skynet's learning. Don't you dare. I don't know what he's going to dare. There's, like, nothing. There's, like...
Round 4.
Yeah, loser. You call that a round? Okay, here comes the comeback. You ready for this? There's nothing. Is there nothing? There's nothing high value, really. I mean, that's kind of okay, but, like, we're going to unlock hat and have no way of using hat, so it kind of sucks. Yeah, there's, like, there's nothing here.
Opponent's turn.
All right, big Sarge. I need miracle round. Maybe this is part of the game's strategy. And it's, no, dude, no. Oh, part. I was like, maybe it is a bot, and now it's perfectly rigged, so like I get a big endorphin rush at a comeback. Dude, I'm getting great back.
Final round. Your turn.
This guy's a freaking monster. The problem is, I treated the first round too casually, and now I got scammered. But you can surrender? Nah, dude. Like, we go down with this shit. I will go down with the double. Oh, come on. It's like so useless. Okay, we got the green. We got the green. We get the orange. Dude, if he loses to this, he breaks his phone.
Extra move.
Like, I would break my phone if I lose to this. Like, you should not lose to this.
Extra move.
But you're gonna lose to this. Right? Right? Just RNG me, RNG me, RNG me, RNG me, RNG me.
Opponent's turn.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh! Oh my god. Alright, guys, like... You can't tell me that wasn't the most epic comeback of the day. I don't even care about the best of 9 Marine Lord Louis we cast. Like, that was the best comeback. Like, you cannot deny that was kingly. Oh. Wait, you can go against multiple opponents? Okay. Well, that sort of intrigues me here. I mean, I feel like I've got to test it out. You won by 1? Nah, dude, I just mathed. Like, do you not know how to math? I mean, joke's on you if you don't know how to math. Like, you know, I understand that if I have a calculator and I, like, put, you know, 80085, I spell boobs. Do we have a tournament mode? Alright. Match Rumble. Is this the tournament mode thing? Let's give this a spin, because clearly I'm unstoppable. Probably the last one we got time for, but let's check it out. Oh my god, this is going to be slow then, right? Dude, 5 people? Oh, but I think a person gets eliminated each round. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, each round, I think. Oh, but you get like a bunch of moves each. So they, I say they're the only negative is that... No, wait. Okay, no. It is a move each, and you rotate through. But I've got, like, because I got that move, I'm going to have extra rounds at the end. Interesting. Okay. So... Oh, and when you're, like, fully behind, you get extra moves to try and catch up. I see now. Wait, what's happening?
Extra move.
Are we all taking turns at the same time, then? I'm confused. I feel like this hasn't really explained this very well to me. Because, like, everyone else is scoring, so I guess we do all have different boards. That's great. Just tap that. I need the pointage because I'm losing. I guess it's better this way than, like, waiting around, though, so I don't mind that they've done that. Oh, yeah, and I can just drag the time. So everyone else finished. so I'm the staller right now. Suckers. I haven't been activating that the whole time. But Lamau cares. Doink. Doink. That. Bruh. I wrecked them.
Round 2.
It's brand new, 5 players. Yeah, I love it. It's actually very creative. Feels a lot better. Yeah, so it's kind of like Battle Royaling it, right? Which is cool. Okay, so... Oh, and your abilities, if you use them, they stay used. So yeah, there's no... I thought there was going to be a rematch. So there's not. So you have to be careful of that. I think I'm just going to random early to build a big lead. And yes, I will build that lead. Wish I had a hammer right now, though. We can't get the greens. We can't get the blues aligned. We can do this, though. Not too bad. Into the red. Bam, dunk it. You're ready. Add in the hat. That purple is tilting me. I hate its position. Get some more blues. Nice purple. Oh, mate. Vibing. I guess we just yellow to bring it down a little bit. And then we've survived another round anyway, right? And our board's going to stay the same. So you kind of want to, like, set up maybe for the next round now. That's not too bad, but I need to bring the yellows on the left side down if I can. Oranges are just never going to align the way I want them to. I guess we just red reset up top. That's fine. This little rat Alex is beating me slightly. Nah, can't allow for it. Oh, so it's not even... So, like, it's not each round. Like, it stops after 3 then. Got you. So this is it then. Interesting. Well, I have, like, nothing of value on the board. I just need to strip some blues to add options.
Ready.
Oh, yes. Double bomb is big. That's what we want. But now I have no way of activating them other than this one. But, like, I hate activating the high up one first. You want the low one, really. We can't activate the blue. Like, yellow's kind of worthless. I don't know why I've done that, really. Red? Bring the board down, maybe? There's not really very good options here. I guess purple, if that... Nah, that's not... We're going to have to use the red. Yeah, like, that's how bad off I was. No possible moves. Okay, that's perfect. Talk about a shuffle to crush their dreams. Dude, do I just not use the rest of the time? I mean, it just feels rude not to, right? We might as well crush their soul. Like, that guy was like, I won! I won! Dog, you ain't won nothing. Let me just go ahead and score a new high score on you. Thank you very much. Let me just bring that down. I'm feeling casual. And I think there's no other good move. Boink. Oh. Okay. That was pretty cool. You got beaten by a pig. That was cool, though. I like that. So far, when we're going for it, it's like, okay, kind of feels like we've seen a lot of this before. I like the quirky, like, changes. I reckon that that's the big one that I'd play regularly. Like, I like that they've got these different game modes. Yeah, and there's, like, extra challenge and new tournament mode. That requires quite a bit. But that's cool. But, guys, I think that's going to be all we've got time for. So, yeah. Be sure to check that out. ! Master if you want to check it out. So, that is, of course, Match Masters. I had a lot of fun with that. At first, I'll be real, like, when I started, I was like, I don't know, man. It's not like that, like, you know, we'll see how it goes. Like, the tutorial didn't hype me up. I don't think the tutorial done the game justice. Like, once you get all those new game modes, I almost want them to rush you into them a little bit quicker. So you actually, like, see the unique cool ones. Enjoyed it way more than 4? Yeah, like, I'll be real with you. Like, it's a mobile game. I try to set my low expectations because mobile games can sometimes struggle to hit it. Especially if you're, like, on the PC all the time. But, like, especially, I like the idea of the Rumble mode. I hope they go even bigger, like a 24 mode or whatever. It's kind of cool. Because, like, you know, in your brain, like, is it that different from 1v1s? Yes and no. Like, you know, you need to be careful because what it does, instead of you trying to set up a board early, like, you have to, like, really be methodical about it and make sure you're getting enough out of the board without, obviously, drawing up the late rounds, but then also making sure that you don't just try to align everything for the perfect round 4 because you could die in round 1. But, yeah, that's cool. But guys, yeah, exclamation mark Masters, if you want to check that out, be sure to download it. Let them know that I sent you. And big shout out again to Match Masters and Stream Elements for sponsoring this stream. But guys, I think that's going to bring us to a close now. I just realized it's like 6:30. I think I've got my meeting at, I think we said we're going to do 8 p.m. So yeah, I need to get some things sorted and then head across to that. But thank you for watching. We will be back tomorrow. Final stream of the week tomorrow. I'll explain why. We're actually heading out to Germany for something very unique. So I'll let you guys know a little bit more about that. And then when we come back, it'll be the week when people are getting ready for the LAN. So we'll return to like Monday, Tuesday streams. And then like from Thursday onwards, we'll do a watch party of the LAN in Denmark. I think is the cool idea. But yeah, thank you for tuning, guys. YouTube, we're going to end it. For Twitch, we're going to find someone to raid. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we should have a bunch of cool high-level games, as well as a revelation of what I'm up to in Germany.